for the pride. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
We started the journey off with 128, but now we're left with only 48. Welcome to the iQOO BMPS 2023, where I'm going to be your host, Crore. John alongside with me on the panel. It will be Fixes. It's actually 2024, by the way. But yeah, as we know, we're currently inside of the round 3 itself. And knowing the fact that so many teams just barely made the cut yesterday, even that's something we all were quite skeptical.
You know, I'm still processing for what we all witnessed yesterday. I'm still hung over from that drop that we had. Group 1 certainly looks deadly, and today I'm really excited to see how things will pan out, because we're going to start off from the scratch once again. So one fresh start for all these teams. You've done your mistakes in the past. Let's move on.
Hands down. Speaking about some of the teams that we at least expected to decently qualify with these, right? Even one of those is going to be Raw Officials. And one last man from Raw Officials just secured that chicken dinner and made sure that his team is going to be crossing that finishing line. So many teams that performed so well in the round 1, they're actually struggling inside of the round 2, by the way.
I think the biggest example has to be Mogo Esports, considering how good they were in round 1. Even for the likes of Blind Esports, we saw they were quite dominating. They made some bold statements. But this time, their run was quite scrappy in round 2. Today, again, another chance. They have to start hitting, but it's going to be difficult because this is round 3 and we have already cut it off to half.
And not just that, we're going to kick things off with the group of death already, right? Group number 1. Yesterday, we saw the group draws, and already so many known names. Once again over here, you've got some of the teams like Team Insane, Global Esports, just waiting to be unleashed inside of the lobby. And knowing the fact that Global Esports, for some reason, no matter what group you put this team in, they will always come out with flying colors.
For Global Esports, it's pretty much set. But this time, again, it's a trial by fire, something that they've been used to. And if you ask my personal opinion, I really feel like the likes of Global Esports, they are set for the grand finals. The way they've been playing, you can never see those loopholes in their gameplay. Yes, the final 3 games did not go the way they planned, but it's okay considering how good they were in the first 3.
Hands down. And knowing the fact that we're also inside of the round 3, now the competition's going to be even more cutthroat. What awaits after this are the semifinals. And everyone's dream is going to be to be there in the semifinals itself. And recently, a lot of these known names as well, they have been on top-notch form. But you know, what are all these teams fighting for? And that's going to be the prize pool, which is going to be 2 crore rupees on the line for this iQOO BMPS 2024, from which the champion team will be getting 75 lakh rupees.
The lion's share. That is something that we've been talking about. You've got 30 lakhs for the runners-up. The second runners-up get the 20 lakhs over there. But we do have those individual accolades also. The iQOO MVP of the tournament getting 4 lakh. So this is bigger than ever, better than ever. And it really feels like what we have been witnessing from round 2, the transition into round 3, it feels almost as if it were the semis.
Hands down, competition's been really great. But as you flip the page a little bit more, you will see the Hero Extreme MVP of the finals getting Hero Extreme 160R4V. And then on the opposite side, the survivor of the finals getting his hands on the Hero Extreme 125R. So both these bikes will be ridden home by the players, whoever are going to be the one to win the individual accolades in the grand finals itself, by the way.
But when you talk about all these individual glory, right, you have to go through a grueling format. And this is something that we need to discuss, because we started this iQOO BMPS with a shebang. We talked about the prize pool being 2 crore rupees. We've talked about 128 teams partaking. And this journey began from the 20th of August. And the round 1, it was a long stretch. After that, we cut things off. We came in. But we need to talk a little bit more about round 1.
Hands down, we had invited 128 teams, from which these teams were divided into 2 sets, the red and blue, and each set consists of 4 groups, and each group had 16 teams. After the first 6 games that these guys played, there was a grand reshuffle, and then once again after the reshuffle, these teams were divided individually once again, just according to the sets. You moved on forward towards the round 2, but inside of the round 2, you only had 64 teams from the overall standings move on forward. 50% of the teams were eliminated.
Initially, we really thought it would be easy, but was it? That was not the case, because when you talk about round 2, we had now 4 groups, every group containing those 16 teams, and everybody had to play 6 matches in the midst of it. From those 64 teams, we had 48 cutting off, and then began round number 3, where we've got these 48 teams. Now, they've been divided into 16 teams of group 3s each, and now this will be played across 2 days. You've got 4 matches for each team, and then there will be that grand reshuffle.
Yes, after 2 days, there will be that reshuffle, and once again, these teams will be playing the remaining games. But then only the top 24 this time, they have a chance to move in towards the semifinals. And the semifinals will be beginning from 15th till the 18th. So keep this thing in mind. In the semifinals, it will be a double round-robin format. But over here, there will be 3 groups of 8 teams each.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be exciting because when you look at this, you've got 24 matches to be played in total. You've got all these teams, the best of the best, the creme de la creme. And now from there onwards, the top 16, they make it to the grand finals, which will be held in Kochi. Now, that is going to be quite exciting because in Kochi, it is going to be a 3 days affair, Necro. And that is where, again, you're going to be starting off from scratch. But that is where you become the ultimate legend, something that you've been fighting for, the best team in the country.
16 teams duking it out for 18 games to find out who's going to be the champion of the iQOO BMPS 2024. But how do you get all of that done? And that's going to be the points distribution on the screen. The first placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best possible part about the points distribution. And that's going to be 1 point for each finish.
Of course, and this has been pretty much quite standard. We've witnessed this even in the past tournaments, even in the BGIS. We had this particular points standings. But now heading on to what's really important. Now, this is round number 3. You discussed about certain teams really facing all those hurdles when we did not have to, expect that was supposed to be happening. We talked about Mogo Esports. We talked about the likes of Blind. But now they've been given another chance. They really have to hit where the money is.
Hands down. Let's move on towards today's schedule. As we know, Group 1's also going to be there, trying to play the majority of the matches. And we're going to start things off from the map of Erangel, Miramar. Then once again, you move on towards Sanhok and Vikendi. And then Group 3 will be the one to chime inside of the action towards Sanhok and Vikendi once again. So this time around, we have flipped things apart a little bit when it comes to the schedule.
I mean, I'm kind of startled, to be honest, looking at this particular schedule in front of us, especially when we talked about Group 1 and how deadly has it been. Because when we had the draw yesterday, I was amazed watching so many of those teams. There's so much rivalry going on over there. You've got the likes of ESPORTS. They've got a thing against iQOO Seoul in the map of Erangel. We're going to witness that first. We've got the likes of RTG IND. So that is going to be there, a battle at Yasnaya Polyana. And then it does not end over there. You head towards Miramar. There's also a lot of those rivalries. You've got Versatile into the mix. And I think the list does not stop there.
Hands down, there's way too many T1 teams over here. And one thing is for sure, if there are any newer faces on the block in the Group 1 itself, they're going to have a lot of their struggles. Keep this thing in mind. There's a high chance, once again, the vacuum can be created as well. Because Global Esports, inside of the round 2, they were just dominating through. They were in the Group of Death as well, in the Group 3 itself in the round 2, but they still were not phased about it.
Especially when you talk about the IGL, Mavi himself.
Yeah.
That one game where he went bonkers,
Miramar.
He was all out, and we were all taken aback because whenever it comes to global esports, it's always about Ninja Boy, Slug, and the others. But Mavi making a stand for himself, I think that was pretty amazing to see.
But you cannot really forget the fact that Hyderabad Hydras is over here as well. Yes, I do understand round 2 wasn't really that buttery smooth, but knowing the fact that it's still Hyderabad Hydras we're speaking of. They dominated through the round 1. And I think so inside of the round 2, now they've faced a big reality check. And in round 3, we might just see a prime potential Hyderabad Hydras that we all were missing out for, especially in the round 2 itself. But something that you're not going to be missing with will be this device, the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. And 15 of those devices are being given away right now.
They certainly are, and I had been one of those, audience, because when I was not casting, I did try my hands. I wasn't lucky. Maybe you could be. That would be, announced a little while later. But now let's get back to business. Let's talk about a couple of other teams. Let's talk about Reckoning Esports for once, because now this team was touted to be one of the best during the BGIS. We saw them. They even secured the 3rd position for themselves. But this time, the transition inside the iQOO BMPS hasn't really been that great. I mean, look, let's be honest. They're still good. But, the Reckoning Esports we witnessed during the BGIS, that and this, there's a lot of difference.
I would still say, though, inside of the round 2, especially when they knew that their heads on the swivel, they were performing pretty well. We did see those moments of brilliances. We did know that, yes, this is the Reckoning Esports that we were missing from the past as well. And the same thing can be said for Team Limited too, man. Just look at the way they performed in the round 2. It's like they were back to their old glory.
And it really felt great. And what will even feel better is our caster predictions that we've all made. Global Esports, Necro, you've gone with them. For me, it's going to be iQOO Soul. I feel like this is where they redeemed themselves. And Salty, all right, all the time with his shenanigans, if not Revenant, Carpe Diem, why not? But we've got a lot of X-Park supporters there. We've got Hero Extreme Godlike, and I'm starting to ponder if they even do realize that they just have limited number of matches to play.
I know, right? And
yeah,
this is something that's going to make sure that things will be really, really brutal. You move on towards with the competition, right? You've also got CG over there from the side of Ocean. Now, that has to be the safest pick, let's be honest. Everyone knows CG is going to dominate no matter what. Even iQOO Soul from Fixes. Come on, dude. What are you doing?
You went with Global Esports. You're the one to say.
Listen, sometimes Global Esports do pull off some weird shenanigans, all right? They at least
so do iQOO Soul.
iQOO Soul, I mean, there's still someone who are pretty consistent performance. You know this team will be there pretty much in the grand finals no matter what.
Let's be honest, have they? Because when you look at round number 2, their first set of games weren't that great. And after the first day, everybody was scared what is going to happen to iQOO Soul till those games of Miramar began. And that was a good journey. That's fine. But I feel like they've learned their lessons. And today, they're going to improve and be off to a really good start.
Yeah, Loki, you got a point right there, right? They just had 10 points in the span of first 3 games. And iQOO Soul, they were almost on the verge of being kicked out. But let's move on towards the matchup and see which are going to be the teams to duke it out against each other in the game 1 itself. It will be Group 2 chiming inside of the action fixes, where you've got some of the teams like WSB Gaming, Karnata Esports. Now, let's be honest, Karnata Esports making it so far, this is quite a big surprise. I do want to see them move on further even more.
Especially when you look at Vasista Esports not making it through and the likes of even Revenant not making it through, so many of those big shockers, Legacy Esports. This is what I wanted to talk about, because this lineup of Legacy Esports was former Vasista, a team that had such a clean run during the previous BGIS. Now changing ships, they finally landed up over here and they're continuing. Bliss, however, this is one of those teams that has really impressed me, considering you've got a lot of the OG players making a comeback. They've done quite decent for themselves.
That's actually a really good point, man. Bliss, speaking about this team, it's pretty much a do-or-die run. Inside of the round 2, I was the only person supporting Bliss because I knew in the recent form, Bliss was looking pretty nice. Even in the round 1, they were quite consistent in both the weeks that they played. Inside of the round 2 as well, consistent performance on the board. Bliss themselves in the first 3 games that they played in the round 2, they already secured the slot for themselves in the upcoming stage. And then in the latter 3 games, it was just Bliss doing the classic Bliss stuff, not taking the competition serious. But now keep this thing in mind, the competition is just going to get even tougher. For Team Bliss, this is usually the stage where they crumble in the past tournaments. But now they will be tested to the fullest potential.
That is some stark statement that you've made here, as unpleasant as it sounds, but can't deny the fact. So this is a point where, you have to approach round number 3 with a very clear mindset that initially you need to be going off for a good start. Now, especially considering Group 1 has been the group of death, this is where you have to be aggressive, because everybody must be thinking that, we're going to play for position, we're going to try to have a good circle to ourselves. Everybody has that pressure, everybody has that inkling in their head that says, do not take those fights. But hey, if you are aiming for the championship, if you want that trophy, you have to be fearless.
And I'm just loving the fact that we're going to have so many Sanhoks today. That's just even better, right?
Yeah, of course.
Knowing the fact that so many Sanhoks are going to be inside of the mix, a lot of these teams might just caught off guard. And we know it's a complete zone-oriented map. A lot of these teams will try to go for the elimination. Some of the teams will just try to play on the zone strategy as usual. So we're always going to see that mixture of those eliminations happen here and there. And also a few placement points being distributed towards the teams that like to play it safe. And whenever you talk about playing safe, TMG Gaming has to be one of those names that pops up, right? You can't say newer faces on the block, but knowing the fact that they have been quite a returning banner in the official tournaments over and over again, TMG, even they themselves have went through quite of a rough patch in the past as well. TMG, they have received a lot of those reality checks, but now they're forced for a better future. That's what I think.
I think for TMG, it's all been about being very defensively good. Because the majority of the times, if you've noticed, a lot of those teams do tend to push over them, thinking that, it's going to be an easy team to be messed up with. But then you've got the likes of Franklin, who comes out of nowhere and pulls up such deadly clutches. And you're suddenly in awe. What has TMG just pulled off? But you know what? I wanted to talk about the storylines that we have in the first game itself. It's going to be Erangel. So, FSC Sports, iQOO Soul, this is a rivalry because, FSC Sports were the team that did drive iQOO Soul out of that Rozok area. Hence, they had to take over the school and apartments region. But then around Yasnaya Polyana, let's not forget, we've got RTG IND and Blind Esports. And these are the 2 teams that never shy away from a fight.
Hands down, right? But knowing the fact that we're going to kick things off with group number 2, and it's out of the group number 2, you've still got a few more newer names, right? Like Team Dragons. Now, especially yesterday, right, when the group draws were over there, group number 2, everyone thought was the weakest. But I think so. It is going to be the most competitive because there's so many newer faces. Everyone's going to be trying super hard. So one thing is for sure, the game one, I'm expecting it to be super passive and tactical.
Let's hope for the best, because at this point it's so difficult to really even process what's going to happen, because we come with a set mindset. All right, these are our favorites, these might be winning, but then out of nowhere you've got the likes of Silly coming in, you've got the likes of OG coming in, even 8-bit. They've got such a good run. I think one of those teams that did manage to get multiple chicken dinners in round number 2. So that is something I'm really excited about. Let's see. I think today we'll also be in for a surprise.
That's been the case with 8-bit, right? Especially in the early phase of a tournament, even in the late phase, they do tend to perform. But then when it matters the most in the grand finals, they always crack for some reason, right? But that's a conversation for later. Right now, focusing on what's going to be happening in the future, WSB Gaming will be on the horizon. This is one of those teams that might just cause a lot of ruckus off the rip. But what's going to happen in the first game of the day? It's still a mystery. But let's move on towards the map of Erangel for now. As the plane flat pad begins all the way from Kameshki towards the side of Georgia Pool, it's going to be tilted all the way up north. And knowing the fact that so many teams, if they do want to move down south, it's going to be a rough patch for them, a tough stretch. If they do want to move down south, they will need to go for a pit stop drop location, get their hands on the basic weaponry, prioritize the vehicles, and then only you have a chance to move down south.
All right off the bat, we have a curveball there. One of those flight path trajectories that none of the players really like. So much ground to be covered, and if you're heading off towards that Sosnovka military base, like you said, Necro, it's going to be a really tough time. So for Orangutan, however, getting down over towards that Milta Power area, it's not going to be a big tussle for them at least. No issues whatsoever, but the eyes will definitely be on those big places. I'm talking about Yasnaya Polyana, I'm talking about School, we're talking about Pachinki. So we definitely are anticipating some fights over there.
And Fixes, let's speak about Phoenix Esports.
Yeah.
A complete newer face on the block. We've never seen this banner in the past at all. Yes, the Playing 4, they're quite the known names, if you'd like to say. They have been participating in a lot of those third-party events as well. But still, man, Phoenix Esports coming in out of nowhere, especially in the official tournament, doing so good. Consistent performance on the board, acing it every single round. They're in the top 16. Majority of their times, they have been really good.
Phoenix Esports, honestly, you know, this is a new banner. It's pretty much the same cola served in a new bottle, because when you look at the players, we've seen them in the past, haven't we?
Yes.
They were ESCN, and right off the rip, Raw officials losing out on Anuj to OP, their Superman, in fact. Yesterday, he was the hero for their team, and seems like Raw officials, they are in dire trouble.
A bad start indeed, man. The guy wanted to prioritize the vehicle, but here's the problem, right? Especially when the zone's going to be up north completely.
Yeah.
Then moving down south will be really tough. As I said, you need to drop in towards the pit stops, get your hands on the basic weaponry, and then vehicles is going to be your second priority. And that's where he screwed up. He went for that buggy off the rip, and he was not able to capitalize properly, considering his opponent already had his hands on the weapon.
Now, this is a little bit alarming, especially when you are Raw officials, especially when you qualified in those final couple of games. And for Raw officials, of course, losing out on Anuj, that has to be an alarming situation. But good news for Orangutan. And pretty much we've been talking about the curse that has prevailed over them, especially in the official tournaments. They've always choked when it mattered. But this lineup of OG, I feel like comes with a lot of promise. And they have delivered round 1, round 2. They've been quite consistent, quite impressive so far. And in fact, even same goes for Inferno Squad. Yeah, they've had their troubles, but a couple of changes here and there. But Jatin, definitely one of those players to look out for.
Hands down he is, man. Especially, you know, too, right? In BJS 2023 and 2024 as well, especially in 2024.
Right.
Jatin, whenever this man was in the playing field, whenever he was there in the playing for, the team was doing much better. They seemed much more confident in taking the fights. And the same thing is happening over here, too. They're not breaking a lot of that sweat, qualifying in forward for the upcoming stages. They're easily having that smooth glide.
When you talk about Inferno Squad, this time, especially considering that big collapse during the grand finals of the recently concluded BGIS, we noticed that they've made a couple of changes, especially the big one in the form of their IGL, got in PMWI IGL from Crore Expirat. And to be honest, I think this roster looks more sound, more solid. You've got Serif also into the mix, and you've got high hopes from them. But bringing the conversation back towards Phoenix Esports. Now, this is a team, like we said, right? We've seen them in the previous officials, this time under a new banner though. But the consistency, Necro, that has been there. Every single game, they play like it's their last match, and they tend to deliver.
Exactly right. As I mentioned, the playing four, we have been seeing them for a long time, not just over here, even in the third-party tournaments.
Yeah.
They have been there participating over and over again. The last time we saw this playing four, they weren't really able to make it too far in the competition.
Correct.
But now this time around, just look at them. Such a formidable force. It feels like the playing four, they have learned a lot in the span of a couple of months, that's for sure. They received a big reality check in the BGS 2024, knowing the fact that, yes, the official competition seems much more tougher. They probably have practiced a lot, and now once again back over here in the iQOO BMPS 2024, and they're looking pretty nice. But I just hope the same form is going to be continued. But what just happened? Silly Esports is Hydru. This man is supposed to be the MVP leader. But now just look at him. He's being snapped apart by the players of Coronado Esports. Unfortunately for Hydru, he wanted to get his hands on that vehicle, but then he just caught off guard.
Caught with his pants down. No ways of sugarcoating this. And he also has seen this coming. For Silly Esports, this is going to be such a tough pill to swallow. You notice what they were doing, right? He got off from his vehicle, that was fine. But then he decided to just pop the tires of his current vehicle, and that is where the trouble really arose. And Coronado Esports really read Silly Esports like an open book over there. And this is going to be a little hurting. But even when you talk about Coronado Esports, we've seen them, they start off really good. But it is those latter phases of the tournament that is where the trouble arises. So I think for them, they've got their work cut out. It's all about having the good start. It's all about, getting in there, getting a lot of finishes for yourself, and get at least around, let's say, 20 to 22 points by the end of the first day. You'll be good to go.
Pretty much you will be. Now, let's be honest, right? Every single game, if you have the average of even 6 points, there's still a big chance you can easily qualify. That's the thing I've been saying for such a long time for a lot of these teams. Even in the previous round itself, even if you get 5 to maybe 6 to 7 points per game, you can still easily make that qualification bracket. 24 was supposed to be the cutoff, and that's what exactly happened.
Yeah, but, in round number 2, the threshold was a little too high. Because when you talk about out of 64, you just have 48 teams making it in. So that is where the cutoff tends to be a little bit lower. So that's fine. But this has to be one of the toughest phases, Necro. Because from 48, you have the competition sliced into half. So I am anticipating somewhere the cutoff to be around 40 to 45 on a longer stretch, around 45 to 50. Now, considering you've got around 8 games to go, it's fine. I think maybe 7 to 8 points on the safer side, just to ensure that you do not have those final game jitters.
WSB on the screen, and for this team, let's be honest, firepower is already there. This team was supposed to be the powerhouse. They still are, but now they just have much more of a better driving force in the name of Omega. They have been looking pretty reformed, pretty refined, I'm not going to lie. Armand, Zaref, all these guys, they're in the playing for. We know what they're capable of. Even Gods himself. But now they will be tested to the fullest potential. And you remember I said this too.
Yeah.
Game 1's going to be super passive, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, that has been the case pretty much every single time it's the first game.
Especially this group, though. This will happen, man. Trust me when I say this. This is the most competitive group that you will see in the round 3 because every single team over here is going to be trying their hardest to move on forward to the upcoming stage. But what is happening? A rotation collision happening on the screen as Devil's going to find the first knock already. S12K suppressed. That's going to do the deed as Ubby falls down. And now Raw Officials is taken down to just a 2-man squad.
Now, this is a living nightmare for Raw Officials, truth be told, because now they are absolutely in shambles. Now, TMG, very well aware, pretty much must have read the Finnish feed, would have seen Arnos 2OP getting taken down, and considering They got our BOP. They should not really shy away from a push, but maybe somewhere need to apply those brakes because, yeah, you're chasing down just 2 players and suddenly you land in front of another squad. That is going to be quite difficult. But again, coming and taking the conversation back towards WSP, it has been a little bit of that revamp, the inclusion of Omega, and they've been quite promising, especially the way they played in round number 1. Yeah, round number 2, there were a couple of turbulent matches. But still, I see this team having a good time even in round number 3. Considering their past records, considering the hunger is back inside of Omega, but it's just not made around Omega, right? You've got an IGL that can hit. You've got the players like of the likes of Seraph. You've got Gods, a very young prodigy, certainly can shine. But for now, this is exactly what I was talking about, Necro. Because now TMG, they were trying to hunt down the players of Raw officials. But suddenly, this could have also happened. Phoenix Esports also in the mix.
I don't think so. TMG was exactly trying to hunt down the players. They were just trying to make a rotation and they collided. That's it.
Yeah, of course.
And unfortunately for Raw officials, once again getting taken down as just a 2-man squad, it feels like deja vu all over again. Hopefully first day is going to be decent for them, considering they've only got 2 games to play, by the way. One this, and the other upcoming one. Looking at the zone, so many teams now stacked up in the center. Keep this thing in mind. If you do want to go for the fight, this is the point where you can be third party. You need to be careful. If any of these teams do collide against each other, there will be a lot of those third parties happening. They need to be super careful, cautious. It's one of those phases where you need to avoid the fights.
Let's hope for the best because at this very point, this is one of those circles, Necro, we've seen in the past. And to be honest, WSP, this is a team that has made an early rotation just playing around the circle. In fact, at the very smack center. And this is where I really feel like the next iterations of circle also will be at. And considering they've just got the edges on the periphery, they should have their backlines clear. Unless and until the players of Legacy, they decide to chime in. And when you talk about Legacy Esports, this is always a team that tends to third party, that tends to just lurk around, lure the players, and then get the better of deeds. But for now, Genix FM, how have you felt about this roster?
All you can say is that they're back here to make a big statement. In the past couple of tournaments for Genix FM, things weren't really working out that well.
Right.
They were trying a lot of those new mixes as well into playing 4. But now this playing 4 that we're seeing on the screen, this has to be the perfect fit. Because with the way that we're playing, quite consistent bunch on the screen, Genix FM, even the round 2 matches were quite fabulous. Can't really say a lot about the round 3 though. Keep this thing in mind. Round 3 is going to be a big demise for a lot of these teams. In this round, there will be a big suction of teams eliminated.
Especially considering that the competition will be sliced by half. So, yeah, can't deny. And yeah, that also happened in round number 1. But now we are starting that churning process. We're starting to segregate those teams. And we're trying to find out the best. And as things are going on, it's a slow start like we all anticipated. But Silly Esports, now this loss might be quite gutting, especially when you lose out on one of your best players. That is Hydro. Now, a lot of responsibility on Akshu to really start delivering. And for Silly Esports, it has always been about those early initial good games, right? And for them, not to have a really good start, having lost one player, is going to be a cause of concern.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That was the same play style in the round 1. But after that, they have changed their ways. They're now playing much more defensive. They do want to play for the late game. That's how they've been playing. They do take the fights, but only if they're forced. But now WSP, they face off against the players of Team Dragons. Addy gets knocked out. Will be the confirmation as well. Genix FM around the fray. They do want to prioritize the fight too. But unfortunately for Genix FM, they are way too far away still from that fray. The players would want to back off to the safety lines and keep this thing in mind. Genix FM, they don't exactly play for the wins, but they just play for the consistency. They want to get the constant points of 7 to 8 points per game, and they will be happy.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the task in hand, which is just to qualify for the next round. But this is something that I touched upon. If you want to be the champions, you have to play like the champions. You have to take those fights. You have to get those chicken dinners. And for Genix FM, I think it's high time that they stop being a team that kind of lurks around the middle order. They should be the ones contending for the biggest prize of it all. Now, we've got the players of Karunadu. They also have hunkered down towards ruins. You've got a little bit of that high ground advantage over there. Could maybe keep the players of WSP in check. But WSP, they have started off really strong. Especially Omega, already getting a frag for himself. And everybody's just lying in wait for that circle shift to happen. Now, what are the chances, Necro, that you feel like we might get a certain shift and this goes inside of Pochinki?
There's a lot of chances. But not exactly towards Pochinki, maybe towards that ruins area. We have seen that same similar circle pop up in the round 2 itself, where there was 8-Bit as well playing in that same zone. And 8-Bit was doing a lot of that damage. This time around for Team Limra, they've got a lot to prove. In the round 2, they played exceptionally well back in their old form. But as that form continued on forward, that's a big question. But a lot of those questions can be answered with this smartphone that's on the screen. The iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from $18,999. Team Blitz taking shots against Inferno Squad. Hold on to that thought. Man, Inferno Squad, that could have been a knockout, by the way. A lot of those shots were connected. Some nice, precise taps from Sam. A few more are needed to find that knockout. But once again, even if this is going to be a knock, it's not going to be a sending moment. You can't really go for the confirmation anyways, but it's all about burning through the enemy meds.
Yeah, I think at this pretty much, they're in a junction where they cannot really force a fight. Now, we do witness that circle shift. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Circle taking a little bit of that shift. A tilt towards a certain side. You've got the southern Pochinki Hills in contention. But we've also seen this circle even in the past. Especially the squad house around the Pochinki area. The western side of it, that is going to be quite stacked.
Now, once again, moving back the conversation towards Genix FM.
Yeah.
Just look at them. They're having so much of that advantage as soon as the zone shifted down south. Keep this thing in mind. Genix FM is quite a defensive team. They do not like to play aggressive, just like they did in the BJAS 2023. This time around, they have switched things up a little bit. Team Bliss, even they do collapse against the foes in the front, and this time it's going to be Phoenix Esports. The man's already striking down the first man, but unfortunately for Honey, he's not going to be able to continue that streak. AJ will strike him in return, and also tosses out a few nades to make sure that the surroundings will be clear. Using the smokes as well to provide him that soft cover. His team is all good. Bliss is back once again with all the 4 players.
Especially considering Phoenix Esports getting a little ahead of themselves. Just that one player surrounded by 3 from Team Bliss at this point, you know, considering that he did manage to get that initial knock. It's not just about that. Having no support over there, what were they even thinking? And for Bliss, they had to retaliate back in kind. Now, Team Bliss, this is one of those teams that has really been impressive, considering all these players that we do see are here to make a comeback. But for Legacy, it's the same old story. Nothing has really changed for them. Always playing around from the edges, always on the lookout for those third parties. But when you talk about who is sitting right at the smack center, you've got the likes of 8-Bit, you've got the likes of TWOB. Now, this is one of those names, Necro, we need to talk about. TWOB have been amazing.
They indeed have been. For TWOB, with the way they've been placing themselves as well, it is quite a good position if you try to look at it as an overall perspective, but just look at the amount of teams that are swarming TWOB. If they do engage in a fight, there's going to be a big cluster of teams that would want to be part of that as well. They might just be the center of attraction, and that's the problem. For TWOB, now they need to be careful and extremely silent in that spot.
I think this is where they thrive. To be honest, I've seen TWOB, one of those chicken dinners that they managed to get in the map of Vikendi. It's just a knock. I mean, I'm still waiting for that push to happen because the position where they are situated, I'm pretty sure the revivals will come in due time. But what I'm really worried about is the teams around that northern area. You've got a lot of ridges to play around, but you've got some big names. You've got Selly, you've got Blaze, you've got Phoenix, you've got WSP. And if the circle takes another certain shift, now that is where the hell breaks loose.
Yeah, the man's back up on his feet, so that's great news. TWOB, they're looking to pull off a smooth gameplay, just like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R, for a smooth experience if you guys do want to go on a long ride.
Yeah.
But moving back towards the game once again, even for Team Limra, it's quite the late breach, I'm not going to lie. Pretty uncharacteristics for Team Limra. Breaching it late inside of the zone, and that too playing in such an extremity where you know the zone's not going to pop up. So for Team Limra, when the zone pops up on the opposite side to pull off a rotation, it will be super tough.
I think Team Limra, they've just gotten back to their old ways. You know, one of those teams that really waits for those hardships, and that's where they kind of cruise in, get that central position to themselves. That's where they take those fights. That is where they really flourish. So for Team Limra, especially after those early hiccups in round 1, round 2, has been quite a little bit of a smooth sail. But this is where the circle takes another southern shift. And look at Orangutan. A very good position, to be honest. You've got Viscott holding down the fort around that southern Pachinki Hills. He's got that high ground advantage. Right beside him, Legacy. At a point, they were crossing over at the Northwestern Georgie Bridge, and now they are already down south.
Yeah.
You've got the likes of TCW also, but this game almost has OG written all over it. But look at this,
no.
Inferno squad, they've been pushed at by the players of TMG, and Gotten, he just responds everyone back.
This one man is single-handedly dismantling the team in the front. TMG, 3 players down already. They never anticipated this. They never saw this coming. Godin, one single man. This man is turned into Super Saiyan mode, that's for sure. Striking all the 3 players. Inferno squad once again just beaming down the teams in the front, melting them apart. And now for Team Bliss, they collide against TWOB. It's quite an old history, isn't it, my friend? Prince going off against his ex-teammates, Turbo AJ. This is going to be an interesting fight. But Cyrex is going to find a positive trade this time around. Turbo gets knocked out. There's still Eggy right around the corner. And Eggy wants to keep himself anonymous and safe, but still, somehow Cyrex loses that duel. He had the advantage. He had everything going for him, but he still somehow lost that engagement. And now for Eggy, he just wants to deliver that death blow and get the confirmation followed up. For TWOB, they've got the man advantage. It's a 1-on-3. What can one single man from Team Bliss do? The answer is going to be not a lot.
Definitely not a lot, but still Eggy is going to take his chances. Not really fancying it though. Gets a knock over there on Prince. And now he's going to piece it together one after the other. For Eggy, he's already done a lot. Taking down Cyrex over there. Now it is down to Legit. Because Sarvit, he's gone in for that revive. One more good grenade. And even Sarvit, he might go down as well.
He's constantly tossing those utils. There's also a few death crate around the fray. So he can't pick those up as well. He's restocking his loot constantly. This standoff is now looking pretty weird. One single man just trapped in the corner. While the 3 players of TWOB, for some reason, they're hesitating to make that push. They do have the utilities as well. If they want, they can flush out the man easily. But still, TWOB, they're thinking it way too much. Maybe now's the time to make that pounce. If the man stays alive for any longer, he will be a big threat. And that threat cannot be taken away that easily.
Yeah, it needs to be averted. And Sarvit, he's going to be the one trying to do the deed. But a little bit of that stun grenade over there. Eggy still fancying his chances, playing around the covers with that S12K. But eventually fails. Legit just charges in. Pummels him down. And in the process of doing so, TWOB survived the onslaught of Team Bliss. But look at the circle shift go once again. A little bit towards the northern side this time. And 8-bit. Right exactly where they want to be, and this is something that you've talked about, Necro. These are the circles where they tend to perform extremely well.
Zone just forming out in the open. That's something we all expected. 8-bit, they find themselves in quite a decent spot, maybe even a prime spot. The only concern is going to be the backlines, and that's where WSP is. And even for WSP, it's a high time that they can come out on top. They're quite familiar with this terrain. It's right next to their home turf. At WSP, they start to make a few moves. Even Gods is now reuniting with the pack. They do want to strike down the players of Silly Esports. It will be a tough pill to swallow, I'm not going to lie. For Silly Esports, all the 3 players playing from the back lines, WSB having the man advantage. This might just be the chance they're looking out for, but they're still looking to find the opener, and that will be way too tough to find. WSB do want to breach in the safety lines, but they know if they do so, there's a lot of that threat.
They're just going to be scouring across the land at this very point for WSB. They're on the hunt. They're on the lookout for a fight or two, and seems like Silly Esports, they could be their prey, but the big question, however, is they both have to get inside the circle. Now, is WSB going gonna fancy their chances, take this fight, eventually exterminate the threat from behind, or are they gonna go their merry ways? Because for Silly Esports, they look ready to fight, but seems like WSP has similar intentions. Look at those grenades pouring over. Ranveer, it's not gonna have a tough time. In fact, he's gonna dodge that, but this one really got close to comfort.
For WSP, they constantly do want to take that fight. They know the only way they can approach the safety lines is by striking down the players of Silly Esports. Later on, these guys will be a big pain in the foot. Eliminate them no matter what. Silly Esports, they're quite well aware of WSP's position. And now WSP, they themselves start to reposition a little bit more. You do see them in the radar.
Yeah.
They found themselves a little bit of that piece of the land to play with the safety lines. But for Silly Esports, they're taking too much hurt upon themselves. Akshu's now backing away. He's taken down way too low. He's constantly patching himself up with the bandages. He will stay alive for a while. But they still need to be super careful about the back lines. Even from the front, it's those constant barrage of utilities from the side of Inferno squad. Now backs against the wall as the zone's going to form once again in the smack center.
It certainly is. And for Inferno squad, they really cannot get in close over here. So they're going to take their chances with all those grenades. The moment they come out in the open, they also could be dead men walking. And for now, one of the players already has been spotted out for Silly Esports. So it's all about that waiting game, because now we've got so many of these teams just clustered down over here. We've got the likes of TWOB, R4W. They were just alive a couple of seconds ago, and now they've also been turned into dust. As every single player gets taken down, it's going to be that grenade coming in from Legit. He's been on quite a roll.
TWOB's Legit. On the right side of the zone. Right behind him are the players of Inferno squad. For Inferno squad, they've also got a team right behind him. So many fights on the verge of breaking out at the same time. This silence, it's been a big curse. But now it's about to be an absolute ruckus. Look at the amount of utils that are being tossed from the apes themselves. But even for OG, they're getting strike down from the back lines. No one's safe. Fixes. Everyone's back lines are covered by someone else, and even OG, 2 players now strike down. What can Aru do? One last man surviving the final glimmer of hope, and even Aru's taking a bit of that damage upon himself. He's catching too much hurt. He needs to move back to safety. Aru is exposed. Shots are taken against him, but luckily enough for OG, the revival might just come into fruition. The man can be able to patch himself up. OG might just be a 2-man strong squad once again. But WSP, they find the strike they were looking for such a long time. As one man from Silly Esports gets knocked out, it's Inferno. And now just look at the other player in the back lines. He's a snake in the grass. Can the players of WSP spot him?
Now that's a big question, especially the final player surviving for Silly Esports. And he does respond. Responds back in kind. Akshu, he gets the death blow over there. But for now, Orangutan, they're exposed too much in the open, even for the likes of TWOB. They might have to come out of the covers because the circle has shifted right to the laps of Team 8-Bit. Now, this is where things start getting really feisty. Because at this very moment, we've got TWOB trying to be a bit brave. Closing in, inching on the players of Phoenix.
And here's the thing, TWOB can afford this. They've already got 8 finishes on the board and 10 points in total. They can go for some gutsy moves. They can take that risk factor if they want. And TWOB, with Prince in the front lines leading the pack, still Sarvit and Legit in the back lines. I'm not sure what the game plan is, but they're indeed going for a 3-on-1 split. The zone once again just panning away from them and favoring just one single team, and that's going to be Team 8-Bit. Somehow, they always find themselves with the advantage.
Somehow, they always tend to flourish in circles like this. But look at this. This is a standoff Prince right in front of him. Was Cheyenne, and he's not going to hesitate. Takes him down, already out. You've got Goku on the sidelines. I'm pretty sure he's aware of Prince's position. He's not taking those shots though. He's just waiting in open broad daylight. Spots out the rest. Legit also in his crosshairs. This time, however, he's going to take his chances with a grenade of his own. Legit has no idea from where this came from, but does take quite a hefty chunk of damage, and Legit needs to reposition himself as Phoenix. Still try to get inside the circle And in the process of doing so, are they still aware that you have a couple of players? And finally, Goku breaks the silence, Princess down. So goes Legit, and suddenly TWOB again in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, they come crashing down, but still 13 points in total from this game itself. Fixes, that's more than enough. TWOB, they've done the deed in this first game. For Phoenix Esports, they still need to keep on moving forward. 6 finishes racked up. The wall of death is constantly moving. Even the pressure is going to be on the players of 8-Bit. But luckily enough for them, at least they've got a decent chunk of zone to play with. While the other teams, they're still looking to make it inside of the zone. Snowjaw's on the way. The back lines, you've also got WSB right next to the players of Phoenix Esports. And Arman is trying to cook up something, but he will be denied eventually as Goku strikes him down. And for 8-Bit, this was a chicken dinner served in a silver platter.
It certainly was. A perfect prediction coming in from Juicy. Knew exactly where the circle is going to be ending. And look at the possibilities. Look at the chances. Do not really have a great compound to play around with. But for Phoenix Esports, they've bitten off more than they can chew. And this is something that they did not expect. But for 8-Bit, this is going to be as easy as it gets. Starting off with a shebang, a beautiful chicken dinner coming to their names.
And also popping an emote in the end when the game's done. Team 8-Bit just doing it in style once again, not even breaking a sweat as usual. They do tend to dominate the early phases, and then later on they do tend to struggle. But hopefully this is not going to be the case in 2024 this time around. But speaking about a few suspects, right? So many teams were just covered by the third parties, including the players of TWOB. They were focusing on someone else, then got struck down by the players of Phoenix Esports. There were a few snakes lying in the grass. Even for Phoenix Esports, there were a few more teams. Silly Esports was focusing on the players of TWOB. Then Silly Esports got struck down by another team. So many teams were in such a bad spot.
I think at a point there were fights happening left, right and center.
Yeah.
We could witness it was TWOB trying to get inside the circle, but the one mistake that they committed was did not clear the backlines, because the moment Prince got the better out of Cheyenne, I really felt like he would be on the lookout for the other players of Phoenix also. Now that is where Goku caught him off guard, but that is where the trouble did not end, because WSB from the sidelines, they were wreaking havoc, man. They got down Legit, and before they could even realize TWOB, they had been taken down. But still, like you said, nothing taken away from TWOB. It was still a very good game of Erangel. I'm not going to be even surprised if they enter in the first or the second position, considering the number of finishes.
They already had 13 points on the board when they got eliminated. So I think so they will be there somewhere in the top 3. Nothing taken away from that.
Yeah.
For WSB, speaking of how they played, they managed to secure themselves a top 3 finish as well in that previous game, so you can't say a consistent start. But for Team Bliss, I had a lot of expectations in the game one itself. They made that collision, especially towards that compound where TWOB was. That 4-on-4 fight just did not go in their way of Team Bliss.
Yeah, especially, you know, we'll talk about that fight a little bit later. But towards the end, right, you could notice it was WSB just playing from the edges. They were taking down as many foes as possible. But towards the end, eventually, it was all written for 8-Bit, because both these teams, Phoenix, WSB, they ended up taking each other down. And 8-Bit, they just came for the spoils of war, whatever remained. They got the better of it, and hence, that is how they secured the chicken dinner.
That's the crazy part, right? The zone shifts out in the open. There's only one compound, and that compound is being held by the players of Team 8-Bit. Yeah. How can you take the chicken dinner away from a team that's already got the best possible spot inside of the zone? It's next to impossible. And all the other teams are way too busy duking it out against each other that in the final few moments, there's only 3 players left standing, and that 2 individual players from different teams. So nothing can be done against a full 4-man strong squad, and that's where Team 8-Bit just got the biggest advantage. And even the patch where the fights were happening, right? The grass is a little bit taller over there. To spot out snakes is next to impossible. So that's why TWOB, even they got struck down. Even for Silly Esports, 1 man was struck down by the players of WSB. For Silly Esports, this could have been a good run, knowing the fact that they were evading the tracks of WSB for such a long time. But then that one knock came into fruition, and that's where everything was just collapsing.
You know, one thing for sure, though, and even Nectar, you would also admit, now considering how the storyline has been the storyline that we want to create, it's kind of recurring, considering 8-Bit, they played really well in round 2. We've got TWOB being quite consistent as well, even for the likes of Phoenix Esports. Now, this is also one of those teams that performed really well in round 2. Now, this is something that they have continued. This is the momentum that they're carrying forward. But for WSB, this was quite necessary, considering they had a little bit of the turbulence there. But I think this is going to ease down on their nerves.
Here's the thing, right? Usually the known names inside of this group, we all expected them to perform. Silly Esports, WSB, Phoenix Esports, TWOB, and 8-Bit.
Yeah.
These teams were supposed to perform. The real eyes were set on the teams that were still on the struggling side of the spectrum. One of those is going to be Legacy Esports, Karnata Esports, and maybe you can say the returning and the newer faces on the block, including TMG Gaming as well. And now, yes?
Hey, we forgot about Orangutan.
Oh yeah, the apes. They were in a big pickle situation. You saw Aru was the only man going for the revival. The players were out in the open, no cover to play with. They were just playing with a complete prone spot. The only cover they had were their own vehicles, and well, then eventually they also got blown up. So for OG, they were in a big pickle situation. You move on towards the latter half of the board, you will still see a few known names all the way at the bottom, and one of those will also be Raw Officials with 0 points, and even Genix FM with 0 points.
Hey, let's talk about Team Limra for a while, because just before that hard shift, we saw them around the eastern sides, and we were of the opinion that after that hard shift, they might contest for the center. All they could muster up was just 4 finishes to their name. And now this is a big surprise, considering Raw Officials could not get anything. That was an abysmal start. Same goes with Genix FM also. Even for Team Bliss, we had some higher expectations. I think this was a bad game for them.
Listen, let's speak about Team Limra once again over here, right?
I
told you,
do this.
the zone's going to shift out in the open. I told you this as well. The zone's going to move out in the open on the opposite side. Where Team Limra has found themselves, the breaching point, that's not where the zone's going to be. So I knew this was going to be the outcome anyways. Team Limra, to pull off that rotation, knowing the fact that there were so many teams alive, still in the final few moments, no cover to play with, out in the open, how are you supposed to make a rotation? It's next to impossible. There's going to be too many snakes. There's too many teams still left alive in the final few zones. And for Team Limra, that's where they crumbled.
I think we saw majority of the fights breaking down at that southern area, right? You had those foothills, you had those little bit of those ridges to play around, somewhere where Orangutan was located. And even when you talk about OG, I felt like they quickly used all their utility, because the moment the players were also taken down, they had nothing to really provide cover with. Because when you saw Aru, he was trying to get that revive done right out in the open, and WSP had such a good angle. It was, I think, a fine margin where I think it was Gods or Omega who just sprayed them down, pummeled them down to their crates over there. So at that point, I think for a lot of these teams, they should have realized that they had to take those early fights. Now, this is something that we have been talking about like broken records, you know, take those early fights. Hence, that is how your end circles will be much more breathable. Again, teams learning their lesson the hard way.
Now, me and Johnny have been speaking about the same topic for such a long time, right? Even you and me, we have had a full-blown conversation about this. When you go for the early game fights, there's a high chance those fights will be isolated too. No risk of getting third party. You're going to have a proper isolated set of fight for yourself. Get your hands on the vehicle, get your hands on the weapons, and just directly go for a fight. But there's still a lot more to talk about. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, faster, plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा, तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
All right, the round 3 matches are off to a flying start, and now it's time to come crashing down because the man I have with me on the desk is Salty, and I think it's time to rub a little bit of salt on his wounds.
All right.
What's up with Revenant?
Well, it's a sad story. It's a tragic story. But you know what is the meaning of Revenant? It means coming back. So potentially, we're sort of building up, and then there will be
building up from what, like 4 years now?
Honestly, I have no clue. But at least we did qualify for the officials. Yes, there will be struggles for a while.
Yeah.
But one fine day, ladies and gentlemen, one fine day, we will be back.
Yeah, that's one fine day that we've been talking about. But today is definitely quite fine, considering how things, started off with a shebang.
Yes.
We were quite impressed with how 8-Bit really got that chicken dinner. But we had a lot of thoughts about, in fact, you were of the opinion that WSB played really amazing. I was of the opinion Phoenix Esports played really amazing. But you know what else is amazing? This device, the iQOO Z9S. And you can check that out. Starts from just 18,999. But now coming back to the conversation. WSB, why?
To be honest, especially when the circle moved out of that Pochinki region, initially I was of the opinion that there is going to be an urban warfare. But then as soon as the circle shifted out in the open, I was like, alright, fine, WSB might actually have a chance. Now imagine it from Omega's perspective. He has a direct entry inside the circle. He does not do that. He go upstairs towards the northern side of things, fights against Silly Esports, takes them down, clears the entire northern corridor for himself, and then moves inward. I feel like that rotation in itself, just taking that extra route to clear more space for the latter game, that is what a true IGL is all about.
Yeah, I think for me also WSB really performed exceptionally well, considering when you talk about that final circle, how it really was served to 8-Bit. But I also had the opinion where Phoenix Esports, they were playing quite decent. Hey, before you make that face over there, let's be honest, they really were in a bad position. They somehow still came out of it alive because Cheyenne, after getting taken down, I think there was Goku, there was one other player that had to be dealt with, but they went after TWOB. They answered them back. Now, that is why it's very important, because TWOB, they were in a hot streak, because just before that, they wiped out Raw officials, they took down Team Bliss. So I really felt like this is a team that had the momentum going on.
Absolutely.
Now, nothing taken away from TWOB. They still had a good game. But for Phoenix Esports to somehow carry forward that consistency, I think that is a good thing. But again, Salty, we've talked about the teams that performed exceptionally well. But now we talked about Revenant. I think it's high time to talk about Team Orangutan, and we're going to delve into that, folks. But before that, let's take a quick look at the matchup once again, because we're having things this time started off. This is going to be with the match of Miramar. Again, we've got Group 2 continuing their match. In fact, the last one for the day. TCW, they were pretty much invisible. WSB was pretty good. But Karunadu, how did you feel about them?
Honestly, in the last game, could not really show their true potential. But on the map of Miramar, I feel like Karunadu can truly demonstrate what they're truly capable of. Because I believe this team is an extremely aggressive squad, but they need that opening to actually let their true potential come out. On the map of Miramar, I believe there's going to be that space where they can truly establish themselves as a top team. As we move on forward, though, I believe there are two teams that are going to be extremely hurt. And number one will be Orangutan. Of course, you were talking about them. I believe the way that they had the positioning, right? Center of the circle, Wizgod wonderfully marking the back lines. I felt like it was the perfect setup for Orangutan to once again coming back with all their howls and everything. But I believe that now, once they've got their salt in their wounds, I believe on the map of Miramar, they truly will have to set up themselves. Another team who will be kind of disappointed will be Silly Esports as of now. I believe that this team, after that initial weak fixes, I believe their firepower has kind of taken a backseat. I don't know why is that reason, though. They've kind of suffered in terms of consistency. It was only the second half of, I believe, round 1, week 2, where they could kind of make a comeback. But otherwise, it seems like a sinking ship. I want to know your thoughts, honestly, on that.
No, not really. I still feel like Silly Esports can go a long way. This time, this match was a pretty rough start. Losing out on Hydru, that was quite an unnecessary pick, and this is something they did not anticipate or expect. But I really loved your point about Orangutan, because the moment that hard shift was there, they literally had the best position. But again, that another shift, that is where things really went awry for them. But I think enough talks about Erangel. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, because now it's time to head into the desert of Miramar, which is just going to start right now.
Well, it's gonna get hot, it's gonna get heavy, because the second match of round 3 is right about to start, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird goes back up in the skies. But this time around, the air traffic control suggests that it's gonna be very warm outside the airplane, because we are flying on top of the map of Miramar. The flight path, of course, fixes is a very default, I would say. It starts off from a nice location of Monte Nuevo and it ends towards the Impala, cutting the map in 2 different halves. But if you still prefer the northern periphery of the map, I still believe you've got some job in your pockets.
I think you hit the right chord. Warm is the way to describe this, considering how the flight path trajectory is. I'm pretty sure much better in comparison to what we witnessed in the previous game of Erangel. And hoping that Raw officials do not have that early hiccups. Losing out on 2 of those players, that was definitely a point of concern. But this is one of those maps where I really believe, Salty, that Team Limra can make a comeback, because when you even talk about the BGIS, it were those maps of Miramar where they really tend to flourish, and being off to a really rough start, I think this is where they have to redeem themselves.
I feel like Team Limra has sort of become an extremely momentum-based team, Fixes.
Yeah.
It seems like they can carry forward performances if they can break those barriers, but otherwise they take too much pressure on their shoulders and they keep on getting suppressed underneath. A lot of expectations, especially when an underdog team comes out into the limelight and then goes on to play the LAN finals and performs extremely brilliant. All eyes are going to be on you. The community was ecstatic about this team. You've had Dragon, who is a wonderful player, of course. But still, I mean, for Team Limra, I think this game can be pretty good. But so far, it doesn't really seem like we have a lot of collisions. Team TWOB, though, on a massive split.
Yeah, I think this one of those splits they've been doing back from their good old Enigma days also. We've seen just kind of spread across a little bit, hold on towards those higher altitude peaks. But a little bit of a tussle, I feel, around Los Leones, or something that we would love to see, because when you take a look at that, you've got 8-bit. Now, 8-bit is one of those pacifist squads, right? Does not take those early fights. You know, usually is pretty defensive unless and until you start poking the bear. And that is where I think they get really feisty. But then you talk about Raw officials. Now, this is where I think, Salty, you wanted to talk about their mentality a little bit. You come off. Now, Anuj had been the hero yesterday in that game of Miramar, and today he has to deliver once again.
Absolutely. I feel like Raw Official is one of those teams that still has been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for a very long time. I feel like they haven't been been able to make a mark for themselves. Yes, for sure, they've made a mark, but to kind of make a standoff against the top teams in the competition, they're still a little away from it. Trying to make their way in. Yesterday was phenomenal, the way they actually got in. 32 points on board. Still not extremely satisfactory, but I still feel like Raw Official, they have a lot of firepower in them, especially with the likes of Superman. I mean, they've got Daljit as well, but unfortunately, the glory days of the sniper rifle, they're gone. But I feel like this man has definitely adapted himself in terms of using the ARs and the shotguns, adapting himself to the meta.
I think he's still sometimes takes a dig. Maybe with the Kar 98.
Yes,
I think
he does.
A couple of days ago, I saw him wield one. But it's funny, you know, to really, you know, see the situation right now, how times have changed.
Yeah.
Because when you talked about the glory days of Raw officials, I mean, they have been knocking on the doors of the Tier 1 circuit. And yes, I cannot really deny the fact. But at the same point, I cannot also deny the fact that this team was the one to start it all.
Exactly.
In fact, the first roster that could make it big was Raw Official. And now when you look at the entire BGMI circuit, it has spread out. When you talk about the OGs, everybody once or the other, once upon a time, they were a part of it. And now it's just Daljit. I think he has to be the flag bearer, and hoping so that this time Raw Officials at least makes it to Kochi.
I mean, that will definitely be the target, but then you have to break it into smaller goals. Like, you have to break it down into smaller goals so that you can accomplish them every single day. And I feel like today, the whole job or the whole objective for officials would be to try and get as many eliminations on board as they potentially can, because they have got the rotation sorted. Fixes, I feel like Raw official, they know how to make it inside a circle, even if it's the most diciest circles possible. It's just been their firepower that kind of takes a backseat, especially in those 4v4 encounters, kind of get blindsided a couple of times if a third party comes in. And majority of the big names, majority of the quote-unquote OGs that we have been talking about, Fixes, they have been bearing the brunt of the third parties. These young teams, they know how to capitalize and they know the exact timing to actually press the finish switch.
You know, for me, I kind of feel otherwise, to be honest, because I feel like the new young lads, they feel like they've got nothing to lose. That, risk-taking factor is really not there. They're just like, chuck it. Let's just go and take this fight. And let's be aggressive. And when it comes down to the OG players, I feel like they sometimes tend to overthink a lot. And that has happened throughout the tournament. And the biggest example has to be Sensei. I think you can relate with the fact that, Sensei and that entire team of Revenant was so much better. If you look at pen and paper, they had so much potential. But all the time, overthinking, hesitating and taking those early fights, that was the cause of their demise. That was the cause why Revenant is no more in this tournament. So this is where, you talk about how times have changed, where you really have to be proactive than be reactive.
Exactly. And I believe the biggest success story has to be Mogo Esports as of now. Because you remember from a time when Destro was leading the squad, especially along with the likes of Shogun, Delta, as well as Justin. They were the perfect lineup for that 15-pointer point system, right? You get rewarded for your placements, you get rewarded for your rotations, and then if you have 4 or 5 finishes on board, that is a fantastic game, to be honest. But come 2024, it seems like the entire meta has changed, and now you don't really get awarded anything, even if you finish on the 5th position without finishes. And the biggest change that Mogo Esports made this year was the addition of S-Power. Now, it's not just a player change, it's a change in mentality. Fixes. It seemed like after the addition of S-Power, Mogo Esports, they became a tactically aggressive outfit. Every single player got the influence of S-Power, the natural flair of Justin and Delta also came out shining bright, because these players, now they have a partner to actually go up aggressive against. The problem with Revenant Esports, I believe, was the lack in terms of the flag bearer, somebody who can actually show them the guiding light and come out of that slumber.
And I think we'll have to wait maybe till the end of the year or maybe next year for Revenant to really come back from the dead. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about that conversation around Mogo Esports, because when we talk about Mogo Esports, it was all about that hullabaloo that was around his power, but he did not show up in round 2. It was all about Destro somehow carrying the mantle. And this entire discussion, I think somewhere I really want to summarize it by saying it has to be a mix of the both styles of play. You need to have that mind, you need to have that brute force, you need to have those players. And that is where teams like Global Esports really tend to flourish. You've got the likes of Mavi over there, and then it's down to Slug, Ninja Boy and Beast on the hitting department. And recently we've even seen Mavi going all out. So they are definitely a success story. You've got the likes of iQOO Soul also, even for Hero Extreme Godlike. That has also been there. Some latest additions into the roster. You've got the likes of Simp, Admino, Jonathan, everybody flying high, and then Punk. I mean, he's on a different league of his own.
He certainly is on a different league of his own. I mean, I do tend to scroll social media quite a lot, and I see the mentality stories that Punk puts out on over there. And it seems like this man is locked in. He wants to actually bring Godlike out of slumber and be that guiding light. And I believe that that leader has to always show the path to the rest of the players. Now, you talked about finding the balance. 2 names which immediately come to my mind will be Carnival and WSB. WSB, they've got firepower. Fixes. They've got enough firepower in the form of Arman and Gods, these 2 boys. And in fact, even Zeref, as a matter of fact, the moment he actually hung up his Erangel shoes, this man turned into a beast. I believe inside of round 1, he hit 8 finishes twice in a match. So WSB, now they've got the brains of Omega. He used to be known as a zone magnet. He still is that zone magnet. But you've got that firepower under his belt as well. And Carnival Gaming, of course. We know what they have been doing inside of the tournament.
And the cherry on the top of the cake is, even if the zone really does not favor Omega, he still knows how to fight it through.
Yes.
I think a beautiful example of what we saw in the previous game. They were playing around the edges. They still somehow made it inside the circle and had a lot of finishes to their names. And now again, when you talk about Revenant, there's another team that comes along with them, have to be OG. Now, when you look at Orangutan, this time they've made a massive change in the lineup. You've got Aru coming in as the IGL from Team Aru. He's played the BGIS finals before. You've got Atanki along with him. And all of this with 3 players also around. You've got Veyron, you've got the likes of AK, you've got the likes of Viscott. But the first game is something that they would not want to remember.
And to be honest, if you want to try and point down reasons on why exactly that went off track, it will be extremely difficult because there was not one reason, there were multiple. Of course, multiple third parties being one of them.
Yeah.
But of course, if the BGMI gods do give us circles like these, there will be multiple fights happening. Just like this one, Team Dragons, they have eliminated Team Phoenix right off the get-go. Fixes? You were talking about Team Phoenix, all of a sudden they disappear.
What happened? It was a blink and a miss it moment because the moment we come to them, they instantly get poofed out. And for Team Dragons, this is one of those teams. This was a clean wipe.
Exactly.
Now, also considering the fact that Team Dragons did not have the best of start in Game 1. And for them to redeem themselves back again and for Phoenix to just get 13 points, I think that is going to be a little bit of a cause of concern. But now we've got Orangutan inching in on TWOB.
Exactly. AK in the firing lines, of course, in the front lines with no support. Man needs to fall back as soon as possible. The nades were being cooked by Legit, but now it seems like finally he has some sort of support in order to take this fight. AKOP is there with Aru as of now, but information has been passed that the entire squad of TWOB is waiting right around the corner, so it's better to actually fall back and left to fight another day.
At least for Orangutan, because like you said, right, they're not at the best of spots because TWOB, they've got that high ground to themselves. Yeah, we've seen OG play around these areas. They're well versed with their territory. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think this is a fight that OG should engage themselves in, especially when it's the likes of TWOB who've got that momentum ruling in their favor. Now, we've also got the likes of this eSports taking down Team Limra. There has also been some response coming in from their side. And whilst all of that commotion is going on, even TMG, they also want to get a couple of finishes to their names. I think this is a fight they want to pick against Inferno Squad.
I think Inferno Squad do kind of realize that. A 2-2 split, 2 players up north on top of that hill while the 2 players coming in from the back lines. A setup can be wonderful, but now look at this Team Bliss. Right around the corner, Team Limra, one of their players was knocked down. Hesperos will definitely get revived, but Team Bliss seemed to be completely not interested in this fight. They just walked away and they go their merry ways. In fact, I believe Fixes, this is going to be the snowball effect of the circle that we witnessed in Miramar a couple of days ago, right? Everyone is preparing for that one circle where nobody can actually reach.
I think this has to do a little bit with the mentality, something that you were talking about, because just before this game, they tried to push over to the onto the players of TWOB.
Yeah.
And they were hit smack back at. And they cannot afford to have another bad game. So hence that little bit of that hesitance, not really committing in for the fight, hence focusing on the circle. They want to play a little bit defensive, and I really won't blame them, considering, you're off to a really rough start. You tried, you got just taken down. And this is where you would rather focus on having a good position and engaging from there. And whilst all of that is happening around Orangutan, they were trying to rotate around. And it was Karanadu Esports. Did manage to find one of the players? Was it Atanki?
Yeah, I think so. It is Atanki. But we'll come back to that conversation for later, because now 2 teams in front of us, they are fighting into the blue. Now, we were talking about mentality. It seems like Legacy Esports as well as TCW, they don't really care about that position point aspect of the game. This has become an ego battle right now. Whoever gets those 4 points, 4 eliminations on board first, kind of potentially thinks himself to be a winner. But Legacy Esports slowly and steadily inching closer to out of the blue. I think that is a movement that they should take up right about now, because majority of the teams have stacked up and they have got themselves the positions that they want inside the circle. Second stage, not really a lot of damage from the blue, but I believe that not a lot of compounds will be left empty. Fixes, especially where the IGLs predict the circle would shift.
So right now what's really happening is a lot of those teams have literally hunkered down at the southern areas, but Raw officials seems like they're too close to comfort. This time they want to take on the Dragons themselves. One of their players already isolated out. Dragon does get a knock but instantly gets traded off as Raw official. Off to a really good start, but the fight is still far from over.
Exactly, look at this. Raw officials, one of their players being taken down. The utility flush comes in. Anush Topi will get down. Night King, brilliant shot with the UMP. Quick footwork over there. Abhiopi is down over there as well. As soon as the utility barrage comes in, there is nothing that Team Raw officials can do. Potentially, their dreams are being crushed. They did come and take this push, but Team Dragons, they are so good and so clean in this fight. They just lost their marquee man in the likes of Dragon from the last game. He had 4 eliminations, but Team Dragons, they are well stabilized to actually take this game on a very high roll. 8 eliminations on board and 3 players still surviving fixes.
The threat exterminated, 8 finishes. Like you said, I think Team Dragons, they know the job is almost half done. It's all about now trying to eye for as many finishes as possible. Try to cross over that 12 to 13 points barrier as the circle takes another western shift. And look at TWOB once again, right at the very smack center. Orangutan also in a good position, but they really need to watch their 6 because you've got the likes of 8-Bit, you've got the likes of Dragons who are really roaring high at this point. As Inferno Squad, definitely one of those teams not to be messed around with. Cotton, he secured a knock, but finds some quick cover. That was some fast movement there.
That certainly was fast movement. For Inferno Squad, I don't really think they have the compulsion to take this fight. They do have some lovely positions inside the circle. In fact, the split that Inferno Squad is playing with is also pretty nice. It's all about trying to push up in, let TMG move further inside the circle, and you then take their position. I believe that should be the name of the game for them right now. TMG on the other side will be on the lookout for other teams. TWB, you mentioned about this team.
Yeah.
A leapfrog from within multiple teams to actually find this spot. Great work by the IGL, but now you will have to try and withstand the pressure that comes from along with those rotations as well. Like you said, TMG and Inferno Squad on the lookout. So far, Team Bliss has not really made an impact so far. Expecting this team to actually go bonkers in the later stages. What do you think, Fixes, about Team Bliss?
This is something that we've discussed, right? This is a moment where they're really focusing on getting a good position inside the circle, and once they have that, I think that is where they will start to cook. But for Orangutan, again, in really deep waters, he's in this desert, just AK and Aru, 2 surviving members, and not having a single finish to their name. This is quite uncanny. This is not Orangutan that we've seen in round 1 and round 2. Even if they got taken down early, they had a couple of finishes to their names. And this is where really the pressure is starting to get the better of them. And they have to answer back. But for Legacy Esports also, another team, they had been touted as the third-party kings. Even in the past, in the BGIS, when they were playing from the banners of Vasista Esports, they were also not off to a good start.
As of now, Su has been taken down. 3 players still alive, but we do have a fight that is, in fact, can be pretty interesting and important for this game. We have WSB, who is kind of stepping stone against Karunadu Esports, right on the brink of a fight, but it seems like even WSB are willing to fall back. Something which is very interesting is a stark difference in the change of pace from round 2 to round 3, right? Every team, they feared for their survival right now. In round 2, they were taking fights left, right, and center. They were still succeeding at it. But it seems like now the second thoughts have started to chime in. Look at Dragon OP and his position. Team Limra. This can definitely be a death trap if TCW have no idea.
And it feels like. But letting loose of those bullets over there. TCW still out in the open. What are they even thinking? Yash still responds back. And there you have Poco already being taken down. Team Limra in a whole world of trouble all of a sudden. But Hespero somehow saves the day. And TCW, they have been eliminated, but Team Limra, having just taken that 1 loss of Poco, they somehow live to fight another day.
Exactly, right? I mean, I love the setup that was there. 3 players in the compounds. They knew exactly where the players would come in from and the high ground advantage. That, I believe, was the best key in that entire puzzle altogether. Team TCW had no idea what they were fighting against. And it seems like the other teams who are also going to come across the same way will also have no idea. But now they do as Dragon reveals himself. Shots being taken over there. I still believe Team Limra can do a better job with their third parties. Potentially can get the likes of Genix FM and then inch closer towards the circle. But will they get some spot inside the circle is the question now, Fixes.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because for Team Limra, they now have to look for means to back off from this situation. They know the circle has shifted away. They have to find a good spot. And for Dragon, I think he has to keep a lot of teams at bay. But look at Legacy Esports. They found the players of Silly somewhere around. And now Hydro, he's in a whole world of trouble. Just surrounding the players. But Hydro, still that flick over there instantly takes him down. And this is starting to get a lot more exciting.
It definitely does, right? Silly Esports, they've got an early advantage in this fight. But the nade did come in. Legacy Esports. What a comeback it was. And now look at this. The trades being exchanged. This is exciting. And the nades don't stop. Akshu, he still wants to fly in. He still wants to go in for the revive because everybody knows how important Hydro has been for the setup. But here comes the cavalry and the rest of the players. MJ did get the first knock, but that was it. That is all that she wrote. But wait a second. Has Team Orangutan been eliminated, Fixes?
Yeah, they have been. But now look at this. Silly Esports cannot be smiling about this because right around the corners, you've got Team Limra. They know that Silly Esports, they're wounded. At this point, any given moment, they could just charge in, but seems like they figured out it was quite late. But WSB getting shot from elsewhere. It's going to be the players of 8-bit. In fact, Juicy just gets down 2 from the backlines. Again, another threat, and WSB did not see this coming from miles afar.
WSB, they are tasting their own medicine right now because I believe WSB was outside the circle, willing to go in for the third parties, for the backstabs. But here comes 8-bit. And they come in from even further back. And they have no clue that 8-bit was there. Aditya definitely is going to chime in. Juicy has those 2 eliminations, but WSB has to flee from this territory. Omega and Arman, of course, on the buggy, on their merry way, can be extremely risky as soon as they pass off right from the players of Karnadu Esports. It seems like WSB have done a good job to find a small little ridge. But the question is, will Team 8-bit chase?
I think I do not like this. I do not like the spot that WSB are holding at this point because now they are susceptible to shots from multiple directions. It's all about that dip they have to work around with, but a couple of grenades might get the job done. Look at this. Omega already run over. Now Arman, he has to tuck his tails and run.
Exactly. Arman just trying to fly away from the situation. The rear tire of the buggy goes off. The vehicle spins. Arman, he definitely has the flash of the Grim Reaper in front of him. Still managed to go backwards. The bandages keep on healing him up, but from a different direction. It's Cyrax from TWOB who clean things up. WSB, they have been wiped off, but now it's time for Team 8-bit. And look at that wonderful position of TWOB. Smack center of the circle, Fixes.
Once again, and we're not surprised. But this time 8-bit, they're on their hunting ways. Right from around the edges. They just want to thread the needle and infiltrate through. This time, the next on their hit list could be the players of Karunadu. All they're looking for is that one good knock, and they would not shy away from the push. And look at the man, Juicy. He's already gotten 3 frags for himself. And still not over what happened with Arman. To be honest, Salty felt like he was gazing right into his death as his soul was just taken apart from him. But now, coming back to matters at hand, even Team Bliss, they're in a decent position, still inside the circle. This time, I think they want to go for a big one.
They certainly want to go for a big one, but do they have the man numbers is the question. TWOB on the other side, the smack center of the circle being a double-edged sword for them as one of their players, Prince OJ, has been taken down. Now, Prince was extremely crucial in the last match and their setup. He definitely got himself and his team a lot of finishes, but now without Prince, Team TWOB, will they be able to withstand the pressure that comes in from the south? Look at this team. Inferno Squad is going to come in. TMG is going to come in. But in front of our screens, it's Team 8-bit who wants to get control of Team Silly Esports and their compounds. The nade did fly in, coming in from Juicy. No connections as of now. In fact, it does run. It barely survives by a skin of his teeth. But where is the rest of the players from Team 8-bit? We need that cavalry. We need that protection for Juicy as well. But it seems like the rest of the 3 players, they're more concerned with trying to get the space that has been left open by Juicy.
At this point, I'm really confused as to what Team 8-bit is really trying to conjure. They really need to get inside the circle. And you might want to check out our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 160R. But for now, getting back to matters at hand, it's about 8-bit and they enter inside the zone, and now they have to pick this fight against ESPORTS, something that they did not want to, but what a response coming in there from Juicy's side. This is a man on mission, and he looks nigh unstoppable, Salty.
He absolutely does, Silly Esports. They will have to reposition themselves, but it seems like 8-bit, they are charging exactly on the right from the nated Brian. Is there going to be an explosion? Yes, it does. 2 players being blown off to smithereens as the artillery strikes. Team 8-bit, they certainly are breaking bad right now. Even Aditya is going to bite the dust. Team Silly Esports, what a performance it has been. Juicy did go up close and personal to try and get matters into hand, but he has been cleaned up as well. Silly Esports and the artillery usage.
Unbelievable stuff coming in from Silly Esports, especially that grenade ricocheting off that little rock over there and takes down 2 players of 8-bit down and out. And now this is where the match is still not yet over. So much remaining. You've got the likes of TMG who are just being barraged with a set of utility coming in, not just from TWOB, also from Team Dragons, as TWOB having a very good position inside the circle. But is that chicken dinner theirs? Because only time shall tell. Because you also have the likes of Inferno Squad lurking around the sidelines. Yes, TMG, they're done and dusted. But for TWOB, can they make this happen this time?
It seems like they can. A lovely fence to actually cover them. They've got a lovely piece of hard cover to work with, and the high ground advantage fixes. This is dreams in paradise, and if Team TWOB can make it happen, it seems like it will be the biggest comeback, especially for someone like Prince Uji, who has been there for such a long time. The world of battle, certainly, Miramar has turned into a world of battle for them. Talk about Team Dragons slowly approaching, but the Kingslayers, are they prepared to strike is going to be the question. 12 eliminations, 6 on Addy. What have been these players doing?
I mean, pretty much on steroids. I guess in this particular game, the way Addy has been playing, 6 finishes for him. When was the last time you saw him play like this? And lovely stuff, especially how game number 1 really did not go their way. As PMWI IGL gets taken down. The lights closing right in front of their eyes for Inferno Squad. As Silly this time, they decide to charge in on the players of Coronado Esports. Mining Jod already done and dusted. And Silly Esports instantly redeemed themselves back in the map of Miramar. 10 finishes already in the top 6.
Exactly, but the problem is Team TWB, their visual fixes. And it seems like if they start on with their utility barrage themselves, Team Silly Esports, it will be extremely difficult for them to actually keep their position and hold it for a very long time. I love the fact that they did deploy some decoy smokes to cover their positioning and did try to reposition themselves. On the other side, TWOB, high ground advantage once again for them. Seems like Cyrax did find the opening. Inferno is down. But one player from Team Bliss, extremely close quarters, but the smoke did hide his presence. He in fact escapes from the grims of death. Alleged, still trying to find the knock. In fact, he actually does.
He certainly does, and still a lot to be done. At least for TWOB, if they need to secure this chicken dinner. But AJ just being caught off their pants right over there. Night King dealing that death blow, and instantly will get a couple more. And he is definitely a man who looks nigh unstoppable at this point, because Night King, the moment he gets that revive, the moment he gets a couple of knocks here and there, he is going to get a lot of finishes to his name. But Hesperos, yeah, he's been doing that for a long time, because for Team Limra, when we looked at them, they got a squad wipe. I think it was TCW.
Yeah.
But after that, had a big trouble getting inside the circle. So if you cannot enter inside the zone, might as well patch yourself up.
This is impeccable stuff, honestly, because Hesperos, 4 eliminations on board, which means 4 points, and now a 5th position exit. Yes, he does not really have any sort of meds. He did try to reach that crate to find some more, but there was no time at all. 5th position elimination for Team Limra. A good enough performance, but coming back in this game, Silly Esports, they've done a fantastic job. On the other side, Bliss have been surviving for long. TWOB have been on a dominating run. They're stomping everyone that they can spot, and as of now, it seems like even Night King wants to kind of dodge a couple of those initial jabs so they can come up with a cross of his own.
He does not need an army, does he? The way he's been playing. In fact, for Team Dragons, all they need to make it and convert it into a Frost Dragon, but they fail this time. But TWOB are the ones who come flying through. In the previous game, they were off to a really good start, had a great time, but this time, they put a ring on it. They got that chicken dinner to their names, and TWOB I think this is one of those teams that I feel like already have done 50 to 60% of the hard work that needed to be done. I think we'll be sitting at around 25, 28 points. And when we have been talking about the cutoff, somewhere around 40 to 45, I think I would love where TWOB are right now.
Absolutely. There is no denying the fact that TWOB have been brilliant. In fact, it's not just their positioning skills, right? They not only predict the circles right, but they also get the benefits out of it as well, going in for the eliminations, getting the high ground advantage. I kind of felt like Miramar can be Orangutan or probably even Raw Officials game, but TWOB, they snatched it away from them.
We did not see what happened to Orangutan, really. All we could see was we just had two players of OG surviving, and then suddenly they get wiped out. But I think, like you said, right, TWOB was certainly the best team so far. Looking at how they've been playing, round 1 was amazing, round 2 was amazing, off to a really good start in round number 3. I think the consistency has been there, the momentum that we keep talking about is there for this team. But putting TWOB aside, I think I was really impressed with two other teams. I think Silly Esports and Team Dragons. Considering did not have such a great start in Erangel, I'm very happy to see them recover so much in this particular map.
100%. And in fact, to kind of add to that list as well, I believe I was impressed with Team 8-Bit initially, especially when they actually got that backstab against WSB. But their movement up front was kind of stopped by the fellow sides of Team Silly Esports. You can't really blame them in a way where they were trying to be the late entrants, but extremely happy with the way they are coming back. We will actually see the winner chicken in a moment once again, because it all happened in a flash fixes. Could not really get Juicy. Yes, he was brilliant in that fight, but Silly Esports, oh my god.
Did you look at that grenade, how it just ricocheted back and suddenly two players get taken down? So that was the beauty of it. And this was one moment, and the other was Night King. I think this man, he was the lonesome survivor for his team, and he did a lot. He did a lot, to be honest. Got frags in multiple directions. He was all over the place. But towards the end, I think TWOB literally had their work cut out. They knew that from the opposing side, they had just had a couple of players surviving. I think individual players, one was Inferno, one was Night King, and did not have a lot of trouble. There was Hesperos. He was in a different galaxy of his own. He was just heal battling. But still, with Team Limra, truth be told, I'm not really impressed, because the moment BGIS concluded, I really felt like this could be the Limra year. But is their performance really backing it up? No.
Yes, and it seems like the change in momentum and the change in mentality, right, fixes, because once again, Team Limra, when they have to start things from scratch, Team Limra, their engines take a while to actually get into full-fledged gear. If you talk about it, they did have that lovely setup, the 3-1 setup to actually stop the backstab from coming in. They did get their 4 eliminations on board as well, but then they had no clue on what to do further, right? You always need to have an action plan. Yes, you are setting up a gatekeeping measure. That is perfect, but then what after? You do get the eliminations, but then you have to find a space for yourself as well.
Of course you have to, and this is where, our standards with Team Limra set so high that, even one bad game, and that is where we, start frowning over them. That is where we, just pull out our hairs, because for Team Limra, the starting fight was pretty much perfect. I think just barring losing out on one of their players, but still 3 players in exchange of getting 4 finishes, it's fine. But what next? And especially when you know that Miramar is your strong suit. Is it about taking things for granted? Is it about that hunger just dying down after BGIS? Whatever the case is, we are not seeing the Team Limra that we once saw before. And we cannot also get this argument into position that, times have changed. It's just a couple of months, and they've not made any changes in their roster. So I had a little bit of high expectations, and I think quite disappointed with OG as well.
Quite disappointed with OG. We'll find that out in the point standings as of now. TWOB right at the tippity top, 12 finish points on board and 22 total points. If you talk about Team Dragons, then they've got 19. I feel like Team Dragons were the most aggressive team in this lobby, especially with the way they dealt with the 2 squads. Silly Esports did exceptionally well, 15 points coming in from them. Team Limra, yes, they did get themselves 9 eliminations, but the only point of concern which me and Fixes were talking about is that this 9 could have been 19.
It could have been more, pretty much, because even the Erangel game, they got what, 2 or 3 points?
Yeah.
And that's not acceptable. What is even worse is Gen X FM. Where were they in this game. Really did not see them, and same goes with Legacy. You lose out on your IGL once, and the next moment all the players get eliminated. For Phoenix, I think they can take a step back, considering their first game was quite good. WSB, a little bit of a letdown from their side, but again, a little bit of a leeway. Again, Erangel game was pretty decent, but for TMG, they also look pretty lost this time.
They did look pretty lost, but coming back to WSB, it seemed like WSB being in a position where they were supposed to where they were the ones who were supposed to backstab, but they did not really expect. They had no player station to actually check their backlines as well, because they were considerably out in the open. And then, of course, Team 8-Bit come in the backside of everyone, and they're like, all right, surprise, fellas. Well, talking about the match summary, we do have 59 eliminations, 1 vehicle finish. Total healings of 11,495. A lot of improvement considering the map of Erangel.
Yeah, I think when you look at what has happened, and in fact that 1 vehicle finish, I'm pretty sure that's one of the players of WSB, Omega.
Yeah.
He was run over when we saw them. They were in such a bad spot. I think we were talking about this, that they would be rotating from the edges, but who were even thinking 2 steps ahead was Team 8-Bit. They were far off behind, and WSB did not see them coming. So as in turn got taken down, and I think we did talk about how good Dragon was. We talked about how good Silly was, but I wanted to talk about one individual player. I wanted to talk about how good Juicy was in this game of Miramar, because being the IGL for his team, and considering 8-Bit did get that first chicken dinner, I think he's just carrying it forward. I think this time around 4 to 5 finishes for himself. He's been quite stellar.
It's not just the finishes when you actually consider Juicy and his gameplay, right? I believe what Team 8-Bit wanted to do with Silly Esports initially was Juicy was trying to hold them off. In fact, he had the Rich to play with. He was constantly tossing in those nades and the utility, where I believe the rest of the players could have utilized that space, could have utilized that time, could have actually moved in, leapfrog this squad, get inside the circle. No, they did engage in that particular fight, and I feel that is where exactly the problem started. But individually for Juicy, I believe this man has been an absolute best. You still remember that slap back?
Oh, we certainly do. I cannot really forget. We've got a lot of moments with Juicy, not just inside the game, but also outside the game. He is pretty much a good assaulter. We have been talking about that. But yes, the Miramar game, that has been done and dusted. It was quite crazy, to be honest, the action brewing up. But next up, we've got a new set of matches, new set of groups also coming in. But all of it, folks, after this short little break.
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to iQOO BMPS 2024. And after 2 blockbuster games, we are here with Sanhok. Of course, a small change on the panel. Mr. Necro is back on the desk. Necro, how was that game of Miramar especially? And what do you think of TWOB on a domination trot?
Now listen, not exactly a blockbuster game if you'd like to say, considering the action started off quite late inside of the game, and knowing the fact that TWOB, as you mentioned on that dominating run, one thing is for sure, we all saw this coming. TWOB, they're on the path for vengeance. We know the fact that TWOB has been struggling way too much in the past tournaments. Now they're back over here, looking much more reformed and much more set. This form that TWOB has, let's just hope that it's going to be continued on forward even in the upcoming moments, right? But the real conversation over here has to be OG.
Yeah.
They're now struggling. Even Team Limra struggling way too much. And speaking of Team Limra, in the past round 2 that they played, they were looking at a top-notch form, but now the transition is not looking that great.
Exactly right. And in fact, you stole words from my mouth as well. We were talking about Orangutan and Team Limra and trying to identify what exactly the problems was. And now it seems like with the change in pace of the game, right? The change of pace of the game from round 2 to round 3 has been massive. It seems like that is the one that is causing all the problems, because Orangutan, even in the map of Erangel, even in the map of Miramar, they had the edges of the circle, but not a lot of finishes to actually account for.
Yeah, once again, the main problem with OG in the first game was they were way too out in the open. They were playing on that slope. Now, I'm not really going to blame OG for that first game. The zone was way too weird. Let's be honest, it's one of those terrains that's really tough to play with. Luckily enough for 8-Bit, the only reason why they won the game is because they had the zone to play with in the first place. They had the biggest advantage. The zone was pretty much served to them in a silver platter, and that's why 8-Bit came out on top. Now, OG's first game left out. They should have kept that thing in mind and moved on forward with that same mindset towards the game of Miramar. But once again, even Miramar now slipped out. They will need to be back tomorrow once again and hope for the best. And that's where the main problems will start to strike for OG.
Absolutely. Well, talking about problems, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have also been having problems in your gaming sessions, why not consider yourself the iQOO Z9S and the Z9S Pro. Wonderful device, power-packed with features, and in fact, there's a wonderful giveaway that is going on as well. 15 of those devices are being given away. If you go to Google and search iQOO Z9S series, you might actually stand a chance to win one for yourself. Necro and Johnny have decided their devices. I'm still kind of salty about that decision, but well, we can't really do anything about it, can we?
It's mine, and it's Johnny's. You don't have a share in it anymore, my friends. You just better sit back and relax, right? And enjoy the games that are going to be happening in the front. And speaking of the front, speaking of the future itself, Group 1, the Group of Death will be in action. And inside of the Group 1, you've got so many struggling names, by the way. Yes, the T1 names I'm speaking of, and one of those is also going to be Team Versatile. Team Versatile Esports have been struggling way too much. The same thing can be said for Mogo Esports too. In the round 2, they were struggling way too much. And now that they're going to move on towards the Group of Death, I'm not sure what to expect.
Honestly speaking, Necro, even I have no clue on what to expect. Team Versatile, they had that chicken dinner which kind of restabilized their position on the overall standings. But the standings are in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. TWOB right at the tippity top, 35 points. You've got Team Dragons as well, 25 points. Brilliant game on the map of Miramar. 2 lovely squad wipes to actually count for. Team 8-Bit, 20 points. Started off on a strong note, could not really continue the run of form. And then, of course, Silly Esports. Extremely happy with this team, Necro.
Yeah, even Bliss getting 10 points. That's not a bad outing at all. Even WSB getting 10 points. Team Limra, 13 points in the span of 2 games. I would say that's not bad, but still, considering it's Team Limra, you expect a bit more of that performance in just the 2 games. Inferno Squad having the dip in that form as well. Just 8 points in 2 games. Even TCW only getting 5 points. Legacy Esports, veterans inside of the lineup, still struggling.
Absolutely struggling with 4 points that they have acquired. Team Orangutan, I believe this has been the biggest struggle story as of now inside of round 3.
The crazy part is you're back and OG's not performing.
Right. I believe I was sent by some mysterious group, some secret societies, that OG does not perform.
Yeah.
My luck factor is absolutely crazy, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like a rivalry going on between you and OG just because you left that org.
No, I don't believe it's a rivalry. It's a lovely relationship that we still maintain. It's just my bad luck quotient. I call it BLQ, Necro.
Yeah, it's like whenever you're joining any sort of org, they don't tend to perform. Now you're over here on the desk. OG's not performing, considering that's your ex-team. Something's going on here, Salty. Maybe you need to have some rituals going on for yourself as well before you step on the stage.
Well, talking about rituals, it seemed like, yes, certainly a lot of rituals is required, because considering my current endeavors as well, not really going that well, but we will talk about it.
He's like the Maisie from the English desk, I'm not going to lie. But you know what? Let's move on the conversation towards the Group 1, the Group of Death itself. And we know in the Group 1, it's pretty much stacked. You've got teams like Global Esports, Mogo Esports, Versatile, FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, and the names are going to keep on stacking up. One thing is for sure, we want chaos from this group.
We certainly want chaos, but where will the chaos come from is going to be the question. Because
Global Esports and Mogo.
I mean, yes, but Mogo Esports did manage to struggle inside of round 2, right? And that is why my questions will be raised. Yes, S-Power did not play, but when he actually comes back, I believe that he will bring back that aggression, and the rest of the players will also play a little more freely. So Mogo Esports potentially have a chance to perform.
I mean, listen, all we can do is just sit down and hope for the best, right? For Mogo Esports, the main playing force should be in action, considering now it's not time to experiment anything, and now it's not time to test the waters. It's time to take things way too serious. They should look at the previous group as an example, and look at OG as an example too. OG has been struggling way too much. Just getting single digits on the board, less than 5 points in 2 games. Now that's a big sign of concern. Now if the teams like Team Crore as well, the newer faces in the upcoming group, even if they do want to perform, their head's going to be on the swivels. Let's be honest, off the rip. For Team Crore, if they do want to get any sort of points in their hands, they need to go aggressive off the rip. That's the only way they can secure points. Unless they can go for the chicken dinner, but we all know in the final few moments, the usual suspects, they're probably going to snatch it away.
Yeah, and we haven't really spoken about the aggressive ones actually. We haven't really spoken about Team Insane as of now. They have been doing brilliantly. Team Blind, as a matter of fact, expectations will be on them, but could not really show their true colors, especially inside of round 2. But RTGXIND Necro, what do you think about this team?
Now listen, you spoke about Team Insane, and keep this thing in mind. Team Insane barely qualified, man, inside of this round. So Team Insane just having 26 points in the overall standings, just barely above that cutoff point. So even for Team Insane, I'm not going to lie, they were probably sitting in the back lines, hoping for the best and praying. So nothing can be said even for Team Insane. A lot of these known names have been struggling in the past, but all you can do is hope for the best future. Even Reckoning Esports is pretty much on that same panel. Sometimes they perform, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure what's going on with this on and off performance, but a team that's been super consistent, that's going to be Global Esports and iQOO Seoul, and even HRZ, honored rivals. In the past known as Skulls Esports, we have been watching this team for a long time, and the consistency's once again moved up over here in the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Absolutely. HRZ, in my opinion, have been one of the teams to actually look out for if you consider the undergods, but all of them have actually transitioned to pros. But I want to know your thoughts about Carpe Diem as of now, because the first round, yes, they did kind of struggle initially, but when they actually got their form back up, round 2 was pretty comfortable for them, but I believe that that was still not their peak.
You want me to be nice, or you want me to be brutally honest?
I want you to be brutally honest, Necro.
Now listen, for Carpe Diem, it feels like they still need a bit more time to adjust to each other. I'm going to be honest. Communication still seems a problem. Team synergy still seems a problem in proper 4-on-4 fights when they're going off against a proper T1 team. If they're going off against someone that are quite the newer faces on the banner, they can easily come out on top. But if you're facing off against someone that has been there in the competitive side for a long time, that's when Carpe Diem struggles, because communication needs to be on point. We're speaking about micro adjustments over here. But you know what? Let's move on towards the third game of the day. That will be the game of Sanhok.
Well, the map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, the land of chaos is live right now, and we certainly are flying over a very weird flight path. If you actually talk about it, this is the smallest map on the game itself, so it doesn't really matter. But we start our journey from the lands of Hatin, and we move towards Lakawi. We're still looking for those initial drop collisions as of now. Expecting a couple of those. iQOO Seoul, Global Esports, Necro, do we have that on board?
That's a good question. And maybe that is happening. iQOO Seoul and Global Esports, both of them are moving towards that temple area. We're going to see that drop clash once again. And both these teams are quite the stubborn ones. You know, the fight's already going to start off with the shanks. Everyone's going to try to dagger each other down. Is it going to be iQOO Seoul to come out on top, or is it going to be Global Esports this time around? iQOO Seoul recently have been winning the majority of the battles, but maybe Global Esports, they would want to readjust. But it's actually iQOO Seoul moving towards that Camp Alpha side. What are your thoughts about that now?
Exactly right. It seems like Team iQOO Seoul, they're kind of disengaging in Global Esports. They want to take a fight. Ninja Boy taking in shots, the bird's eye, of course. No way for Team iQOO Seoul to actually retaliate, but Global Esports did take their chance. So potentially, if these teams actually match each other in the next game of Sanhok, there will be a fight. Team iQOO Seoul will be looking to hit back.
Hands down. Global Esports were ready to face off against the players of iQOO Seoul. But for iQOO Seoul, they maybe want to try something new. They don't want to face off against the players of Global Esports off the rip. They know they've only got 2 games to play today, and they want to make the most out of those.
The fun part was, Necro, the last time Team iQOO Seoul and Global Esports met in the Temple Hills, it was Global Esports who actually backed off.
Yes.
So it will be pretty interesting to see what will the response from iQOO Seoul be. Will they take this fight, or will they try and play for those initial bit of placements, and then we go the Mania way.
So majority of the times, it's been Global Esports backing away from this spot.
Yeah.
But now this time, for the first time, we're seeing iQOO Seoul back away. And that's quite weird. As I mentioned, for iQOO Seoul, they do realize the depth of the situation. They know they've only got 2 games to play in today's day. And they don't want to mess up with that flow, the momentum that they've got, right? Because you can't say iQOO Seoul sort of received that reality check in the round 2 itself.
Yeah.
In the span of 3 games, they only had 10 points. And if you remember, even in the latter 3 games that they were playing, the first game of Erangel, iQOO Seoul lost on Mania.
Yeah.
And that was a big, tough pill to swallow. But still, luckily enough, iQOO Seoul got away with decent points.
Wait, honestly, what is going on over here as of now? You've got Team LOL's Kunal, especially from this lineup. He's got a nade that has been cooked up and he's trying to throw it, but Slug all by himself without any sort of support. This is a very weird fight, but completely one-on-one. There is no cover whatsoever, Necro.
Oh, the opponent's got his hands on the double-barrel shotgun, and that's where the disadvantage now strikes. Slug is going for the patch-up with the med kit, and the med comes out! What? Still, it's going to be Slug with a quick reaction on the board as he strikes down the man from TGL, and that's now going to be a reality check slap back to the player.
I mean, honestly, Kunal, what were you doing over there? He had a full-fledged assault rifle to actually wield. This man made the jump, the plunge out of the window to try and actually go in for the shot connection. But Slug, oh my boy. What a player, what a reflex. I mean, to actually understand the gravity of the situation, he knew that the footsteps were approaching him. Potentially there is going to be a jump shot coming along his way, but the way he dealt with it, the drop shot, the connection with the shotgun, it was so good to watch. But Global Esports, they're on their merry way. But the question is, Necro, why was Slug in that place in the first place?
Now, Global Esports just spread themselves out. As soon as they realized that there's no one there on top of the temple, Slug was on the move towards that area, vicinity. And for Team LOLs, the real question is, what was Kunal doing there? He knows there's iQOO Seoul and Global Esports dropping on top. He needs to be a little bit more cautious. But instead, he was still in the enemy territory. And then he just got slapped back with the reality.
It was not even an enemy territory. It was an absolute military base that has been set up. But Global Esports, they certainly have control over the shorelines. And so do Team Honored Rivals as well. I mean, for Team Honored Rivals, I believe they would ideally love to cross on over. But look at this replay once again. Look at that shot coming in from Slug.
Yeah, quick.
Reflexes on that trigger was faster than his movement.
Oh my god.
Shots from Kunal were accurate, but he still managed to dodge it with a drop shot.
They weren't accurate. Now, the only reason for that was because he was vaulting over that window.
Yeah.
And when you're vaulting, you can't be accurate. And that's where he messed up. So he should have at least opened the door, maybe try and stop that medkit from coming through. Should have played a little bit of those mind games with Slug and then maybe go for a proper contention. That could have been one way to make sure that the fight's going to be yours. But hey, it's done. So let's move on. HRZ, even they're facing off against the players of RTGXIND. There's one man in the front lines a little bit in the name of Arib. And keep this thing in mind, Arib has been the main playmaker for this entire lineup. RTGXIND, quite the known bunch. This time with a lot of those dreams that they want to make sure that come into fruition. Versatile Esports, even they're facing off against Hyderabad Hydras as one of the men gets picked off. And now that's a big blow.
Now, this is a fight to actually watch out for. Two very marquee teams inside of this competition. Team Versatile, a team who did have their fair share of struggles. I mean, they did come in through with this chicken dinner inside of round 2. But I believe apart from that, this team has been struggling in making their presence felt. And Hyderabad Hydras have been on a dominating run so far. Losing out on Moksh might actually halter their hopes of going aggressive in this fight. They will try and preserve their locations. Meanwhile, just watching Versatile get away from their range, and it's good for both. But so far, Necro, it seems like Sanhok did come to a standstill, did not expect this to happen, but also considering that this is their first game, everyone wants to build up their mojo.
They indeed want to. Sanhok is also such an off start, right? Off the rip, you're forced to go off against each other.
Yeah.
You're forced to play aggressive. And Mogo Esports is one of those. You would want to see this team on the aggressive footing. Now they've once again got the proper playing for Destro as Power Delta PG and Justin. But still, we have seen this playing 4 as well collapse time and time in the past. So approach has to be flawless. But when you're moving inside of the map of Sanhok, it is pretty much a zone-oriented map. If the zone pops up on you, there's a high chance you will be the one to snatch the chicken dinner away in the final few moments. If the zone doesn't, well then you need to be the cleanup crew and fight through all the problems.
I believe they want to be the cleanup crew as of now. Just barely managing to find the entry inside the circle. Right now in Paradise Resort. And you know, with this 4-man lineup for Mogo Esports, I believe they will be back in their merry ways. They will be back playing their aggressive game. That will be natural. I've never really seen S-Power play with one of his hands tied back. He always wants to express himself inside of the game as well, trying to go for the fights that he wants to. And in fact, he succeeds in majority of them. But the team we have to talk about, Necro, has to be Carpe Diem. And I wonderfully agree with one of your points that you actually made about Carpe Diem. The communication aspect of this team, I feel that is a little lost in certain games. Fierce does overextend a couple of times here and there, and that does result in his demise.
Yeah, the main problem is Carpe Diem, they're filled with a lot of that revenge, if you'd like to say. And that revenge is also causing them to be a little bit too aggressive inside of the lobby. And that means they're also quite confident with their approach. And sometimes that confidence can lead to overconfidence as well. There's a thin line between that. And when there's a lot of that confidence, when you're taking a lot of those fights, micro adjustments are of the essence. And that's where they crack. Micro adjustments are something Carpe Diem can lose out on. Even surrounding awareness, we have seen from Carpe Diem lacking a lot of those times. But the iQOO MVP of that previous game was Cyrax from TWOB. A lot of that damage dished out, 1,263, but just 6 finishes. Beautiful stuff from TWOB. This team is on a spree, and I would want them to continue.
Absolutely. You know, it's not just about the 6 eliminations, right? The damage numbers on this man was astounding. 1,253 over there. But look at this right now. Carpe Diem versus Team Versatile. This is a fight that we have been expecting. The first nade did fly in. But as of now, no contact has been established. It was a 2v2 encounter. But this has been a fight that everyone has been looking out for. Ex-teammates. You've got Pokar, who was once Somraj's teammate right now, just going head-to-head as IGLs. But Team Versatile, they decide to fall back. Team Carpe Diem, they've been left stranded.
I mean, once again, Carpe Diem, they're quite the stubborn ones. They're not going to back away from the fight. And Versatile, realizing that fact, backing away themselves, because they know they've only got 2 games to play. And Versatile, they've been struggling too much in the past couple of rounds, so they don't want to be on the struggling side of things. Once again, Team Insane, they do spot out the players of Diem. As now Evil was taking a lot of those shots against him. Luckily enough, Combo Boy moves away in the nick of time. Still the shots are continuously taken, but Evil could have been knocked out. This was a big sign of concern. Evil was taken down way too low for Team Insane. Now this is going to be a reality check. They need to be a little bit more careful.
They certainly will have to. Team Insane, if you talk about them, the positioning was great, but I believe that Carpe Diem, especially with Pokar holding onto his vehicle over there, would actually hit back, but that did not happen. For Team Insane, they still have the high ground, almost the central part of the circle. And in fact, they will have to travel extremely close to reach their nearest hotspot. That will be Painan. So I believe for Team Insane, things are going to be merry. But I really want to find out what exactly Carpe Diem and their plans hold for us. This team wanting to look aggressive initially. Now they're starting to kind of fall back. On the other side, Team Reckoning Esports. They've had their fair share of struggles throughout this tournament.
They indeed have. But something that will make sure that you're not going to have any struggles is the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. You move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S. You might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. You can be that one lucky winner out of 15. Godsreen on the screen. As Godsreen once again looking to scout out the crowds. They need to be a little bit more cautious. This approach that Godsreen is showcasing, luckily enough for them, backline's quite secured. It's all good in the hood. The only threat's going to be in the front. There's 3 teams, by the way, in the front lines towards that hilltop. One of them is Carpe Diem. The second one's Team Insane. Right next to Team Insane, there's also Versatile Esports. A lot of those teams now starting to stack up towards that area, as iQOO Seoul is still towards Temple.
I love this circle shift, Necro. Moving in towards Mogo Esports as of now. Destro will be feeling extremely lucky, but look at the instant movement coming in from Team Insane, right? They spot the lines in between the teams, they spot the gaps and want to actually exploit them as of now. Team Crore, They don't really have to move a lot as of yet. I would love to see Team Mogo Esports actually venture out a little towards the north, potentially getting a couple of teams coming in from the northern lines. Can land them a couple of finishes.
It indeed can. And looking at how things are right now too, right? Team Insane, you spoke about them a while ago, but Team Insane, they found themselves in the smack center of a lot of those teams, just like TWOB in the map of Erangel.
Yeah.
The only difference was TWOB, they had much more of a better compound to play with. For Team Insane, they don't. Still in a big state of discomfort, and that's where things can now strike. If the players of iQOO keep on moving from this same spot, Mudith will have a big strike upon himself. Luckily enough, though, he's still not spotted, but Mudith himself has a chance to strike down at least a few players. But iQOO, they move away. Now they've got their hands on the high ground to play with, and it's one of the best spots you can ask for, but still, they need to move inside of the safety lines.
But this is not ideal, Necro, because Mudith is the only player that Team LOLs have inside the blue zone. LOLs himself is quite out inside the blue, so he's taking in damage. Mudith being the only player, I believe that his best bet would be to try and get a couple of eliminations from Team iQOO, but to actually get the entire squad wipe, I believe that would be nigh impossible. As of now, Team iQOO, they have their cherry move inside the circle. There's no one stopping them as of now. Seriously want Team iQOO to try and get inside the fighting lines, because that is where the entertainment lies, Necro.
Indeed it does. And it's like Team LOLs was broken with that one single approach from Global Esports, right?
Yeah.
Slug. As soon as Slug struck down the first player, now Team LOLs is taken down to just a two-man squad. I'm not sure what happened to the third player. But yeah, for Team LOLs, this is quite a bad start, I'm not going to lie. Versatile Esports playing it way too passive, and Equinox now has a chance to strike down a few players as he finds the first strike on Wizard. Now it's time to be a little bit more cautious, tossing in the utilities, holding the push off for a bit more. Equinox all by himself towards this compound, as Raiden's going to find the second knock, but this time it's going to be an even Steven trade. FS Esports still on the man disadvantage as the players of Versatile Esports. They've got the advantage inside of the fight, and FS Esports now looking to deliver a few more knockout blows. Clutch is in the outskirts, the Molotov's in there, that's why he can't move inside of the house, but eventually the Molotov fades away, but still, it's going to be Versatile Esports dominating the spree. And eventually, the players of FS Esports, they're crumbling down slowly and steadily. One last string is still alive inside of the game in the name of Clutch. Can he clutch out the spot? That's the question. Wizard is still ticking to his death as Equinox is in the back lines. Even the wall of death, it starts to move. And now Clutch is going for that patch. Equinox can hear the first aid. He knows where the man is too. And he also spots the Glimmer now. It's going to be a one-on-one face-off. Equinox, he vaults inside of the house, and that's going to be the death blow handed by the player of VST.
This man is an absolute monster. The Octopus himself getting 4 eliminations on board. Team Versatile, yes, of course, they did get 3 casualties in this fight, but FS Esports is not a team to actually scoff at. Wonderful in taking these 4v4 affairs. And in spite of the fact that Trace God was taken out early, I still felt like Clutch potentially might actually bring things back. But on the other side, we have another fight. It's between the top dogs, Reckoning Esports versus Team Global Esports. Some initial bit of utility was definitely exchanged, but it seems like Beast, Mavi and Ninja Boy, they're not willing to stop Necro.
They indeed are not. It's Global Esports we're speaking of. And Global Esports never backs away from a fight. We just saw Formidable Force take an exit from the lobby in the name of FS Esports, but even FS Esports dealt a lot of that damage against VXT. So for now, VXT is just Equinox standing inside of the game. But yeah, with the fight kicked off, I genuinely thought VXT should have the bigger advantage, but they still messed up a little bit. A huge shout out to our official mobility partner. That's going to be the Hero Extreme 125R. Make sure to move on and check it out. But moving back towards the game, even Carpadium, they found themselves a decent lay of the land to play with. Imprint Esports is going to be in the front. They need to be a little bit more cautious with the approach. Just one man from Imprint Esports in the enemy territory. But even for Carpadium, they've got their own troubles.
Exactly right. And I believe for Imprint Esports, the best bet that they would have against Carpe Diem is to have their positions anonymous. Not letting them know from where they will actually strike. Talking about striking, it seems like Beast did find that one knock against Team Honored Rivals, but Arthur was cooking up that nade. The nade did come flying in, but another knock. was almost there. In fact, it has been confirmed. The Beast just proving himself to be the beast that he is, being pressured by two different players, but still managing to survive and wonderfully handling it like a champ.
Yeah, that's now incredible. Bitchloo is now starting to make the pounces ball for HRZ. They will be the one to come out on top. Unfortunately for Beast, he could not really keep up with that ref. He will be struck down as well. Global Esports, even they're starting to face that brunt as they're taken down to just a two-man squad. The zone not really panning out for the players of Global Esports as Ninja Boy's wall gets struck down. I'm not sure what's happening with the players of Global Esports. It's a domino effect. As one man falls down, even the rest, they follow up like a chain effect.
Now it's just all down to Slug. And he was the one who actually got Global Esports their first finish inside of this game. Potentially, he will be the one who actually gets the last one as well. Radon from RTGXIND all by himself with Team LOLs trying to fight against him. I'm not really sure why Team LOLs is taking an aggressive route, but potentially it's all about gaining those finish points. Radon has been taking down, another finish point added to Team LOLs, but it's just one so far and they need so much rotational pathway to cover.
For Team LOLs, this game seems like it's pretty much done for, I'm not gonna lie. Still barely surviving on a sliver of HP, the man is. But look at the next zone, shifting right on top of the players of Godsreen. They were in that same spot for such a long time, but patience finally pay off. And as I mentioned, in the final few moments, if the zone shifts right on top of you, the game is served on a silver platter. And that's what's happening for Godsreen. Carpadium, they face off against the players of Reckoning Esports, as now the early hand advantage is going to be with them. But what just happened? A name from Picard catches his own teammate, and that was such a big blunder. And that's going to give the exact opening the players of Reckoning Esports needed. A second lifeline, a second chance to life for the players of Reckoning Esports, as they're now looking to make that push, because they know the opponents are way too hurt. Gravity IGL's right next to that rock, and still the revival's coming into fruition. And here comes the push from Carpadium. Unfortunately for Reckoning Esports, completely lost off the fact that the opponents are right next to him. And eventually the entirety of Reckoning Esports, they will come crashing down.
They will definitely come crashing down, but right from the ashes, the Phoenix will rise, and Carpe Diem just being the scavengers from the backlines, of course. There is another team. It's going to be Hydra by the Hydras. Two teams were definitely knocking horns initially, but now it's Insidious trying to stay alive. He is going to bite the dust. The play zone, the damage is going to be massive. Stage 5. And Hydra by the Hydras will have to give up on Insidious. Crypto, the last man still alive. Seems like it's going to be an extremely hard job, especially with Team Insane up north. But I still want to come back to that conversation of Carpe Diem. That was so brilliant, especially taking so many players down in the process. Max is still alive, but taking damage from the blue. 9 first aid kits in his kitty, Necro. How many position points?
Well, maybe not a lot. But hold on to that thought. You still got a big standoff coming through. 3 teams right next to each other. Insane, Godsreen, and iQOO Soul. For iQOO Soul, somehow, they found themselves quite a brilliant rotation to play with. Manya and Ninja right next to each other. For Team Godsreen, once again, the zone just popping right on top of them. And the only compound that Godsreen has, it's also inside of the circle. Now for iQOO Soul, they're left to do a lot of this Herculean task. If they do want to find themselves victorious, they need to strike down the players of Godsreen. And for now, it seems next to impossible. It's Godsreen you're speaking of. They've got the advantage, and they're not going to let it go just like that.
They certainly are not going to let it go. Team iQOO Soul knocking on their doors. It's going to be tough, but with the artilleries that have been exchanged, it seems like Team iQOO Soul, they've got themselves some sort of space to actually work with. Manya does have the nade equipped as well. If it does land and if it does find the opening, I believe Team iQOO Soul would charge, but if it's still off target as of now, Godsreen surviving. Knuckle on the backlines, taking in damage from Blind Sora, if I'm not mistaken. I believe this is going to be problematic for Team iQOO Soul.
It's not looking good. It's not looking fluid. I'm not going to lie. This is way too rough patch for iQOO Soul. How can they deal with 3 different squads at the same time? It's also the players of Team Insane in the front. Even that one last man surviving from the side of Blind Esports is striking down the player as he also hands out the confirmation. As the players of Godsreen, they're also taking a fight against Team Insane. Even Equinox from Team Versatile is just waiting to be unleashed, waiting for the right moment of pounce. Another nade tossed in, and it's going to find the knockout. A return one towards Ninja 2. And now iQOO Soul just does not have enough man number to take a fight against Godsreen.
Exactly. Team iQOO Soul just falling prey to their own passiveness as if now this is not their approach. They love to play it aggressive. They love to actually get inside the heads of the opposition. But now it seems like it's only Manya who stands tall. He will have to crawl his way inside the playing circle, but it won't be easy. Especially with too many players, too many teams. Still in the fighting corridors. Team Insane doing a fabulous job. Blind Sora from the backlines has been phenomenal, Necro.
Yeah, this one single man has been doing a lot of that damage to the teams inside of the circle. Blind Sora, he was dishing out so much damage, handing out so many death blows. This one single man from Blind Esports, he squeezed up a decent amount of points. Got taken down in the top 5 as well off the game, so that's quite a decent outing. Decent amount of points secured from that lead. Versatile Esports, they take a fight against the players of God's Arena, and now this might just be the go call for Team Insane. But still, the big man advantage is in the hands of God's Arena. There's a high chance the player can be struck down, but instead it's Manya to get taken down and outside of the game. As now it's a fight between the players of Team Insane and God's Arena. Fury's still in the back lines, and for some reason, for God's Arena's game, this has been spoiled. Fury in the back, he's trying his best to get something done behind the street. God's Arena's game's been spoiled. This should have been their game in the first place, but Fury's still trying his best to fight back around this tree as he jiggles across. Ooh. He needs to face off against 2 players at the same time, but Fury, he won't have a chance.
Oh my goodness, that end game. It was dicey, it was definitely sweaty, especially for the likes of God's Reign, but what a game it was from Team Insane. I mean, the recovery was great, right? Especially if you look at it from a point where they certainly were starting to lose players. Team iQOO Soul was also coming on top of them, but eventually it's all good in the hood. Expected a little more from Team God's Reign, but it's fine. I believe it was just the first game.
It was also the players of Versatile taking shots against them. Even Manya, the one last man stranded from the side of iQOO Soul, even he was able to do a lot of that damage against the players of God's Reign. So God's Reign could not really do a lot. The individual snakes, they're always supposed to be the table turner, and that's what happened. But hey, look who came out on top. It's Team Insane, a team that's supposed to perform on the day one.
Absolutely. Well, it is Team Insane right now inside of the Pro Series. They've always had that history, Necro.
Yeah.
But talk about Versatile as of now, right? This team, yes, it was just Aquanox who was surviving till the very end, but I believe that they start on the right foot, they start on the right front, right? Aggressive, they show their intent as well, that they're not willing to back off from the fights. Yes, against Carpe Diem, they did have their struggles, fair share of struggles, but apart from that, I believe for Versatile Esports, it was a good outing.
Listen, you cannot really forget about Sora from Blind Esports, right? As you brought him up, and knowing the fact that Sorov has always been that playmaker for Blind Esports, once again doing such a great job. He was inside of that house all the way back in the blue. He struck down Knuckle from the side of iQOO Soul. He instantly got the confirmation as well, so that's 1 free point. Moved on forward, took down a few players of Team Insane. Even he made hell for Team Insane as well, and then in the final few moments, he got taken down by the play zone itself. So for Blind Esports, Sorov was able to secure a decent amount of points, if you would like to say so, because now Blind Esports, they're going to have a decent outing out of that game. And knowing the fact that how Blind Esports was struggling in that past round, these points are going to mean a lot.
So these points definitely will mean a lot. And in fact, their start today, it definitely was not ideal, but this is something that they can build upon, right?
Yeah.
But for Team iQOO Soul, I'm not really sure what went wrong, because this team always starts on an aggressive front. They like to express themselves, but now it feels like they're playing a little bit reserved, right?
I mean, you cannot really blame the players of iQOO Soul either, man. With the way God's Reign was positioned, the players of iQOO Soul did not have the exact confirmation on the players itself of God's Reign. They did not know where each and every single individual is placed. If you can look at the entire spree that's currently happening on the screen, it was the players of God's Reign just revealing their spots over and over again, and iQOO Soul was getting surprised every single time, because iQOO Soul just did not know where the players of God's Reign are exactly positioned. To make a proper 4-on-4 fight come into fruition, you need to have intel, and that's what iQOO Soul was missing on.
Exactly, but then again, there were a lot of storylines which we did miss, of course. The iQOO Soul versus Global Esports drop collision, we kind of expected that to happen initially. I expected Global Esports to actually start off on a strong note, and they did so. In fact, they take those couple of shots. So maybe the next time iQOO Soul and Global Esports meet up, there is going to be some sort of a duel happening. Keeping up with the rivalries as well, Versatile versus Carpe Team, really want to see this battle come to fruition, because the rivalry between Somraj and Pokara right now, I'm not really sure where it stands, but it seems like both these two players, they definitely want to prove it for themselves.
That's for sure, man. Carpe Team, as I mentioned, much more of the stubborn ones inside of the lobby, while Somraj has always been that mature guy, right?
Yeah.
He knows which is going to be the right decision for his team. Recently, he has been shaky, though. Nothing taken away from that. For Carpe Team, they're much more of the stubborn ones. Luckily enough for Carpe Team, this entire entire point structure, it also supports stubbornness.
Yeah.
And that's why Carpedium is always able to come out on top in those duels. They get rewarded with so many elimination points as well. And luckily enough, Carpedium is also over here inside of the round 3. Knowing the fact that now this is where Carpedium needs to think a little bit more methodically, that's where Carpedium might just start to struggle. First game wasn't exactly that great. Carpedium got taken down way too early inside of the game, considering in the final few moments there were still a lot of those teams alive. For Versatile Esports, one last man there in the top 3, nothing taken away from that. Even the man from iQOO Seoul, which was Manya, he was there to try and squeeze as many points as possible. For Carpedium, if you try and look at the finish points, they had 6, but only 2 placement points. This is what I'm saying. The stubbornness paying off once again. Taking those fights, giving them 8 points in total from that previous game. Now that's a great start.
That certainly is a great start, but I completely get your point. It seems like Carpe Diem, they could have done much better had they been thinking methodically, right? Getting better parts of the circle. Now look at this. Even Versatile, as a matter of fact, have those 6 eliminations on board, but they have 4 position points. Kudos to Aquinox and his brilliance. Of course, you've got Godsreen at the tippity top. In fact, Insane Esports at the tippity top with 17 points. And then as we flip pages, now, the downfall for Global Esports in this game was completely a mystery. I have no clue on how did this team lose out on their players one by one, and this team did succumb to their own injuries.
Rotation was the problem.
Yeah.
Global Esports did not exactly know how to rotate inside of the circle, and they kept on losing out on those individual players over and over again. You saw Ninja Boy and Slug getting knocked out as well in that one single compound. Beast was taken down way too early inside of the game. Even Mavi was struck down way too early. So for Global Esports, rotation was the problem. They completely struggled with that. But knowing the fact that it's Mavi who's leading the pack, I'm still not worried. We know in the upcoming moments, Mavi's pretty much going to make the comeback anyways. Now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi.
Yeah.
For Global Esports, they might just have a better chance to make the comeback. But I would like to go back towards that conversation of iQOO Seoul and Godsreen, right? Now, if you've looked at the play pattern for the players of iQOO Seoul, they always like to find the first knock with the nade.
Yeah.
The only way you can find the first knock with the nade if you have the intel.
Yeah.
And that's what iQOO Seoul was lacking. As soon as they found the first knock, even Ninja 2 got knocked down in return from Godsreen. And because of that trade, iQOO Seoul still could not make the pounce because they wanted to get the fallen man back upon the feet. And as they were doing so, it was already too late.
Completely agree with you. I believe you are the shortcomings for the 4-4-5 that you're talking about. I completely agree with that. But my point of concern was this, where iQOO Seoul initially always look to hunt for oppositions where they have actually a good form on board, where all their players are firing on all cylinders. Yes, you drop on Camp Alpha, but the circle shifted way too early. So I wanted iQOO Seoul to actually be the central point, to actually be the focal point of attraction instead of being the outliers.
So exactly, you just answered your own question. iQOO Seoul started off from a corner of the map, and they needed to move all the way down towards Crore. It's such a long rotation. It took iQOO Seoul the entire game, pretty much. Half of the game, they were just in the midst of that rotation, making towards Crore, and when they found themselves pretty much in a decent spot inside of the zone shifted once again on top of the players of Godsreen.
Yeah.
It moved away from iQOO Seoul. Now, iQOO Seoul, the only reason they could have been in a winning position is by taking down the players of Godsreen. And once again, what I said, iQOO Seoul just did not really have enough intel. They could not find any knockouts with the utilities that they were tossing constantly, and that's why iQOO Seoul, their push was delayed.
Absolutely. One more team that actually struggled with the circle shifting on top of them as well was Mogo Esports as of now, because you remember that shift coming on top of them, they had the central part of the circle, and all of a sudden it seems like being the center of attraction, they could have gotten themselves so many finish points, but it all came down.
Let's be honest, man. Mogo Esports, you have even Reckoning Esports. These two teams were not even seen in that previous game. They just poofed into thin air. Before now, let's move on to a short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार। क्या हो रहा है? कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. But Fixes, what do you think about the analogy that I try to build up, right? iQOO versus Godsreen. iQOO just not having enough intel to make that push, and that's why iQOO pretty much failed.
I think, yeah, with the part of Intel, I completely agree with you. But I wanted to add on a couple of more points where we saw that they were trying to surround the players of Godsreen. In the process of doing so, we saw Knuckle getting picked off.
Oh, yeah, by Saurav.
And, by Saurav from Team Blind. And that is where things really went crumbling down. iQOO did not have the man numbers also. The intent was, of course, there to try and take them down. And Godsreen is one of those teams. If you give them a good position inside the zone, if they have good covers, they're going to take you down.
Hands down. The only reason why Godsreen was not able to come out on top with the chicken dinner, it's because once again Manya, one single snake inside of the grass, and then there was also Equinox all the way back in the blue, by the way, who was going for that constant med strat. Even he struck down the players of Godsreen, and then it's Team Insane from the front constantly taking the shots as well. So Godsreen, they had a lot on their plate. They could not really do a lot. They crumbled down in the end. But in general, the game just started off in quite an interesting fashion. Global Esports, they dropped in towards Temple, but iQOO this time, they evaded that drop clash for the first time.
I think this was coming, really. I'm not surprised because it's round 3 now. Everybody understands the gravity of the situation. You cannot just be frolicking around the map because Global Esports, that's not one of those teams to be messed up with. And we know how good their day 1 games go. So for iQOO, I think it made quite a lot of sense. And also, let's not forget, they've made a couple of changes. In fact, getting Ninja in. So trying to fine-tune things, it's better not to engage against G in the early phases of the fight.
I guess maybe what you put up just makes a lot of sense as well, but what I want to say is that mainly the main reason why iQOO did not really go for the fight is also because they received a big reality check in the previous round. Only having 10 points in the first 3 games, now that's not something iQOO planned. And then coming back on the latter 3 games where Manya was taken down as the first initial man for the squad, and we all thought that iQOO is done for. Just 10 points in the bank, iQOO could not really do a lot. But then, luckily enough, the zone was popping right on top of the players of iQOO, and that's the main reason why Game 1 went in their favor with decent points.
I think simply put, I think eyes on the prize is the way to go because there's no sort of incentive for taking down the likes of Global Esports and then eventually getting picked off because that has been one of those double-edged swords, right? And more often than not, we've seen Global Esports, they have come out swinging. And for iQOO, the idea is to be off to a really good start, like you said, and then build up. Once you've already crossed over, what, like 30-40 points, then you could maybe consider trying to take that drop fight against GE.
Fixes, you know what? We will have the conversation about that, but something I want to tell the audience is going to be about the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device. You might just be one of the lucky 15 winners. The overall standings on the screen, as you see TWOB at the top with 35 points in just 2 games. Now, that's really impressive. But if you try and speak about this group itself, Blind Esports securing 7 points, that's a decent outing as well. iQOO getting 7 points, a great way to kick things off. Carpedium as well getting 8 points, considering they were eliminated quite early in the game. Still getting 8 points, that's quite a good outing. But Team Insane with that chicken dinner, now they've put themselves directly in the top 5.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Team Insane, and I'm really not surprised because it has been this lore that every single day they come in, the first day is somehow where they find that early signs of success. It's always those days 2 and 3, that is where we have a little bit of the tension. But for God's sake, another day in the office, a decent start considering this was the group of death. We had our expectations high. But what they met, I think the answer is no, because I really want to see more fights happening as we move on ahead. So you've got the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, Team Crore, even for Team LOLs early on, 5 points, decent, considering they had to go up against the big dogs themselves. But for FS Esports, 3 points, that was a feisty fight against VXT.
Listen, you're speaking of FS Esports. Look at Reckoning Esports. Just 1 point. In the previous game, they just poofed into thin air. We did not even see Reckoning Esports getting a lot of that limelight. I did not even see Reckoning Esports in that game. That's how rare they were. And now speaking about some of the big upsets, it's also going to be Honored Rivals. Honored Rivals, they were supposed to be burning torch consistency from the round 1 itself. But now look at the performance in the round 3. First game, just getting 2 points. That's a big sign of concern.
For Honored Rivals, yes. But I think I've got some bigger fishes to worry about. Mogo Esports. I think this was one of those debates that you were having with Salty, considering the fact that Mogo Esports had a really good piece of the pie. And despite having that, still just getting 2 finishes. What is going on? Because when you look at this roster, the entire idea of getting S-Power inside your lineup was to flourish in fights. Now, somewhere down the line, I feel like they're being reluctant, they're being hesitant in engaging in those fights. And this is something that they really need to work out, because if you've got players who can strike, if you have the likes of, Delta, you've got Justin, you've got S-Power, and even Destro, he's been fragging on all cylinders. If you cannot utilize them, what are you even doing?
Yeah, once again, it feels like the OG strat is coming back into play, and that's now hindering the performance once again, just like it was happening with the previous lineup with Shogun, right? And not exactly Shogun, but yeah, there was the man who was there in the playing for. So for Mogo Esports, one problem has always been is the passive nature that they try to bring inside of the playing field. What can they do is once again shift back to the aggressive side of things, just like the way they were playing inside of the round 1. We're not seeing that same aggression carried on forward towards the round 2. And knowing the fact that aggression is something that's favoring a lot of these teams, Carpidium is a big example. Carpidium is one of the most stubborn teams that you've seen. They always go for the firefights, never back away from those, and they still got away with 8 points in that first game.
Exactly how you would like to approach your matches, especially if you're Mogo Esports. You've got 3 really deadly assaulters. Just take those fights. What could really go wrong, right? You would just get picked off. But I know there are players, even when it comes down to just individual prowess, they can deliver. You talk about S-Power. He is definitely one of those current MVPs. If you talk about the previous BMPS 23, even Mogo Esports as an entire lineup, they were the runners of that tournament. And now if the question comes, are they really playing like that to justify the tag that they've been coming along? The answer is a big flat no.
And I feel like for Mogo Esports, the excuses are already going to be ready. They're going to say, yeah, guys,
it's
this
round
lineup
3.
was just... Yeah, they're probably going to say it's just the round 3. We can easily qualify. Or maybe the second excuse is going to be that, yeah, guys, we just made this team a while ago. The main plan just came into playing field a while ago. So we're still taking a bit more time to adjust to each other. But still, man, let's be honest. You guys are veterans. You're supposed to adapt much more quicker, and that's what we expect from you. Round 1 was perfection. We all wanted to see the same Mogo Esports, which was on the aggressive side of things.
Exactly.
Shogun left. Firepower was once again restored in this team as they seem much more confident. But now in the round 2, that aggression was taken down way too much. And now in the round 3, we're just not seeing that in the first game.
And the counter argument is also there to that particular statement that we might take some time to build up synergy. The entire idea of getting S-Power into the roster is he's a very flexible player. He gels in very quickly with the squad. I think just recently we met Robin. He'd come in for an interview. And that is the reason why he said that we had to get in S-Power, because in such a short span of time, we wanted to make things look dandy. And that was actually the case in round 1. But round 2, round 3 so far has been a completely different story.
Hey, but you know what? Maybe it's just unluck. It's just the first game of the day. We'll still let them have the game of Vikendi, and then we can go for the instant judgments. As the big bird's going to hit the skies once again in the map of Vikendi, starting all the way from Milnar towards Peshkova. Now, if the teams do want to move in towards Cosmodrome, Krichas, or even Dobromesto, it's going to be a bit of a tough stretch.
It certainly will be, and especially considering as to how the flight path trajectory has gone, and regardless of any things whatsoever, it is going to be a slow start. Or is it not? Because there have been those games, Necro. There have been those days where we've seen Vikendi starting to look quite fiery right from the get-go if you have those drop collisions, and especially with so many of those big names not really having that great start. The likes of Reckoning, the likes of Mogo Esports, certainly you want to recover for that fall in the first game of Sanhok.
Reckoning Esports moving down south right next to iQOO Seoul. Now that's going to be a bit of a concern, I'm not going to lie. For iQOO Seoul, they've got a big split to play with. Manez all by himself towards Kantra, or even Volnova. You've got Team Lols. So far, even for Team Lols, it was not a great outing. Team Lols got taken down way too early inside of the game. It was Slug from the side of Global Esports who found the first knock. Quick reflexes on the board. And that's why Team Lols, they were slapped back to the lobby. For God's3 in the previous game was quite decent. 10 points accumulated. Looking pretty nice. Reckoning Esports, the previous game, they were just poofed into thin air. Now the real sign of concern is definitely going to be a few names. Like VXT. Or maybe you can say even the players of iQOO Seoul. Knowing the fact that iQOO Seoul, they would like to love things off. Especially with a chicken dinner. Unfortunately for them, they started things off with the map of Sanhok, and that's where the main problems lied.
I mean, for iQOO Seoul, the circle really going away from them, that was a big cause of concern. And despite that, I think really not too shabby either, considering they've made the best out of the situation. Yeah, had they not been caught off guard, things could have been different. But this is a game of BGMI. You have to be prepared for that. But when you talk about their instant neighbors, that is versatile. I think we've seen Somraj executing such a rotation, goes way back whilst he was in Skylights Gaming. So I think that was a whole different story. And ever since, he really opts to rotate from around those regions. And let's be honest, we talk about a lot of those redemption story, Necro. I think Aquinox definitely has to be one of those players who are on the forefront. But Global Esports seems like they're in the mood to take a fight.
Off the rip, it's going to be Global Esports to ring the bells against the players of FS Esports. And for FS Esports, a bad start. In the previous game, it was Team Lols. In this game, it's FS Esports they're facing off against. You got to feel bad for Global Esports' opponents. They're always here to spoil and ruin a few moods. For Global Esports, that one early point might just be something that can give them the sigh of relief, considering the previous game was not that great. Global Esports got away with just a few points. But this game of Vikendi has to be redemption.
Oh, that has to hurt.
Oh,
especially if you are it, man.
He was ready.
Yeah. He just dropped down and instantly sniped, assassinated by Slug. And, you know, this takes me back to that previous game. You saw that drop shot, right? This guy is built different. Yeah, he's just Slug.
Off the rip is doing the same thing, right? In the previous game, it was Slug to deliver the first blow. In this game as well, it's Slug to do the same thing. His name is Slug, but he's quite quick.
He certainly is. And I think it's all a grand deception that Slug has been portraying. Makes us feel like he's pretty slow, but eventually those fast, quick reflexes. But Mogo Esports. All right, this reminds me of that round number 1 match where it was Vikendi, where they went big. I think around 15, 16 plus finishes. But hold on, we've got a fight. Imprint now suddenly find themselves in a whole world of trouble. One player done and dusted, and Carpe Diem, to their old ways, this is in their DNA. Look at people, go after them, take them down.
I'm telling you, man, one of the most stubborn teams in the lobby. And luckily enough, the point structure actually favors that. So that's why they get away with consistent points on the board in every single game.
And this is one of those teams I think you really resonate with, right? Your playstyle being quite similar, just quite aggressive, do not care. And at the same time, quite reckless also.
Yeah. It's the same as Global Esports as well, right? Even Global Esports in their prime, they can be the same. Especially in the round 2, first 3 games, that's what Global Esports was doing. Some of the collisions that they were going for, it was way too reckless. But still somehow, knowing the fact that you've got the best player that this country has to offer, Global Esports, they come out on top. You speak a Ninja Boy, a top-tier performer. You speak a Slug, another top-tier performer. Beast, the Clutch Meister himself, and Mavi, the OG. What else do you need? They've got the brains, they've got the firepower, they've got everything in that lineup. Before now, we need to talk about Hyderabad Hydras colliding against the players of Carpe Diem. And for Carpe Diem, I'm not sure how the outcome's going to look like now. Termi has been the main performing player recently for Hyderabad Hydras. And with the way the fights came into fruition for Carpe Diem, this might just be a big sign of concern. 3 players right next to each other. As one of the men from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, he wants to create that flank angle, and he might just pounce on top of the opportunity. But unfortunately for Hyderabad Hydras, they lose out on Crypto.
Kamla Boy already getting the job done. 2 finishes secured. 1 from Team Imprint and the other just opening things up against Hyderabad Hydras as Max. He's going to follow suit, takes down Mox, and he does not even realize what is happening.
What?
Eventually, just to smack them back. And there you have it, Carpe Diem, 5 finishes secured right off the rip. And Hyderabad Hydras What is going wrong?
Hot knife through butter, my friend.
Oh,
Hyderabad Hydras was the butter in this case. And Carpadium, the stubborn ones, once again, they come out on top. This is a prime example. If you're stubborn enough, even the best have to bend.
I'm starting to fathom why. Because for Hyderabad Hydras, it was them initiating this push against Carpadium. Despite just reading on the finish feed, they got a finish, and that was without a casualty. And also, you got to understand and accept and acknowledge the fact at the same time. These are the boys not to be messed with. Especially when you're knocking on their doors, you have to ensure that you have a knock or two. And in them really failing to do so, Hyderabad Hydras, this collapse was unwarranted.
This is what happens when you rush blindly. And this is what would have happened to the players of iQOO Seoul if they would have made the push against Godsreen, if they did not have the proper intel. Now for Hyderabad Hydras, they did not have the proper intel, knowing exactly where the man's position in the house. They could have used the utilities as well to flush out a few players, but they did not do so. Instead, they straight up rammed their vehicles towards the compound and went for a proper 4-on-4. And in the end, they come collapsing down because Carpadium, they just had the positional advantage. They knew exactly where Hyderabad Hydras is. And Hyderabad Hydras, they were in a big spring trap. Look at the elimination feed. Even that's coming into fruition. Team Insane, even they got one free point for themselves a while ago. Team Insane's looking pretty good. They're not really going to be making the pounces anymore. Mogo Esports losing out on Delta PG. And Fixes, we had a conversation about the newer faces in this team, in this entire group, right?
Yeah.
Team Crore, Team Lols. They're indeed going to be struggling a lot. Now, these are one of those teams that should play it slow and not go for the fights.
Who knows? Who knows? It's maybe a reverse psychology kicking in for them.
Oh my
Get off
God.
to a good start. And this is really bad, especially if you're Parth, because you could see it was Destro was just chipping down shots, like one after the other. And Parth getting picked off over there. That is going to be a cause of concern. But coming back to that discussion that we were having about that previous fight, but hold on. We've got Gravity IGL out in the open, in the middle of nowhere, and he gets smacked back by the players of Team LOLs. And this team has been one of those teams that has really impressed us. Previously, we've seen them playing under MICI, this time under the banners of Team LOLs, and they have always impressed us.
They indeed have, man. Sanchit, Mudit, Kunal, 3 players, always there in the action. Especially Mudit, the main playmaker. And for this game, Alfu was the one to get the first vehicle finish. Keep this thing in mind, knocks do not count, just finishes. You need to knock out the player and then run over the man with the vehicle. Then that counts as a vehicle finish. Or even a nade finish.
Yeah, it does. For the geeky nerds out there, that is how the numbers get converted. For Team Versatile, it has been such a turning of tables, especially ever since they've joined hands together. Formerly Entity and Equinox, you talk about this player, words fall short of how good he's been. Feels like the good old days a couple of years ago when he was one of the most deadliest players in the country. Just being the MVP in the previous game.
That's the thing though, right? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
But it's not even the good old days. Equinox is still one of the best players in the country. Just a few months back, there was a third-party tournament. This man was dominating that tournament.
But still, if you talk about peak Equinox, that is missing. Because currently, if I have to name out the top 5 players, Equinox maybe barely makes the list. But if you have to talk about the best players, at least 2 years ago, I think Equinox was definitely arguably in the top 3.
I think so. It's one of the main reasons why he's not there in the peak players list is because he has been switching up a lot of those banners, right? He has been playing for a lot of those different banners. Things haven't been working out well. He's been testing the waters for a long time. He has been doing well individually, but still he hasn't really found himself that proper home to play with. And now he's over here with Team Versatile, in the past also known as Team Entity. And yeah, he has been playing with the same playing for such a long time. So let's just hope that this time he's found it.
I think to put things straight and not really just beat around the bush, I feel like finally he's realized what matters for him. That is getting that trophy. That is redeeming himself, because the previous tournament, I mean, that was not Equinox. You do not see Equinox playing like that. And that was a big dip. And understanding that he's not going to be a part of the roster, and so much has happened, so much drama. And finally, he's got his eyes set on the prize. He knows that he has got what it takes within him, and he's working towards it. And that sort of elates me, especially considering that iQOO back in the days, we used to be always talking about not just his controls, about how dominating. Because when Ninja and iQOO were actually a duo, there was a time when iQOO was the better player, if you have to consider between Ninja and him. And now Ninja has just taken a stride forward. He's gone to a different lineup. And iQOO, yeah, you can argue that he's had a lot of changes in the roster, but majority of the times, Necro, you would see that they've been going as a team. Not a lot of changes. And hence, even after that, we've seen that little bit of a dip in his performance.
He did go as a team.
Still had his old boys, man. Come on.
Yeah, just 2. That's it. Then he would still have 2 players being changed over. He was playing with Blaze for a decent amount of time. Then Blaze once again had his own problems. He switched the banners himself. Now you have iQOO towards Team Versatile. So these type of changes can really affect a player's performance. Because now, once again, you need to reestablish that synergy, communication, whatever it takes to perform inside of the competition.
Now, undoubtedly, one of those arguments do really come in. I think the best we had seen from iQOO or Ninja were back in the days where they were under the IGL ship of Shadow. And ever since Shadow departed, and that is where you could not see them really thriving as a team. And then what happened in Revenant, that was a big debacle.
You just answered your own question. These 2 players are supposed to be one of the most aggressive players that the country has to offer. Who is one of the most aggressive IGLs?
Shadow.
Exactly. He's the right driving force for these 2 guys. If you've got an aggressive IGL, he will make sure that he's taking his Prime Assaulters to the lobby or at least to the fight. There's only 2 ways. You can either be kicked outside of the game for not winning that fight, or either you can come out on top with a magnificent game. And that's what was the case. Shadow would usually take them to a lot of those fights, and those fights would be converted into a positive trade, just like Global Esports now.
Yeah.
Look at Global Esports. They sometimes ram into some of the most weird fights, but they still do come out on top. It's because they've got so much firepower and that trust between each other.
I think trust is the key word. That you know that even if you're going in, somebody's watching your 6. And that is something that I feel like iQOO has also been enabled and has been given that opportunity, even in Versatile. Because let's be honest, even in terms of aggression, Somraj is not really far behind. We have seen him making those plays. We have seen him making those bold moves. Every single time you feel like, when even Somraj was back in Entity days, you think like he's under tremendous pressure, he's going to play defensive. Wasn't the case. Just in a recently concluded third-party tournament, we saw it came down to the wire. It was that final game of Erangel. And we were all anticipating where the likes of Carnival really choked and they went for a defensive style of play. It was Somraj and the boys. They were on a hunt. And I think finally you can also say that iQOO has found a perfect home for himself.
Not
the right
yet.
sort of place.
Not yet.
What do you think is missing?
I would still say they do need to work on their synergy a bit more.
Yeah,
because
that will happen eventually with time.
Yeah, but Team Versatile, the main problem is they still haven't really found themselves that right frequency to play with. Now, I mentioned frequency over here.
Okay.
They do not know when to go aggressive. They do not know when to go passive. They're still testing a lot of those waters, by the way. In some games, they would go just really aggressive. Especially in the round 1, they tried their best to go aggressive, but that aggression did not work out that well. Then Versatile Esports once again switched things back to the placement-oriented playstyle, and they started playing defensive, and then that's how they qualified to the upcoming rounds. For Versatile Esports, they still haven't really found the right time to strike, that right instance that they want to go aggressive towards.
And I think, to some extent, I do agree with what you just said, and even to polish our conclusions on Versatile so much, I think they need to work on their other maps as well. Because it's always been those games of Miramar, where they tend to come out swinging, get those big games. Even that was the case yesterday also, where they had some troubles qualifying, and come with Miramar, they performed really well. So I think Erangel, Sanhok and Vikendi, something that Versatile needs to work on. But I think we've had enough talk about Versatile. Let's move on. Let's talk maybe about somebody different. Let's talk about RTG IND, Necro. Now, this is one of those conversations because, personally speaking, I loved RTG IND in the previous BGIs. This time, that spark is missing.
Maybe they need to get their hands on the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999, and they will have that spark in their hands. But you know what? Jokes apart and speaking about the serious stuff, right?
Yeah.
As a professional player, it's all about that trophy. When you win that trophy, it's not about the prize pool. It's also about the bragging rights. Or mainly it's about the bragging rights, man. Let's be honest. Now, prize pool is one of the things, but when you have a lot of that fame, you can earn more than money off the prize pool. So as a pro player, you need to have those bragging rights. And what all these guys are fighting for, it's mainly for the bragging rights itself.
Listen, to be honest, when we all started gaming, we never thought we could make money out of it. And I think it was all about just being the best. And that is the hunger that drives all these players. Yeah, the money, that definitely follows, but it's about being the best team in the country. It's about being the best player in the country. This is something that all these players have been working for, and that is exactly why we do have these official events. You know, you want to have that bragging rights, current bragging rights, of course, with Team X-Park, the recent BGIS 2024 champions, and now a lot of these hungry hounds are after them. And for Team X-Park, yeah, they have been doing pretty decent, if not really the best. Certainly in a much better position if you talk about them in the previous tournaments. But hold on, we've got RTG IND in very close proximity to where Global Esports are. Now, do you really think this is a fight that they can afford right now, especially with Slug over there?
Knock. That's a free knock right there. As I mentioned, the opponent, he just walked into a trap, walked into his crosser, and Slug was just ready. Now, this is a proper Slug move, by the way. He just stayed true to his name, was sitting in that corner, waiting for the man to walk in his crosshairs, and you wanted to speak about RTGX-IND. Here you go. Lack of surrounding awareness.
Come on, I mean, nobody saw that coming. I would be probably raging if I were Lobster at this point. He was just trying to check. He was just trying to gather intel. And suddenly Slug out of nowhere. It has happened with everybody. This is just a standard day in a classic lobby. You enter inside a compound. Somebody is hiding over there. Does happen in those higher lobbies. But yeah, this has to be gutting. Come on. Accept it.
But what is he doing all by himself over there then? That's the main question.
He was just scouting the land.
From the pack.
Yeah.
Yes, but at least have one more teammate with you, man. He's all by himself. It's a 3-on-1 split. Yes, he did not see this coming, but I would still say, man, you need to stick to your teammates. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You need to have your teammates with you. You're inside of such a tough lobby, and if you're still playing solo all by yourself, where you do have the opportunity to play with your teammates, now that's your problem. That's a mistake that you made yourself. But you know what? Knowing the fact that there's also Kochi waiting around the corner, there's so much of that pressure on these players. They do want to make it to the LAN finale as well. And somewhere down the line, we all know this is going to be the best LAN finales that we've witnessed so far.
For sure. I think there's no second thoughts about it. And especially why? Because round 1, round 2, they've been so exciting. The entire format, the way that has been built up, I think fully tests all these teams' potential of what they're really made of. But for FS Esports not having the best of start, even in this game of Vikendi, this time have a decent high ground position, though can let the fight simmer. And maybe then eventually enter in. But for Global Esports, this is what happens, right? There are times when they have those blindfolds on. And there are times where they get picked off from the backlines.
Look at Reckoning Esports. They're playing it so passive that now they're struggling with the man number. Me and Sparrow had a proper conversation about this, right? And Sparrow said, the theory for BGMI is pretty simple. If you're playing in a passive lobby, you need to play aggressive. If you're playing in a chaotic lobby, just play passive. Now over here, it's a bit of a mixture of both. And Reckoning Esports, even they need to bring a mixture of both. They need to take the fights and at the same time play tactically sound. Now for Reckoning Esports, they're just playing it way too passive. And that's why they're getting picked off individually.
No, I kind of feel like I beg to differ with what Spiro said, because I feel it's a very situational game. And nothing is really passive, nothing is really aggressive. Any team can just amp up the gears.
But do you agree? In the previous lobby that we saw was way too passive, right? There were way too many teams in the final few moments. In that lobby, if you would have went for the fights early off in the stage 1 or 2, you could have had a lot of the opportunities to at least have a good booster for yourself in the overall standings.
You know, then again, you have to understand, this is the first day and everybody just wants to be off to a good start. Nobody wants to make those mistakes. And then this argument completely gets flawed, because even in the grand finals, you have the best teams. And most of the teams are quite aggressive, but they still tend to hold on, right? They still want to let the fights go towards those final circles. And that is how pretty much this game has dynamically been. No matter whatever you do, unless and until you sort of change, you know, a couple of tweaks here and there, you know, that is going to be different. It's nothing, you know, really there.
Maybe we need to be the one to break that tradition.
Yeah, maybe someday.
We'll make our own team. We'll just start things off aggressive off the rip. Start taking down some of the
maybe new zones or something. You know, that is where things might change. You know, your approach. Because right now, I really feel like it's about just respect the circle, take those good fights, avoid the bad fights, keep things simple, and you're good to go.
Yeah, but then what about the teams that just try to avoid the fight and not take any fights? Like Reckoning Esports and then getting picked off individually. Even Mogo Esports is one of those. They're trying to evade the fights. And then Mogo Esports is as well just getting picked off individually. As Mogo Esports, they collide against the players of iQOO Seoul this time around. Justin is there in that one single isolated corner as he tosses in the util, and the util might just find a return knock, but Destro single-handedly dismantles two players as now iQOO Seoul is taken down to just the 50% of what they were. Even Ronnie and Ninja got struck down, and now for Mogo Esports, they've got the big advantage inside of the fight, but still that one man from iQOO Seoul is doing a lot of that damage, and now it's time to be a little bit more careful and tactically sound. Manya pulls off that util for Mogo Esports. It's not looking too nice. Manya might just single-handedly take down two players. But luckily enough for Mogo Esports, Justin saves the day.
Still not out of the woods yet. Considering iQOO Seoul, again, a huge blunder. Having no information, just charging in. And suddenly Destro becomes the hero once again. Two players pushing one after the other. And he gets the better out of them. But this is what I was talking about. Mogo Esports, the threat was still lingering, still managing to deal against RTGI, and this is the peak Mogo that we want to see in action. But look at this, action keeps on following, because now it is Carpe Diem taking on Imprint.
I would still say it's not the peak Mogo yet, considering they're still playing it way too passive, right? It was iQOO Seoul who took the fight against him, but look at Carpe Diem. They're starting to make a lot of these pounces that are pretty unorthodox, and now they're paying the price for it. Maverick just found a free man. Knocked out and confirmed, and eventually an 8 sails in from Carpe Diem, and that will hand out the confirmation to Team Imprint. They take an exit from the lobby.
This is lovely stuff coming in from Carpe Diem. Right off the rip, they did manage to take down one squad, 7 finishes secured already. But brings us back to the conversation of Reckoning. BGI is one of the most aggressive teams and have suddenly turned down to find their burrow. Viper being surrounded, engulfed by the players of God's Reign, and eventually he will be devoured. For Reckoning Esports now, this has to be a big switch around. BGIS 2024, one of the most aggressive teams. And look at what time has done to them.
Reckoning Esports. Is it complacency that got to them? Is it the comfort of being one of the best players in the country? One thing is for sure, whatever that is, it is affecting their performance. They need a reality check. They need a slap back towards what they're capable of. But moving the conversation towards the players of VST for now. FS Esports, Trey Scott is the one to lead the pack. VXT in the front lines, even for VXT, they've been in quite a shaky ground. They still haven't really found themselves a proper point to play with. Do they want to be aggressive? Do they want to be passive? They're always in a two-state of minds between these two decisions that they're trying to come up with. But Global Esports, even there's a fight breaking out for them as they eliminate the entirety of Team Crore.
Look at Ninja Boy. He's the one doing all the deed. Slug is definitely going to follow suit. And Global Esports off to a really good game. But look at this. Mogo Esports instantly charging. This is exactly what we are talking about. Leaves Mavi really cut off from his pack. All the lonesome fighting skills over there still coming into fruition. As Mavi is instantly going to get traded off. But Mogo Esports continuing this onslaught. Lovely stuff coming in from their side.
He managed to find the first knock. That's it. That's all he found. Now it's down to Slug. And still Global Esports, they've got away with 6 elimination points. It's not too bad, I'm not going to lie. Still better. Util's being tossed towards that window as well. Slug realizes one fact, and that's going to be a 1-on-4. It's going to be next to impossible to pull off that too against a squad like Mogo Esports. And now I'm loving this approach from Mogo Esports. Being pretty proactive. Once again, back to their old ways, being aggressive in the lobby. They realize the same thing. Aggression is probably going to be something that can grant them the consistency that they're currently lacking.
I like this discipline coming in from Mogo. They're not overextending. They understand it is Slug, and one slip up, and he's gonna eat them up all. We've seen Slug pulling off those clutchy moments, and Mogo Esports, they want to piece this together. Slowly but surely, just inching in ever so close, and Justin, the grenade does the job, and Mogo Esports have successfully eliminated Global Esports as well. 11 finishes to their names, but hold on, the fights aren't still over. You've got God's Reign this time. They're going after Blind Esports.
Yeah, God's Reign, 3 players pushing in tandem. And here we go. Even the utilities are able to find so much value, as it's also going to be the place of HRC to hand out the death blows as they wipe out the entirety of Blind Esports. The third party that comes into fruition, and they get away with all the value. Utilities are doing that constant damage. Another nade sets in, as it's the players of HRZ doing a lot of that damage over and over again, even for God's Reign. Now they need to be wary of the fact that HRZ, they're quite a deadly force.
And everybody has to get inside the circle, right? As Mogo Esports, the only team inside the zone. You've got the likes of LOLs, you've got the likes of FS, VXT, HRZ, Gods, and everybody has to fight up against each other. Phoenix, his position has been compromised. One grenade comes sailing through. Does a decent amount of damage, but not enough to bring him down on his knees. As God's Reign, understanding the gravity of the situation over here, they have to see this through. They have to see this till the end. Otherwise, HRZ, we know this is a team that knows how to punish.
Pretty much. Bitchloo is just waiting for them around the corner, and what a spray that was! Almost took down 2 players single-handedly with that M416 spray, but he still found the knock on Venom. And now Venom realizes that they're also getting swarmed from the back lines. HRZ, they lose out on both of those players, but Bitchloo is single-handedly trying his best to take care of the situation. One more man to go for Bitchloo. He needs to take care of that player. Cooks up a nade, tosses in that same direction. Is he going to find any value? That's my question. The answer is going to be no. Phantom was chipped up a little bit with that nade, but even Bitchloo himself's taken down way too low. It's now time to patch up. Even the Wall of Death, it's going to start to move. This time around, it's going to do a lot of that damage. It's not going to spare anyone.
It certainly won't, as one after the other. I feel like iQOO, he's been dealt with, and bodies are instantly falling down. And as the dust settles, we just have the final 3. It is BXT taking on Honored Rivals, this lonesome survivor, against Mogo Esports. This game pretty much looks theirs, and we know round number 1, they came in the game of Vikendi, and they were shining through, and seems like getting back to their old ways. But Equinox, this man does not know when to stop. 4 finishes already secured, and looks like they can give Mogo a run for their money.
They indeed can. They've got the high ground to play with, but the main problem is the zone, and it's going to be favoring the players of Mogo Esports. It's in their court. VXT, they need to move out in the open. It's now time to create a smoke wall, but do they have enough smokes? Even that's a big question. They have laid out a few smokes. Raiden's out in the open. The man gets spammed through that smoke as well, and VXT, they're starting to crumble down. That's not a lot they can do, but they're still trying their best to fight back, as Justin's now going to find the return knockout. Infinity gets struck down. It's quite an unfortunate struck, I'm not going to lie. Versatile Esports, still Equinox is trying his best to get something done. He's trying his best to get something pulled out. Wall of Death is going to start to move as it chips even more damage against Equinox, and it will be Mogo Esports to come out on top. We had our says about this team, but in the end, they once again prevail with flying colors.
I think our way was the right way, in fact. We wanted them to engage in those fights, and this time they did. And finally find some success in Vikendi. Finally not keeping things till the last day. And I think this was a biggie for them, considering how much points. Pretty much 20 plus out of this game. One more good game like this, and Mogo Esports would have earned them the slot for the semis. And from here onwards, I think they need to start building up. We need more of this.
More than that, it's about the good fights and the bad fights. Now, the first fight they took against the players of iQOO Seoul, let's be honest, iQOO Seoul, they messed up big because they had no clue what they were chopping inside of, right? They tried to make that push. iQOO Seoul got instantly countered by the players of Mogo Esports because they were on the defense side of things. Now, Mogo Esports SNS, they found that booster. They made the third party against the players of Global Esports as they took down the players of Crore. And even Global Esports was chipped down way too much in that fight. Shutting down Global Esports, it gave them even more confidence. And just like that, Mogo Esports were now looking way too unstoppable. And that's what I'm saying. When you do strike down early teams, that's going to give you so much confidence for the upcoming moments.
I think, like you said, I completely agree with you. That fight against iQOO Soul, that is something that iQOO Soul really wanted to initiate. And I think the striking moment was Destro getting that multi-frag. And the moment he had that, iQOO Soul really made peace with their fate. It was Manya, just those little fights here and there. But what really stood out for me was the cojones to take a fight up against Global Esports at the right time. This is where Mogo Esports was really smart. They knew that yes, Global Esports are just recovering from a fight. The iron is hot, might as well hit it. And they go in, take that fight. And the moment I think that eliminate Global Esports, this chicken dinner was pretty much theirs.
Yeah, pretty much third party, right? As I mentioned, they third party Global Esports in the right time. Global Esports were not able to recover in time. The players collapsed. Let's move on towards the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. Considering Versatile Esports, they tried their best, but still, unfortunately, the zone wasn't exactly favoring them. It was favoring their opponents. Pitchloo single-handedly was able to put up a lot of those numbers for his team, but then in the end, even he got taken down, considering he did not really have the man number to back his team up. In the final few moments, even RTJX IND's Radeon got shut down. Mogo Esports with the zone advantage. For them, it was an easy cakewalk.
It certainly was. I think the moment the circle really shifted towards Mogo Esports, we all knew what was coming. And I don't think Mogo Esports is a team that would choke in these situations. But I still had expectations from iQOO, still one of the final players surviving. What is really making the iQOO special, I feel, is the minimal movements. You could see him. He's not getting too much out of the cover. He's respecting the cover. He's just peeking, taking a couple of shots and readjusting himself. That was really nice. But barring that, we had a couple of other good moments. Carpe Diem, the early game was all theirs, especially that fight against Hyderabad Hydras. Man. They were just too good.
And speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, what is happening with them? Even they're on the struggling side of things. Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning Esports. You've also got Blind Esports not able to perform. It feels like the OGWAs are back once again, right? In the round 2, these teams struggled. Once again, over here as well, they're struggling way too much. And they're probably going to barely make the cut even if they do qualify. That's what it seems like is going to be the storyline. Knowing the fact that now in the upcoming group, it's going to be more teams coming inside of the playing field, 16 more teams. And even for them to rise the cutoff, it's going to be ideal. They're probably going to be there to rise up the cutoff. And as we know, top 24 can move in towards the semifinals.
I think to sum things up, the one consistent team, at least from Group 1, was God's Train, undoubtedly. First game of Sanhok, pretty decent. Even in the game of Vikendi, they were quite consistent as well, making it to the final few circles. It was such a difficult time to deal against Honor Rivals. Really thought that they would force the fight, but Bijru, that spray, that was quite beautiful. But even for Versatile, previous game they had around 7 to 8 points. This time 11. That is also phenomenal. But 15 points, in fact 15 finishes, chicken dinner coming in from Mogo, earning them 25 points. This is exactly, Necro, what we both wanted.
Blind Esports just getting 3 points, Global Esports getting 6 as well, and all those 6 points came in through the finishes. Carpe Diem, once again, quite consistent, by the way. 8 points on the board, 16 points in total. And this is what I'm saying. You need somewhere around 7 to 8 points per game to easily qualify, and Carpe Diem is already hitting that marker. God's Reign 2 being quite consistent. You flip the page and you see a few upsets. For Team Insane, they already secured the chicken dinner, so I would say they've done the day. Now you move on towards FS Esports. They've only gotten 2 points. Reckoning Esports with 0 points. iQOO Soul as well. A bit of an upset, I'm not going to lie. And even HH with 0 points.
At least a little bit of that, a good thing for Insane Esports is the fact that they had the previous chicken. This time one kind of reminds you of the previous group. We had Group 2, right? Where we had WSB off to such a great start, and then second game they messed things up. But when you look at the match summary, pretty much decent. I think nothing really stands out for me, barring the fact that 8 grenade finishes were there. And it's all decent and dandy. But I wanted to talk about a couple of different teams. I think this is where we have to talk about Reckoning once again. This team comes into the iQOO BMPS. They were certainly one of the favorites. And have they justified their acts? Have they justified the reason why we are pushing them so much? I think the answer is a big fat no. Especially Gravity IGL being picked off like that in the open. What was he even thinking there?
Yeah, for Reckoning Esports, it feels like the communication once again is a big issue.
Yeah.
And knowing the fact that they have been playing with each other for such a long time, this should not have been a concern in the first place. But still, for some reason, Reckoning Esports is now struggling, and we had a conversation about this during the game itself. Is it the complacency that's getting to them? Is it that comfort of being one of the best inside of the games getting to them? I'm not really sure what's happening, but one thing is for sure, it is affecting their performance, and something is going on behind the scenes. That's all I'm going to say.
would you deny if I say that they're kind of playing like how Mogo played in round number 2, reluctant from taking fights? Whereas if you look at their DNA, Necro, this is one of those teams that literally had us on our toes. Literally, we were on our edge of seats, just looking at them taking everybody down. And them not really engaging in those fights, this is concerning to me because I know this team can win those 4v4s.
That's the thing, right? They're self-doubting themselves, and that's a big problem. A lot of these teams, when they do tend to self-doubt, they just do not perform. And we have seen that happen a lot of the times in the past. Even the OG lineup of Mogo Esports, the same thing was happening to them. They were not really going aggressive inside the lobby, avoiding the fights. Yeah. And the same thing is now happening with the players of Reckoning Esports. They just need to trust their gut and go with it. But for now, let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Well, we had to catch our breath, didn't we? Because that game of Vikendi was absolutely cold. Mogo Esports 15 finishes. But hey, Group 1, their matches are done. Now, we've got a new group coming in. Along with that, my brother. He's not a colleague. He's not a friend. He's my brother. And he's here. So, Salty, welcome back to the desk.
Thank you so much,
and yes, Mogo Esports. We were complaining, we were cribbing all about them. What has happened? Why is this lineup so passive? Finally, they've answered back. I think I feel my cheeks have turned red. It's a slap on my face.
No, it's not really a slap on your face, honestly, because the Mogo Esports that everyone wants to come back is certainly different, right? They are absolute beast hunters. And I believe it'll take them some time to actually get back in peak performance. Still feel like they're about 70 to 60% of their peak capability right now, considering what I've seen from round 1 and round 2. This victory definitely sets stone, but there's a long way to go.
I'm not buying this. Everybody comes in, makes this same stale, boring statement. It is going to take them time to build up. You know, this is where I'm going to give that same counter argument. Something that Robin told me that, you know, the exact idea of taking S-Power inside a roster was because we wanted someone to gel in quickly.
Yeah.
And they showed signs of it. Their sparks were there. Round 1, Vikendi, it was what, 17, 18 plus finishes. That's the chicken dinner they got for themselves. Round 2, poof, vanished. And now, I think I had a strong opinion where they should be playing like Carpe Diem. Just keep looking for those fights, because when you've got the likes of Delta, Justin and Destro along with S-Power, this is a lineup set for success. And if you are if you're looking for success, might want to check this beautiful sexy device, the iQOO Z9S, and which starts from a very competitive price, 18,999. But yes, this is what I was talking about, right?
Yep.
You need to have that carpe diem approach where you've got the pieces and you have to utilize them to their utmost potential.
Absolutely. But I believe the only problem with Mogo Esports is that Destro initially is a very controlling IGL. You know, as a matter of fact, he loves to place his pieces exactly where he wants to, right? And S-Power, counter argument to this is S-Power. This man goes to every single location he will try and find.
Yeah.
So, to have two extremities combine and form a team, yes, for sure, they have been successful in their own given approach, but to have both of these approaches aligned and have them have the same vision, I feel like that is a very difficult task. It will take time, Fixes. You will have to accept this.
This is exactly why, Robin also did say that we wanted a shot caller also. We wanted, the idea was to trade between S-Power and Shogun. Shogun did not, speak a lot during those fights. And this is something that Carnival wanted because S-Power spoke a lot. And it made perfect sense. And for all of that to align. And I think Mogo Esports finally at the spot where they're really used to. A little bit of ease over there. Huge sigh of relief. 27 points already from those two games. PWOB still, they have been a cut apart. But what has been a revelation for us has to be Team Dragon. Really quite impressive, especially their game in Miramar. But versatile. They've also been quite consistent along with God's Reign.
I'm loving the fact that Versatile has actually managed to find consistency, because I believe that has been the biggest case of problems, especially for Somraj and his previous attempts at Team Entity as well. I believe that Somraj is a kind of an IGL who peaks at the last end of a tournament, and in the grand finals is where his best actually shines through. I believe inside of BMPS 2024 he has done a very good job. Gosrain, as a matter of fact, brilliant 2 games that they've played so far. 8-bit I am the happiest with, because inside of round 2 this team definitely not a par to what I have expected coming in from them. Global Esports, a little bit of a disappointment over there. 9 points from the 2 matches that they have played, but signs of individual brilliance from Slug.
You talk about Global Esports, let's come a little down the order. iQOO Soul is over there. We've the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, FS Esports. You've got Reckoning. And now, who's going to tell that they are the second runners-up of the BGIS? They haven't really living up to their name. The name itself, Reckoning, you're supposed to be scared of them. And they haven't given us enough reasons to. And we know there are those one-up, good games where they really go bonkers. But I think, considering this lineup is now quite experienced, you would want to see them play maybe like a Versatile is doing, maybe like God's Reign. You want to put them in that category.
Fixes, we're approaching a very interesting part in this conversation right now, because this is where I like to say. Now imagine this, you've got underdog athletes who are hot properties in the market, and they've got offers coming in from left, right and center. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the Pro Series right now. All of they are professional players. What is a professional player dealing with day in and day out? For someone like a Hunters, offers coming in left and right, high paychecks, tell me how much do you want? A Viper, 16-year-old property, he is an amazing future ahead of him. What does he battle day in and day out? Of course, he will try and strive in that situation, get the best of performances, but with so many lucrative offers coming in from every single tier 1 organization in the country, I believe that is the only way they are being startled.
The funny part is that they're just offers. Nobody's willing to pay. I mean, if you've got such big buyouts, and if you are definitely your prices have gone up, why is nobody paying it? That is definitely some question that needs to be raised. And yeah, I get it where you're chartering to, and that is one of those very, very risky areas to traverse in. So we're going to put that aside maybe for one day in another podcast. We're going to have just, flow our hearts out. But let's take a look at the matchup, because now we've got Group 3 coming into action. This is also a group that has a lot of those big hitters. I'm talking about 4M, you're talking about GlitchX Reborn, and Team Cosmic. Now, this team has been completely different. They are defying the meta. They do not care about being consistent. What they care about is just those comebacks.
Absolutely. And speaking of comebacks, this happened right in front of my eyes, right? Approximately 40 points needed in the last 3 games. They dropped 220 pointers to actually make it through. Team Cosmic has been absolutely brilliant, and I believe ever since that performance came in through, we have been looking at other teams trying to draw parallels. Someone will pull up a performance like Team Cosmic, but it's not just Team Cosmic in this group. There are some heavy hitters as well. You've got to talk about Hero Extreme, Godlike, and what an IGL in the form of Punk. Man just brought out this monstrosity of a team from slumber to back to their absolute best?
This is where you cue in. Revenant. Back from the dead. And I think for Hero Extreme Godlike, finally we can start dreaming, especially the huge fandom that they carry. They were waiting for this. You know, they did not, the ask was not too much.
Yeah.
They wanted a team that takes fights. And this is that team. This is a team that does not shy away from those. This is a team that does not hesitate in engaging in those battles. We have seen multiple times, I think, even when the numbers are against them, they still punch back. And I think for Punk, the biggest task was to put everybody together, was to, you know, discipline the players, which he's done. You could finally see that intent that has been showcased by the players, and that is visible. And finally, I think those good old days have returned. But there's still that one curse that goes along with them. I don't know if it's a curse or it's just them in their minds. They tend to celebrate too early.
Yes.
In a recently concluded third-party tournament during the grand finals, Godlike had a really good start. And we were all thinking that they might enter inside the top 3. The second 2 days did not follow. I think they've learned a lesson out of it. And this time, they are looking ever so promising.
They certainly are looking promising fixes.
Yes.
I still remember in their slumber 2023, they did manage to find early success. Hopefully, they'll find success in this map of Sanhok as well, ladies and gentlemen. But this map starts right about now.
The rainforests, always hot, always humid. And Salty and I, we could not stop ourselves. We've got up in acoladas, of course. Do not worry. We've not added anything intoxicating. It is always just too good, just to make sure that you deal with that, you know, those hot heat waves coming out over here. But now, taking a look at the flight path trajectory, it is towards Camp Alpha. And really, does it even matter?
It doesn't really honestly matter because, again, the smallest map in the game itself. Of course, you would like to kind of try and be as close to the flight path as you potentially want, your drop spots. But even if it is far away, you can kind of glide your merry way and still find it through. But the hot question inside of this phase right now is going to be which of these birds are going to be flying, in fact, fighting against each other. Because I'm looking at the Camp Alpha Island that has been the most promising area of initial collision. So far, Team X-Park, Wingod, I do have some promising names here and there. But it seems like inside a boot camp, there is a fight that has started already. Gujarat Tigers and Team Newman Forever. Newman Forever not on the right end of things. They've lost a player, and look at Gujarat Tigers go. They are still trying to look out for those initial frags. One man down. Newman Forever not really heavy in terms of the armory and the utility that they have. Ninju in front of 2 players. He has the QBC to actually work with. Will he find the connection? Not anymore.
Yeah, for Gujarat Tigers, they've been doing every single day of this. They've been getting the better out of Newman Forever, and this time also seems like is the case. Again, Mafia cornered down, and he's in a whole world of trouble, at least for now. Harsh does have that vector to play around with. The only problem, though, is you do not have enough ammunition. Mafia strikes back, those straights coming in, and now it is all down to the nimble shoulders of Omega, who is barely surviving on a sliver of HP.
Absolutely. Man definitely will want to find himself a first aid kit. Does have the weapon to actually work with. And no utility, no helmet, no armor. It's just those 2 guns. But Gujarat Tigers, they have been left unscathed. I mean, Clutch God barely surviving by a skin of his teeth. You've got Skips completely taken down. And Harsh and Dark Lord, they were on their knees. This was a good fight coming in from Newman Forever.
Look at this. Omega, for a moment it felt like this could have gone close. I think maybe a couple of seconds earlier, just before the revive was triggered. And one more knock, and things could have been even, Steven. What's really stopping Omega from committing is that look at that HP, still not finding a single first aid or even bandage. For God's sake. And now Gujarat Tigers, I think they've recovered. But they also need a couple of meds to themselves. What has happened to bootcamp? What has happened to the drop rates?
Exactly right. I mean, that was my first question altogether because both of these teams were quite low in terms of their armory, quite low in terms of their utility and their healings as well. Gujarat Tigers did not expect to actually receive so much brunt from Newman Forever. But finally, at least even for Newman, they have that one player, that one glimmer of hope surviving. Hopefully for a little longer, of course. Will definitely need that first aid kit, but from the distance, it seems like another team might just be approaching fixes.
And now we've gotten back to our old ways. This is a Sanhok, this is a Camp Alpha Circle, and Sarkar Gaming. Another team that is quite infamous for breaking hearts. Because every single time we've seen their journey, starting off from the scratch. I literally have seen them when they were buds. Just mere buds, now a strong tree. And especially their journey has always been about making it to the semis, making it into the latter phases of the tournament. But whenever it comes where they have to make it inside of the LAN, that is where something really goes wrong.
Absolutely. It comes back to my football mindset where a very experienced coach once had said that winners will continue to be winners and losers will continue to be losers. If they have experience playing at a LAN day in and day out, something like a Real Madrid does, I believe they will be able to gain more experience from the finals that they play. And I believe that for Sarkar Gaming, that is the biggest threshold that they will have to kind of cross and overlap. I mean, reaching the final for the first time will be their biggest task. But once they do so, I believe this team can definitely make it. Because like you said, for a very long time, this team was at the peak of their powers. And now look at them, of course. They do have that one outlier, Omega, who knows as a matter of fact that 4 hungry finishers are right there in front of him looking for his lives.
And it does not stop over there. We've talked about Group 3 also being one of the very deadly groups. And look at this, Team X-Park already spotting out the players of Medal. Top Dog, he's being hammered down with bullets, but something, in fact, nothing has really happened. It's just going to be Shadow who gets the confirmation, but it was a really good rat trap set by the players of X-Park, and finally, it's bearing fruits. But just a couple of moments earlier, I considered you were my brother, and the next moment you say that you're a Real Madrid fan. Considering I support Liverpool, I feel like we need to reconsider our relationship, Salty.
Oh, that's why you're wearing red and I'm wearing white, huh?
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn. That was something which I did, but that none of us actually planned about. Even Carnival Gaming did not plan about this fight against Team Autobots, but what a lovely way to finish things off. One finish in the kitty. Goblin will get the revive against Shogun, but my question is, where is the rest of this team?
Do they really care, though? You know, they're just having the time of their lives, especially when you talk about Carnival Gaming. At this point, Goblin, every single time it's a pro series, I do not know what spirits do awaken for him. And even in the previous game, we've talked about Destro. I mean, what's going on? You've got the three finest assaulters in the country, and being the IGL coming out on top. What's happened to him? Is he possessed?
He's not possessed. He is being his absolute best. I mean, I've always believed that Destro is a man who performs, especially when his assaulters are down or they're not at the peak of their powers. This man always lives up to the expectations. He's more like the Captain Cool for me. He definitely isn't that cool in real life, but when it actually matters, this man always delivers.
He's got that father vibe also coming in. Yeah, he's got that father vibe. He certainly tends to discipline his players. He's calm, he's chill in other ways, but yeah, a little bit more about it. In fact, we should start our own podcast show where we could be more open about such things. But yeah, we will. I think now let's get back to the matter at hand. The circle, the way it has formed. We've got the likes of Autobots. Now they have taken over the shrine area. This is a very good advantage to play around. You've got the Eagle's Eye. You know where Team X-Park is. They've gone down below. Medal eSports instantly right off the bat losing out on 2 players. Now it's upon the others. Carnival Gaming, they've made a quick move, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And they could also be the favorites to win this game.
Talking about favorites right now, GlitchX Reborn just pushing in the barrier against Do or Die. Both of these teams, they are outside the blue, so not really very beneficial, but GlitchX needs to win this fight. Do or Die, 2 players being down. Another one goes down as well. Avnish OP could not really go in for the revive. Neither could he actually provide any sort of retaliation as well. In the backlines, Bhalu will find one opening. LeBron might just get confirmed, but could not actually do that. GlitchX Reborn, what a save was that. 2 players being knocked out, but both of them will get revived. 4 players back on track and 4 eliminations to actually go about with it as well. Now, this is a good start from this team, and I want them to reach the circle as soon as they possibly can, because this team does have a rich history when it actually comes to the officials.
It certainly does, and they've been going through quite a tough time, especially with that switch around the lineup, and this time they flipped the tables, and that was Quite surprising, but seems like for Miracle Esports, they are in a whole world of trouble, and Adi is going to get taken down. And for Miracle Esports, they have to tuck their tails and run. The idea was to contest for these compounds. Little did they know that it was Carnival Gaming already setting shop over there, getting smacked back at. But, you know, bringing that conversation back towards GlitchX Reborn, I always personally felt like this is a team that usually tends to open up in the latter phases of the tournament, right? Especially if it's round one, the first day, they literally screw it up. And the second day, they have to get themselves back. And they somehow did, even in that first phase. Got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, qualified for round 2. But this time, off to a really good start.
They certainly are, right? I mean, for GlitchX Reborn, if you consider them, their best performances usually come at a LAN event as well. If you talk about the last Pro Series when Roman was still playing for this lineup, I still remember that one moment where they had one match left to go in the league stages, and GlitchX Reborn needed a chicken dinner to actually qualify. Roman posted a story before that game had started that I'm going to get this chicken dinner, and he went on to actually win that game, qualify for the grand finals. That was, in my memory, one of the finest BGMI displays that I've ever seen. And I still want to see GlitchX Reborn back in their glory days, but we know since it's a professional game, professionalism has to be attained. Teams go through switches, and now GlitchX Reborn, they are 2 different sides.
Yeah, quite
divided.
a different story there, you know.
Yeah.
I love the fact when somebody like Roman just put his money where his mouth was.
Yeah.
Goes in, gets the chicken. It kind of reminded me of Clutch Court. There was another event, in fact, a couple of years ago. He posted this story that today nobody knows me, but after the day ends, everybody will be scared of me. And that is when he won that tournament, being an absolute underdog. And it was an official event in a different game whatsoever. So, shows the championship spirit of that particular player. But again, that conversation with GlitchX Reborn right after that tournament, they jumped boats, they went to Alibaba Raiders, things did not work out, and a couple of players came back home. We had Scuba, we've got Duke, and they had to rewrite their redemption arc. And today, here they are. Round number 3, where I do not see Alibaba Raiders. Do you?
Absolutely. None of us do.
Are they satisfied with that, though?
Honestly, I believe they wouldn't be satisfied. It was something which they tried out. Even GlitchX Reborn with their old roster wasn't really performing at the peak of their abilities. Which, ladies and gentlemen, if you yourself want to perform at the peak of your abilities, get yourself the official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series. Starting just at 18,999. A wonderful device. Has amazing specs fixes under the hood. The Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Smooth as butter. You get to play BGMI without any lags or overheating.
Let's not get there. You know, I was ratted out. So one fine day, what I did was I just sneaked in and took these phones away to my hotel to be playing a couple of games of BGMI. And Necro ratted me out. And after that, I haven't been allowed to touch this phone. That was quite gutting, but then I just got myself an iQOO device.
Okay.
That is one of the flagship phones in which the grand finals will be played at. So I'm really happy. But you can definitely check this one out. I have vouched for it because in that 1-2 days of playing with this device, I knew, especially if you're starting your journey into the competitive arena of BGMI, this is a device to go out for. Especially if you are on a budget. But now coming back to matters at hand, Hero Extreme Godlike. Again, a beautiful rotation over here. Who would have thought that round number 2, they would be reigning the charts. And even now, they have all their players alive. Almost around the center of the circle, still waiting for that hard shift.
But Fixes, this is the most dicey circle that Sanhok has to offer, honestly, because in that Delta region, I'm not really sure which island these teams are going to be placing their bets on. Even for Hero Extreme Godlike as of now, who are right there holding their breath on the southern island, right at the tip of the southern island, I believe even they will be second-guessing themselves. Now, majority of this chunk is on that Camp Alpha Island where Carnival Gaming, they have their beautiful fortress set up, even for Miracles. They themselves have their lovely positions over there. But I still believe that so many teams will be forced to actually make that plunge into the water, will be forced to swim on their way to rotate, and that is where the finish feed is going to go to a frenzy.
I think Circle's going to go somewhere around for Miracle Esports, like you said, and even Sarkar Gaming can benefit from this. Now, the only problem for Miracle is the compound where they are at. It's an open warehouse.
Yeah.
You do not have cover, a lot of it. So they really have to watch out for a lot of those teams coming up from the hilly side, especially Carnival Gaming. You've got Autobots. So if they somehow, withstand that storm, I think they're good to go. They have to be really mobile, just like our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 125R, especially when you're cruising in the cities. Just like Salty loves to take his bike to the gym. And have you considered this option? You wanted a new bike, right?
Yeah, I wanted a new bike. And in fact, I'm actually considering myself the Hero Extreme 160R4V.
Yeah, young blood.
Young blood for sure, but being the MVP of the finals is too much of a task for me. So I'm going to reach out to Hero Extreme myself, asking for one. But hopefully, our lovely sponsors are going to help me out with that. But coming back to the game, once again, Team Cosmic now. Again, do we see a comeback story? I would love to see Team Cosmic not pull out a comeback story again, because I believe that gets our hearts racing way too much. For them, it would be an easier task to actually qualify directly.
I love this team. Regardless, whatever you say, Team Cosmic, yes, they gave us those heart attacks. But I love those heart attacks, especially when it comes down to those final games, final days. You look forward to them. What are they going to pull off? Do they have any tricks up their sleeves? And that is somewhere where Zord OP just comes out of nowhere, gets a couple of finishes here and there. And this time, they want to change the storyline. They want to change the script as the gods of BGMI taking the circle slightly towards the eastern side. And Sarkar Gaming, they will have such a glee smile on their face. They've got a beautiful compound to play around. This game has Sarkar Gaming written all over it, given the fact they do not mess up.
Absolutely right. But talk about GlitchX Reborn and Gujarat Tigers, that small little area that they've got to play.
Yeah.
I believe that is where they can garner a lot of finishes, fixes. Yes, potentially the winner chicken dinner might still be beyond their reach, but grabbing finishes from that space, I believe that is what both these teams are going to be looking at for. But the circle, like you said, just spoiling the game for so many teams. You've got Wingod in the back lines, way too back. You've got Gujarat Tigers just charging up against GlitchX Reborn. A completely easy finish coming in from Clutch God. But how does GlitchX Reborn react? No information whatsoever. They try to leapfrog the likes of Gujarat Tigers, and they fear and they bear the brunt.
Certainly have, but seems like they're really not out of the woods yet. Because just a couple of moments ago, out in the open, and now seems like they're cornered. Scuba knows what needs to be done. Lobs the grenade. Does not hit its mark, but for Gujarat Tigers, they have to get inside the circle. And let's not forget, Salty, they're on the lower grounds.
Yeah.
Given the fact that GlitchX Reborn will be the ones to have made it earlier, this is where Gujarat Tigers really have to make quite a cautious move.
I believe both these two teams are going to find themselves space, but talk about this. This is a good fight. Rival Apex, they're charging in hot and heavy against Hero Extreme God. Like the first nade did sail in, but lucky to noob. And Pasha against Punk. It's a 1v2, and of course Punk is going to die down. Hero Extreme God, like, they are being chewed apart as Rival Apex. They're not really letting them breathe as of now. The pressure is there. Jonathan has kind of fallen back. Simp still looking to find that opening as of yet. I believe once Punk has fallen, Hero Extreme God like might actually slip into slumber, but Sim needs to do something magical over here.
Yeah, the idea was for Punk to buy time, for Sim to lob that grenade and get that opener, but that did not happen. And now everything goes into a flurry for Team Hero Extreme Godlike, as now Simp, of course he has retreated, but that grenade was too close for comfort. Simp needs to heal himself back, needs to patch himself back. I'm pretty sure with all those smokes being deployed by Godlike, they have cut off their own vision.
They certainly have. Pasha just trying out his level best with that quick nade itself. Did not really do a lot of the damage against the opposition, but Godlike eventually decided to fall back, which I believe is a better decision in this scenario. Admino, I love the flank coming in for him. I believe he can put his position anonymous, can stay anonymous for a while. That can be damaging, that can be devastating for Rival Apex. And in fact, it actually potentially be...
He just gave his cover away. At this point, Admino, he could have done better there. Still a really good move though. Regardless, Hero Extreme Godlike, Admino, He needs to reset. Lucky to noob. Has he snuffed him out? But no. Admino, this time he strikes back, and look at Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan and Sim pushing in tandem with each other. Pasha playing around the mannequin room has already gotten the better out of Sim. And now it is time for Admino also to join forces along with Jonathan. And he strikes. He gets a knock. He will get the finish.
He certainly will. Admino charges in as well. Jonathan looking to find the final frag. Of course, no, wait, what?
What?
Rival Apex! It was a 1v1. Admino was taken down by Viper. Viper took down Jonathan as well. I have no clue. When did Admino get taken down, Fixes?
Yeah, I think the moment he was trying to come inside, that is where Viper got the first knock, and then he followed suit. He got the remainder of the two. It was a 1v3 towards the end. This is incredible stuff coming in from Rivals Ape. The moment we did not expect that. And let's not forget, Rivals Ape, they were having a lot of trouble, especially in round number 2 to qualify. That being said, Team Cosmic, they're already out of the game yet. Hero Extreme Godlike, mistakes made, and they had to pay a hefty price.
Yeah.
Same goes for Miracle Esports and Ignite. Now, a lot of people do not talk about this team, but low-key, I feel like they're also the real deal. They've been so consistent.
They certainly have, but look at this, Gujarat Tigers. What a lovely rotation coming in from them. Just finding themselves the island to actually work with. But now what will they do? There is no escape option whatsoever. Ignite Gaming, the team you were talking about, has complete control of the circle. And now they can gatekeep everyone else. They have that vantage point and that visual blocker as well. Scuba is going to bite the dust. Another frag added to this list. They've got 10 eliminations already. And it seems like they're looking for more. Sarkar Gaming is also chiming in.
This Hulk knows how to smash. Especially if you've got a dragon in the form of Vermithor. One of the biggest in the Game of Thrones right now. You've got Ignite Gaming, everything really set up for them until and unless Team X-Park plays a spoil spot. But for X-Park, they've got their work cut out, right? They also have to get inside the circle. Given the fact that they're being kept at bay by the players of Sarkar Gaming and also the likes of Ignite, it's going to be such an arduous task for them to really make it in as Aizen gets the better out of Joker. Still out in the open, loving this repositioning from his side.
Absolutely. There are two players. One player that is going to be Spray God coming in from the front lines. Quite too low on the HP. The shots did connect. Spray God will get knocked out. Aizen on a trot at this moment. From the back lines, there's still one more player surviving, and that is going to be Shadow 7. Aizen, this man is not stopping. He knows exactly where the likes of Sarkar Gaming is. He knows exactly that from the back lines, he might get shot down as well, but knows how to protect that. Sarkar Gaming on the other side, they have been pressing the trigger as well. Hulk on the higher ground will actually manage to find that knock on towards Shogun, but it seems like Kana hope he's going to steal that frag. Yes, he does. Sarkar Gaming, they're also on a trot, so it's going to be that lock of horns between two major bulls, Sarkar Gaming and Ignite Gaming. Who's going to come out on top, Fixes?
At this point, it's really difficult to tell. But Ignite and Sarkar both had been fighting for those finishes. Eventually, for Sarkar Gaming though, 3 finishes secured whatsoever. You still have Ignite Gaming in such a promising position. Let's not forget, Shadow and Hector, 2 IGLs, already off for a healing battle, gets snuffed out. And Shadow, he falls prey to the circle. Aizen, he's not going to be happy about it. But I'm pretty sure maybe this chicken dinner might just satiate his hunger. Especially considering he's well aware of where the players of Sarkar Gaming are. And now it's all about Hector making that move. But Aizen, another well-cooked grenade. This could have been deadly. But nah, missed by miles.
Missed by miles, but honestly from the backlines it seems like Aizen, he does not miss at all. Kanaopi was spotted quite comfortably. He was picked off as well, and now Sarkar Gaming, they need to actually look for a miracle. Now, what are the possible solutions, right? You try to kind of smoke around the choke points, try and make yourself outside this shack that you're trapped in. But no matter what, Ignite Gaming, they're going to keep on spamming those nades at you. They will try and finish you off before even if you can step out of this shack. And in fact, that is exactly what's happening. Look at those nades fly in. It's quite comfortable for Ignite Gaming to actually get themselves that chicken dinner. But nothing taken away from Sarkar Gaming. I believe they also had a fantastic one, Fixes.
And this is one of the biggest chicken dinners yet. Equalizing to what Mogo Esports did in the previous game. Ignite Gaming, a name that is quite less heard of. Finally, they're getting those moments. And especially if you have to talk about those individual prowess. Aizen, I love that stuff, man. He goes after every single player he spots out, and especially that fight against Team X-Park where he got that first knock on Joker, did decide to reposition himself, and in that moment, you could also see that even in a little bit of a distance, he had Vermithor.
Yeah.
He could have provided that cover fire, but he had to take his own fight. So Ignite Gaming knew exactly what needed to be done in such situations, and that is where things did not also end. He took down a lot of those lone survivors, went after Shadow. Of course, he got a bit unlucky over there, but Ignite Gaming still found out Hector, who was also patching himself up, just that final bullet. He also got picked off, and Sarkar Gaming, the moment their flanks were cut off, I think they pretty much made peace with their fate. You know what would I have done if I was Sarkar Gaming? I would have just blew myself up, because you know, why would you want to give your opponents those extra finish points? Because you already realized you made it to the second spot.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, potentially I would have done something different, try to smoke around the choke points, try to make... They
did not have those now.
They did not have those, so you can't really blame them, honestly. But what a beautiful game coming in from Aizen. And now you were talking about that fight against X-Pac. I believe that man had a virtual heat map in his head. He knew exactly where the players were coming from. He got the first knock from the vehicle, knew Spray God can actually shoot him from the backside, moves around. I love that play around that boulder. But I believe these are the moments which is going to build confidence, and Ignite Gaming, they will have, they will in fact need a lot of that in the later rounds currently, if you talk about the lobby and how strong it is going to be. Team X-Pac, not really a lot of good positioning in spite of dropping in towards the Camp Alpha. Island Fixes, I want to know your thoughts, because I believe this was a fail from their perspective.
A big one at that, undoubtedly, because I think for X-Pac, things went a little wrong when they decided to camp the bridge. Because had they not done that, and had they focused on getting the compound that maybe Sarkar Gaming were holding, this could have been a better outing for them. Same goes with Carnival Gaming. They also had a very good start early on. They come in from ruins, take over that central spot for themselves, and eventually was a miss. Did not have a lot of players to play around. Leaving Hector back for the healing battle. This is not the Carnival Gaming that we have known and loved. We love to see Carnival Gaming and engage those fights. But something that was a tough pill for us to swallow was that fight. Rival Zape taking on Hero Extreme Godlike.
Exactly.
And the heroics of Viper, when he knew that he was outnumbered, still coming out, getting that 1v3 done. That was good stuff.
That certainly was good stuff, right? I mean, I believe the fight against Jonathan, it was in his bag already. He knew he was going to move out the shotgun. The crosshair is going to be at his face, point blank range. He will win that fight. What was more surprising was that he actually cleared out Admino before that fight against Jonathan. That actually made it a 1v1. And I believe that for Jonathan, yes, that hesitation was way too much. Not critiquing way too much on a single player, but as soon as Sim got knocked out, I believe there was that opening for Jonathan to actually move in and get himself his share of trades, but he did not do that.
I really felt in that particular fight, Sim could have done better. Especially could have saved his IGL. Those grenades had to hit their marks, which they failed to. And as a result, Rival Zape, this was the team that aggressed on Hero Extreme Godlike. And let's not forget, they were the toppers of round 2. And this is a very extremely aggressive Hero Extreme Godlike. We'll talk more about that. But Ignite Gaming, 25 points right off the rip. This is the kind of a storyline that we want to build up. Those new bards being formed and forged into being legends, the path they are on. And for Carnival Gaming, yeah, a decent start. Same goes for Team X-Pac. But I feel like our bars are so high that anything short of a chicken dinner or maybe a 10+ finish game, that is where we have that little bit of a bummer.
Exactly right. But reality check, even Sarkar Gaming, they get 9 points. On the other side though, points of concern for a couple of these teams. Newman X Forever, that fight against Gujarat Tigers in towards boot camp, not really going their way. I'm not even sure if they expected that drop clash in the first place as well. But you look at 4 Miracles, even they kind of knew they were going to be the forefront of so much problems, especially when the circle comes onto the Delta region, right? Crossing on over, it's so difficult. But the real problem is, from that second page itself, was Medal Esports, and I'm still figuring out where exactly is Medal Esports, right? They do come in every stage of the tournament. They get themselves a couple of good performances here and there. They do make it through. But the point is, I feel like for Paradox and Encore, who have so much experience under their belt, they should be doing a lot better.
Again, has to take me back to another beautiful team that we've come to love and adore, Revenant Esports. This is also a team that has graced every single LAN. just like Medley Esports, but lately Lady Luck hasn't really been giving a kiss to them. This time Medley Esports wanted to execute a quick rotation, got picked off by the players of X-Park. Just 2 players survived, but we're gonna come in pieces. The first fight, Numan Forever against the likes of Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah.
We've seen them engaging even in the past, and Gujarat Tigers have always emerged out victorious. There have been very rare occurrences where Numan Forever has really answered back, so this is something that they really need to consider. But for Miracle Esports, they were slightly unlucky, considering Carnival Gaming was already at the place where they wanted to take. But you know, with all those matches already done and dusted, we still have that one more game to go. So much unfolding our way, but before that, folks, here's a short little break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to iQOO BMPS 2024. Of course, with a small change on the panel, we are ready for that final game of the day. Of course, it is going to be the map of Vikendi. It is going to be cold affair, but are we accustomed to ending the day with the map of Vikendi? Do you think the player's mindset is also going to be changing with that way?
I'm not sure about everything that you just said, but one thing is for sure, Ignite Gaming will ignite that fire on the icy lands, right? They will make sure that they're going to be melting down the map itself, because with the way they played in that previous game, what an approach that was. Methodically was on point, tactically as well. Ignite Gaming was doing pretty great in the final few moments as well, just pinning down the players of Sarkar Gaming. Could not really do a lot. And speaking of Godlike's demise, right, with how they got taken down in that fight, let's be honest, for Godlike, we all knew the zone's going to be panning on the top left island.
Yeah.
They had enough amount of chances to make the push over towards that island itself, but they still did not go with the cut.
Oh, I see. So you were actually practicing this line when you were actually preparing. And man just came in, burst his bubble and said everything that he wanted to say from his analysis from the last game. But anyway, coming back to the point once again, with one match left to go, of course, for Hero Extreme, Godlike, the toppers from the last round itself, I believe now this is going to be an opportunity. Vikendi being a slow-paced game, they will have that opportunity to actually make a comeback, fix all the errors in terms of communication what they had in the last game.
Now, once again, not exactly you can say there are any sort of issues. Just the first game gone, and knowing the fact that these are still the known names, one thing is for sure, they can recover easily. For Godlike, Yes, concerns are there, considering game one's already done and dusted. They've only got one more game to go, and I think so they can recover themselves back in the game of Vikendi. They've already proved themselves time and time on this map, especially Jonathan. He was fragging out the last time we saw this guy on the map perform on the round one itself. Godlick was doing pretty decent. The real sign of concern over here has to be Metal Esports. Once again, big concerns. Metal Esports is not able to perform. Maybe they need this device to perform, and that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device.
Absolutely, and it is power-packed with features, especially with that Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. I would love to actually game on this device for elongated hours and see how many games I can play with that 5,500 milliamp hour battery. But I believe for the pros, for the aspiring pros, this is a great device to actually start off with. We will actually check out the overall standings and find out exactly where these teams are after all the 5 games that they have played so far. And it seems like majority of the teams, they are under the 30-point mark. It's just TWOB who has crossed on the 30-point mark after the 2 games that they've played. Mogo Esports on 27, I believe it was a good performance. But for the likes of Team Insane, Carpe Diem, Phoenix Gaming as well, 18, 15, 18, 16 and 13 points respectively. I believe these teams will be looking for a lot more in the further rounds.
Hands down, they might just be looking for that, right? For Phoenix Esports, just getting 13 points, yes. I'm pretty sure they can ignite a comeback. That's not an issue at all. It's Phoenix Esports we're speaking of. They have been consistent throughout their entire run in the iQOO BMPS 2024. You move the conversation on towards Blind Esports. Even for them, things aren't really looking that great. But CG, they already make the pounce in the first half of the board. And that's what you expect from a banner like CG. First game, done and dusted in a positive trade. You move on towards the latter half of the board. You still see a few known names. Sarkar Gaming doing quite decent in that previous game. Now, that's going to elevate their confidence a lot.
Absolutely. For Sarkar Gaming, I believe that a chicken dinner is still waiting on the cards. This team has performed phenomenally well in terms of their finishes. The last game, they got themselves 3 finish points, but their positioning and the rotation was absolutely brilliant, especially with the way they actually tackled the likes of Team X-Park, Carnival Gaming through their rotations. It's at iQOO Soul is quite low on that overall charts, I must say about that. And then, of course, you talked about Metal Esports with that one game that they've played 0 points. Yes, Metal Esports, they have been looking extremely out of form. I'm not really sure why. Their performances do tend to come through where they make it inside the final circles, but barely have they actually managed to find a lot of frags under their belly.
Hands down, for Metal Esports, the opening phases have always been a big problem, right?
Yeah.
Be it the round 1, the first week wasn't exactly that great. Be it the round 2 as well, the first 3 games that they played were completely bad. And now over here as well, the first game is not that great. I'm just going to hope with my fingers crossed that maybe Metal Esports can pull off some nice shenanigans in the upcoming moments, right? The same thing can be said for WinGod Esports. Now, WinGod has been quite a consistent banner in the iQOO BMPS 2024, but the first game is done and dusted and just 2 points.
Absolutely. One of the reasons I believe Necro that was the case is going to be the circle, of course. When the circle does form in the intersection of the 3 islands, it's very difficult to actually judge. For teams like WinGod, I'm not really sure what was the problem because they landed on that Camp Alpha Island. Even Carnival Gaming and Team X-Park did that, but they got themselves 10 plus points to work with. So WinGod in the map of Vikendi, they definitely have a job cut out. But for Newman X Forever, someone who was taken down in a drop collision in that map, I believe they will be the ones who will come into this match with a sour tongue and will say, we want revenge.
Now, let's be honest, for Numanix Forever, that's a whole different ballgame we're speaking of, right? Veterans inside of the lineup, but this time they don't really like to play it aggressive. They like to play it way too passive. If you try and compare the play style to the other veterans that we're seeing so far in the competition, the other veterans are definitely bringing in that aggression, but Newman Forever is the only team that likes to play it way too passive. And that's been the main kryptonite for themselves, actually. Newman Forever's passiveness is actually costing them those games, but now it's time to bring in that aggressive side of suit and maybe try things with a different perspective.
Absolutely. I'm actually waiting for Mafia to pop off in terms of Newman Forever and their performance, but we do have the matchup in front of our screens. GlitchX Reborn, they had a great start in the map of Sanhok. In the map of Vikendi, we'll have to find out what can be the case. Team Cosmaker, we did not really get to see the best out of this team in that particular map, but hoping something of that sort comes in the next game. But Gujarat Tigers, winners of that drop clash, they had a lovely rotation as well. They tried to gather some sort of space from that island that is there in between the stream and the river, but still could not actually make it through the circle, was absolutely denying them all sorts of real estate. But I believe on the map of Vikendi, all of these problems are going to be subsided because they know it's only going to be Mount Kresnik and their meditation spot.
But let's be honest now, for Ignite Gaming, they've already started things off with the flying color. Now the upcoming map of Vikendi, they can't try to pull off some weird shenanigans, go for drop clash if they do one, because even that's going to spike things up, right? And knowing the fact that it's Ignite Gaming we're speaking of, it's a newer face on the block. With the way they were performing in the round 1, round 2, and now round 3, I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to be a big fan.
Absolutely.
And if they keep on performing the same way, especially Aizen, the main playing man for this entire roster, he has always been there in the forefront of the action. Ignite Gaming, for him to be there, has been a big suit.
Absolutely. I mean, for Ignite Gaming, yes, they've got 25 points from the first game itself. On Vikendi, they can actually just experiment, right? Because the standard has been set. TWOB, they've set the standards after 2 matches, 35 points. For them to actually match that standard, they don't need to do much. But on the map of Vikendi, like we know, it's going to be extremely passive. You can try and take those isolated fights initially.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't even need 35 points in 2 games. That's extreme, man. TWOB in just 2 games, they've already qualified, right? Let's be honest. They've already made the cut.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. For Ignite Gaming, even if they get away with 17 or 20 points in the first day, it's all good in the hood. Vikendi don't has to go their way. That's the question. But you know what? With that being said, let's move on towards the map of Vikendi.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, once again flying on top of the icy lands of Vikendi. And of course, as air traffic control suggests, the flight path is going to be in front of our screens extremely soon. But this time around, we are actually traveling quite close to the edge of the map itself. We start our journey from port and we end towards Miramar. Now, the good part or the interesting part about this flight path is going to be the fact that majority of that right-hand island is going to be completely isolated. So if you want to go there and actually have a comfortable loot, you will have to do a lot of work before. But I believe Dobromesto, Krichas, Coal Mine and Mount Kresnik will be majority of where the action lies. Necro, my co-pilot, what are your thoughts about this flight path?
I mean, this plain flat path, as you mentioned, right, extremely tilted on the left side of the map. If you want to move in towards the right side, you will have to go for a few pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards Cement Factory, be it Cantra, Hot Spring, wherever you want to go. But the zone is going to form towards the northern side. Castle's not going to be involved a lot, and I'm going to be disappointed because I wanted to see a Castle zone. But moving the conversation towards IG once again. For IG, this game's not going to hold a lot of value anyways. They've already done the deed. They do not really need to perform up to the mark. It should not be there for them anyways.
Absolutely.
You move the conversation towards Newman, though. There's a bit of that drop clash between someone. And for Newman, this is not going to be good news at all.
As of now, I just want to see Newman take that fight because, again, on the map of Sanhok, they were beaten down to a pulp by Gujarat Tigers. And I want to see what they can actually pull off in this fight. We'll have to find out which team are they fighting against, but the first team to actually make that long rotation, to actually make that move towards the right-hand island, it will be Hero Extreme Godlike. Of course, quite peacefully. They don't really have any sort of company in this location, so they will be looting quite comfortably. While going back to that conversation of Newman, I still feel the fight has not yet begun.
It indeed hasn't. Newman up against their foes. It's quite a slow start. Taking their sweet little time to adjust. For Newman, there's also another team in the upper lines, and that's going to be in the name of Ignite Gaming. And as I mentioned, Ignite Gaming now, they can't afford to pull off some weird shenanigans. They can go for the third party as well instantly if they want, and they will try to do so if they do hear a lot of those gunshots around them. So for Newman, they need to be super careful. Hopefully, they are known of the fact that there's Ignite Gaming right above them. That's going to be a big concern. Team X Park as well. They're going to take their nice little time to try and adjust inside of the lobby.
And I believe that for Newman Gaming, they understand that they're not drop fight specialists, Necro. I believe majority of these players, like you say, they're the OGs, right? They know exactly where to find their spots inside the circles, be it Ash, be it Always. They've only got one true assaulter in the form of Mafia, I believe.
Yeah.
And if Mafia does not play at its absolute best in Newman, for them, their best case is to try and go for placement points.
That's it. And that's been the concern, right?
Yeah.
You cannot really win them all, and that's the problem. Passive playstyle inside of this meta is not going to grant you a lot of those points unless you feel super comfortable and super consistent. But it's really tough to pull that off. Next to impossible, actually. That's why aggression is going to be your best friend. And Numanix Forever, they do not really want to be aggressive inside of the games anyways. So I'm not sure what the game strat's going to look like. But one thing is for sure, it's time to amp the aggression up. Move the conversation on towards Ignite Gaming. This game, it does not need to go their way at all. Maybe just get a few scrappy elimination points here and there, and still Ignite Gaming is going to be all good in the hood.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you talk about the individual players, we spoke a lot of praise about Aizen, but Hulk also has to be given his due credit because that man was also an absolutely insane beast in his own free right. The way he supported Aizen, of course, being the iQOO MVP of the last game, 7 eliminations on board and 705 points of damage. He was the absolute pinnacle of efficiency. Man does not spend an extra amount of damage.
Look at the conversion rate, right?
Exactly.
The damage on point with the finishes. And I'm not even surprised. Aizen getting 7 finishes in that one single game. That's what he's been doing for this entire team every single time. He has been the man in the forefront every single time. Ignite Gaming's Hulk is also over there on the board. Even Thor is right there. 3 players from this one single banner. They're in the top 5 players list of that previous game. And this tells us it was an absolute nuclear performance pulled off from them.
Once they had the circle, they never really left it. As soon as the circle had shifted on top of them, they had control over it. They spread themselves out wide so that they can control the entirety. Team X-Spark tried to snatch that control away from them. Carnival Gaming tried to snatch that control away from them. None of them could actually stand. Sarkar Gaming, as a matter of fact, did also try to breach in, but even they were taken down. But coming back to this team, Necro, Team THW. Such a fantastic performance inside of the first 2 rounds that we have seen. So aggressive, so technically advanced. It seems like this was a very advanced version of the lineup that we had witnessed in 2023. But inside of round 3 so far, have you seen them struggle? Because on the map of Sanhok, they were nowhere.
Yeah, for THW, they have been going with a lot of those permutations and combinations, right? And now finally it feels like they've found themselves a sweet spot to play with. The tweak that they made, it's working out perfectly well. In the round 1 itself, THW was struggling in the first week, by the way. But then in the second week, THW, they picked the pace so well that now there's no stopping. Yeah, in the previous game, THW wasn't really able to pull off a lot of those points, but still we know it's THW. They are more than capable of doing that. And moving the conversation towards the past, right? The past glory of this team. We did see this team in the past, by the way, especially in BJAS 2024 a few months back. And this team was performing exceptionally well. But yes, unfortunately, they got kicked out in quite the early phase of the tournament. But now they're over here to try and redeem themselves in a better manner. And so far, they're doing it in quite a great fashion, too.
They certainly are. I mean, if you look at their Erangel ship, it's been fabulous. Even their finishers department, right? Ninja himself, a man who was quite, I wouldn't say a passive player. He was a defensive player, to say the very least. Initially, he had his intentions and approaches towards the defensive side of things. Now this man is an absolute beast when it actually comes to spotting oppositions, when it actually comes to scouting missions as well. He does it absolutely brilliant. We'll still have to find out if THW can make good work from this game itself. A lot of points on board to be acquired, but as of now, WinGod Esports in front of our screens, Necro, and Savitar, one of my favorite assaulters, to be honest. Extremely naughty, extremely always say dicey when it comes to out-game personality, but when it comes to in-game, this man does not shy away from those finishes.
He indeed does not. It's Savitar we're speaking of, right? He's been there inside of the playing field for such a long time. He's been a part of the pro circuit for such a long time. He has been a part of great banners too in the past. The assaulter, if you'd like to call him. And he has been performing pretty consistently for his team.
If you were to make a dream team from this group, Necro, that is currently playing, would Savitar be in that playing for?
Oh, man. Now, I would really need to sit down and try and analyze which players I would want in that team. Because the maximum players I can have is 5.
Yeah.
And one will be on the bench.
Yeah.
From this individual group, Now let's speak about the possibilities, right?
Yeah.
Which players I would pick. Azen's confirmed.
All right.
Because he's been performing exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
Then moving the conversation on towards maybe Windguard, considering even they have been doing quite nice.
Okay.
I would like to pick Savvy from there. And then moving the conversation on towards GT, considering even they have been playing quite nice. I would pick Clutch God. But as soon as I say so, Clutch God actually gets picked off from the game. He's knocked out. And that just blows. Yushu from the top. The man just rained down death and destruction. As now Clutch God's life is in danger. For Gujarat Tigers, they do want to engage that in a rescue operation. As they want to get the fallen man back upon his feet. A lot of those shots are taken through the smokes as well. But Skips is there to save the day. Just look at him, true friend.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, I would have done that. I would have done the same thing if you were knocked out in that position, Necro. It's just sometimes you don't understand my love. But coming back to that conversation,
I don't want your love, man.
My friendship, anyway, whatever it is. Bromance, bro. But coming back to that conversation again, Clutch God as an IGL, you've picked up Azen as well. And who else? Who else are we going ahead with?
I was actually thinking of picking someone from Windguard, but then I want to change my mind over here.
Mm-hmm.
I would pick Shadow 7 from Team X Park.
All right. Pretty good pick. Solid pick.
Yep. And I would also go for Joker.
Perfect. So you're playing 4. In fact, you're playing 5 becomes Azen, Joker, Shadow, Clutch God. And did I miss somebody?
No, that's it. I've just said 4 so far.
All right. Perfect. You know what? I would believe.
And I would also pick Admino.
Mm-hmm. Going ahead with Hero Extreme God, like I see.
Now, that's quite a stacked lineup, right?
That certainly is stacked.
Imagine you have to playing 4, and just like OG or drawn out Chits was going to be there in the main playing 4, right? And whoever gets the best about it, whoever has the best luck, will be there in the playing 4 anyways, because each and every single player is more than capable enough, but we'll have that one slot confirmed for the IGL. But even for IGL, we might just need to draw the Chits. Is it going to be Clutch God or Shadow 7?
I love the fact that you've got 2 leaders in your lineup, because that addition of filter IGL actually helps. A lot of teams actually have that system. You look at the way...
So here's the thing, right? I genuinely feel like the lineup that Revan Esports had, the dream team that we're speaking of,
okay,
it was actually a pretty good concept.
Mm-hmm.
Punk is quite a flexible IGL.
Yeah.
Sensei is supposed to be the main IGL. I'm not sure what exactly happened over there. Maybe something happened behind the scenes. That's why it was affected inside of the game. But that concept was pretty nice. That could have actually worked out. And I want that similar concept to be implemented even inside of the future rosters. I want one flexible IGL and a proper IGL. Because that flex IGL can also frag. And that's the important thing. When you've got 2 big brains inside of the game, but those 2 big brains can actually communicate with each other properly, that can bring on to a big mastermind game. And that can also bring on to a lot of those frag-heavy games as well. You are going to have so many good games in your hands. Positioning's not going to be concerned because you are going to have a proper positioning inside of your hands. You've got 2 big brains working against it. And then, if you try and speak about the eliminations, every single player is more than capable enough of picking off the eliminations as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I kind of agree with that, because if you talk about examples of similar setups, right? One example which comes to my mind is going to be Mogo Esports in a recently concluded third-party event where Robin and Destro were playing together. I believe that kind of a setup also slams.
So that's where the problem is.
All right.
Robin is not really a flexible player.
Okay.
Right? Robin is supposed to be a proper IGL.
Okay.
So Robin also was playing pretty passive. You add on Destro, even he's a proper IGL. So even he was bringing in that passiveness. Now, if at least one of these guys plays aggressive and plays a flex role, who's also got the firepower on point, let's be honest, right? The IGLs don't exactly have as much as the good firepower as the Assaulters, right? Because that's what the Assaulters have been training for their entire life. But when you've got a flex IGL, he's also training on his firepower, but also he's training on his decision-making on the fly. And having that good combination of 2 IGLs at the same time, one is flex and one is a proper one, that can help you out a lot in the longer run.
So basically, one player will be the shot caller, one player will actually make your team get inside in terms of the circle rotation as well. The only problem which I believe majority of the teams that encounter here is the lack of coordination between the two leaders, I believe, because one feels like someone is stepping in others' territory while the other feels vice versa.
Yeah.
And it's kind of very simple for organizations, for professional teams to appoint that one leader and have his say going around all the other three assaulters.
Now, once again, the lineup that Mogo Esports had, right? Robin, Destro, Justin, Delta, it could have actually worked out in the old point structure.
Yep.
Not in this one. In this new point structure, the only reason why I'm saying you need a flex IGL if you do want to have two big minds is because you need eliminations. That's the only thing. You try and look at the main playing structure right now. Look at Global Esports as an example. Mavi's the main IGL who does not really like to go super aggressive, but he still performs when the game asks for it.
Yeah.
And then you've got three performers in his lineup, three assaulters, Ninja Boy, Slug, and Beast. So that's pretty much like the proper structure right now these days. It's like the best stance that the teams can have.
Absolutely. I mean, Global Esports, they just speak for themselves. Their performance just speaks for themselves. Almost about to win BGIS 2024 as well.
Yeah, I mean, even look at X-Park, right? You've got Shadow 7 as the proper IGL. Then you've got Sarang over there. Joker as well. Spray God.
Yeah.
What else do you need? The playing four is already pretty stacked. Shadow 7's going to stay in the back lines, do his job as an IGL, while the rest three players will do their job of eliminating teams left, right, and center and collecting those points.
Absolutely. Shadow 7 as an IGL. I mean, to be honest, BGIS 2024 kind of opened everyone's eyes because people had been kind of calling out this player a lot, questioning his decision-making, questioning his style of play, and questioning whether he's going to be the right man fit to actually lead Team X-Park. But with that performance, man, he did shut up a lot of his critiques. Here, once again, Shadow 7 on the screens, and he's got the entirety of Team THW in front of him.
Yeah, he's all by himself too, right? Shadow 7 entering inside of the enemy territories and kill him out. He could have actually found the knockout as well. Now pulls out the D-base up close and personal, and the man's way too close. Shadow 7, his entire team is on the verge of being eliminated as Sam is making that push, and Sam still knows what exactly is happening around the corner. He goes for the first peek, whips that shot, and this time it's going to be Shadow 7 to reply back, but THW, they still do somehow save the day for themselves as they eliminate the entirety of Team X-Park.
This was close, Necro. This was extremely close. We were talking about Shadow 7. Man comes and gets 2 knocks for himself. Sam, what a beautiful shot that was coming in from Shadow. But, of course, THW, they had the better in terms of the manpower. They had better in terms of positioning as well. Shadow had no choice but to succumb to his injuries. THW, they had a massive scare. They actually did. But 4 eliminations on board. I believe this is going to be nice for them. Look at this, Shadow. Wonderfully done to get that first knock. And this movement, right? I did not expect this movement coming in from this player. But Kyolamau with the jump shot. And honestly, these days, Necro, the jump shot through the window, it's been almost unbeatable, to be honest.
So that's the thing, right? Shadow 7 is just like Punk. He's a flex IGL. There's a reason why I picked Shadow 7 and Clutch God at the same time. Just the difference is that the lineup that I was thinking of making, both the IGLs are the flex ones.
My question is, why aren't you picking Punk, though?
Now, that's a good question, honestly. But over here, the only difference is that, I don't know, man. Even Punk can be a solid choice. But still, I just went with my gut. And my gut says that Shadow 7 is much more of a younger lad.
Okay.
He has a brighter future. Clutch God, he brings in that experience with the OG thinking that he's got.
Yeah.
So it's like a perfect combination of both these players inside of the lineup. And Clutch God is also quite the aggressive guy, right?
Yeah.
Compared to Punk. So that's why I got in Clutch God as well. Now, a lot of the people that might just be sitting in the chat wondering, why don't just organizations buy out the best players inside of the country and create a super team, right? Here's the thing. It's not just about the compatibility inside of the game. Even outside of the game matters a lot. And sometimes a few relations can be toxic. That's why not every player that you pick will have a proper compatibility with his teammates.
And not every dream team is going to perform.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why, man.
That's
pretty rare. It's pretty rare to have best players in one single banner because, let's be honest, everyone has their own egos, right?
Everyone.
So that's why even the compatibility IRL gets affected by it a lot. And that's why you can't just have those 4 diamonds in one single banner.
What I always believe is that the best teams are the ones who kind of prepare themselves. They grow together instead of the best players bought in from everywhere and you construct a lineup which is star-studded. Because usually what happens is all these star-studded players, they come in, like you said, with their respective egos. And when the egos clash, you can never really bond as a team. It's always about getting those solo eliminations. It's always about getting those solo mistakes corrected or, whatever it is,
but
you put yourself first and then you put your team second.
Here's the thing. If this combination works out, though, now you've got a deadly force that no one can take down. But then just hope that these guys don't get complacent and they're always in the front with their practice. They're always doing that. They're always getting the grind down because complacency will be a part of the action as well. When you're winning pretty much everything, the team starts to get a little bit complacent, knowing the fact that, yeah, guys, we're winning anyways. We're unstoppable now. So there will be that factor where these guys get way too complacent and they might just stop practicing. But I hope if someone is looking to make this team, just make sure that grind is always on and no one's getting complacent. They always need a reality check.
I don't really believe this team can actually be made in reality because...
I believe it can be.
Necro, you're asking for a pretty big purse. And I don't believe that is going to be a reality.
The buyout's going to require a lot of money. I know that. But still, there is a possibility it can come into fruition. Trust me when I say this. It's happened a lot of the times in the past. I wouldn't exactly go into the details, but it's happened a lot of the times in the past, and the combinations have worked out as well perfectly.
All right. Now, here are my playing five, all right? My dream team from this group itself. I mean, of course, I would love them to actually rotate and be very mobile, just like the Hero Extreme 160R4V, but... to be honest, I'm going in for a star-studded lineup myself as well. So my IGL is going to be Punk. And as my primary assaulter, I'm going to have Goblin without a doubt. Now, from Team X-Pac, I'm going to choose Joker to actually play along with him. And I'm going to choose for Sarang. So there goes my playing 4. And then to kind of add on to that, I'm going to have Siam from 4 Miracles to be the 5th in the lineup and to actually fill in different slots.
Now, the lineup that you just made... it's not going to work out when it comes to the compatibility. Let's be honest. It's not going to work out. Compatibility is not going to be there. But hey, it's quite a nice one right on paper. Speaking about the stats, it's supposed to be another super team. But looking at this game, particularly, you've got Newman towards Padawosto doing pretty decent. Even Godlike towards that upper edge. You've got THW as well on the northern side, GT right next to him. The zone's now starting to get stacked up with teams. If you're someone outside of the circle like CG, Rival Apex, it's now time to make it in, including WindGod and IG.
Exactly, but as of now, it seems like Team Cosmic, they are kind of facing the brunt of 4 Miracles. Nades launched in from multiple directions. Pasha as well as Crimson in the close lines. I believe these two players need to put some sort of resistance to push these players off the front foot. Now look at this, from the backlines, WindGod can also come in as a third party's 4 Miracle, have to be extremely cautious. And now look at Carnival Gaming, Necro, we have the throwables in fruition already.
Yeah, but unfortunately for CG, even they've lost out on 2 players, Shogun and Goblin not in the game anymore, as now it's going to be down to Neo. One last threat still alive inside of the game, trying to keep the roster together, but the nade was sailed in so perfectly that Neo just walked into his own death. Another nade sails in. It will hand out the confirmations off the players of CG, as now CG's just down to that one last man standing, and that's going to be the IGL Hector himself.
One man standing. I don't really believe that this was the plans for Carnival Gaming. The utility usage and the throwable usage from Rival Apex was so brilliant. For Hector, it seems like all he's got left to do is to try and play for positioning. He did send 3 of his very important troops to try and get that compound under control, but Rival Apex say nana, and they also say goodbye.
Oh, look at the ramps that are coming through now. WindGod Esports, they did find themselves a bit of the safety shoes to play with. But here comes the problem, and that's going to be in the name of Godlike. They're constantly tossing in those utils, and the safety shoes, they don't feel so safe anymore. Another nade sails in, and it's going to find that 2-piece that's needed. Admino is getting the job done. Avi's trying to back away from the spot, and this nade might just find the confirmation. The answer is going to be no. Avi wants to back away to safety. Can he be brought back on his feet? That's the question. As Rex will go for the revival on the fallen player. And Admino is slowly and steadily moving up further for the confirmation on what exactly is happening on the other side of the smoke. And Admino finds out there's a revival coming into fruition. Avi will be knocked out and dusted. There's no way the man's going to be saved anymore. And Godlike is constantly tossing in those utils. That's another nade set sent from Admino. And it's also going to find Avi. And even Rex, even Sim from the backlines is doing a lot of that damage with the utils. And Godlike, they're pretty much sailing smoothly in this fight.
They certainly are sailing smooth. In fact, they cut off the sails of Wingod Esports themselves. What a fight that was. The utility barrage not giving them a moment to actually breathe in. Godlike Esports, now that they've got the corner of the circle, they also have got the vantage point. But on the other side, there is another fight that is happening right now. Sarkar Gaming, they've actually come in and they are fighting against Ignite Gaming. So Ignite Gaming, winners of the last game, ace in falls initially. Utility actually is pitched perfect coming in from Sarkar Gaming. One more nade and it can be done. Anonymous himself has been knocked out. This nade barely missing the mark by a very minute margin.
Indeed. Anonymous is still fallen in the back, by the way. Sarkar Gaming, it's one of those teams that likes to play it passive. A defensive approach is what Sarkar Gaming brings inside of the game, but sometimes you need to face your problems head on. And right now, it's one of those problems that they need to deal with. But still, Sarkar Gaming, they're taking too much time to do so. The Fallen Man's once again back on his feet. Thor does his job. He needs to patch himself up as well in return, and that's what he's doing now. Popping in that first aid kit as the players of SG, they look to rotate and reposition. Even for CG, the one last man is all the way in the back line, still alive somehow. Even Rival Apex got taken down to just one person. So many teams now starting to face the brunt.
Absolutely. Ignite Gaming, 2 players surviving. But on the other side, it seems like Autobots have been taken out of the picture by GlitchX Reborn. Have a look at this fight. Gujarat Tigers finally enter into it. Clutch got one more player. Skips quite low on HP. Destiny and Sam trying to tiptoe their way. Good partnership. But will Harsh be able to stop it? That's a question. The nade does not connect. Does it? Yes, he actually does.
Destiny finds a second knockout, but unfortunately for Destiny, his team is also getting struck down by another one that's right next to him. And GT, they get eliminated by the likes of Godlike from all the way far Frey. Eliminating their own brothers. Godlike. Now, once again, they're constantly moving up. 4 eliminations racked up. Another man spotted in the front line. Shots were taken against Newman forever. But the connection's not going to be there. Admino in the forefront. He's looking so brave while he's making the moves.
He certainly is looking brave, but the point is, will that bravery going to pay off or no? GlitchX Reborn on the other side. Duke is going to fall. Team Cosmic kind of trying to make their way inside the center of the circle. Zod OP overextending a little bit, and that costed 3 of their players their dear lives right now. GlitchX Reborn, though, they've been badly hurt. It's just one player who is barely surviving. In fact, both of these players have been eliminated. GlitchX Reborn, they're out of the game, but Team Cosmic inside the top 10. But with Metal Esports approaching with full force, how long can they survive, Necro? I don't think they can for long.
Yeah, it's a big question. And I don't think so the answer is going to be there yet. For Team Cosmic, Zod OP, the only man left standing. Or maybe you can't say stranded. He can't really do a lot. He's on a social distancing. And he gets eliminated. Health decays over time. You move in towards Metal Esports, and for Metal Esports, at least this time around, they found themselves a decent chunk of zone to play with. All the 4 players, they're not really spreading themselves out, but this is the time where Metal Esports should spread. They should go for as much map control as possible. They do have the opportunity to do so.
Talking about an opportunity, look at this. Hector and Kanha still in the backlines trying to survive, going for the heal battle. They've been successful so far, but I believe if they actually make it inside the top 5, then there will be the benefits of trying to make it in. It's going to be a very long journey, though 4 teams are still alive. In fact, 9 teams are still alive, 4 teams still to be eliminated for them to enter the top 5 position.
And that's the crazy part, right? Look at outside of the zone. There's 1 man from Autobots, 1 man from Rival Apex, 1 man from CG, which is Hector, and then 1 man from SG, which is going to be Kanha going for that med strat constantly. For SG, they could have been a 3-man strong squad, but they delivered all those meds towards Kanha. And now the man's going for a med strat. Godlike, they made their entrance towards the final few moments. And just look at the area. So many smokes are laid out. So no one's going to have any sort of line of sight against the players of Godlike. And for Godlike, it's going to be a smooth entry towards the house.
Smooth entry for Godlike, but their neighbors, they aren't really going to be that smooth. 2 teams in the building that's next door. For Godlike, they know their task is cut out to actually try and hear those gunshots very accurately and try and match it up with the finish feed itself.
Oh my god.
They will look to third party Necro, and it seems like they exactly are looking for that. The nades have been equipped. 3 nades are almost about to fly, and none of them connect so far, but do or die, it believes that they are being pressured way too much.
This is really big. Godlike, they exhausted a lot of those utilities in the past fight, but luckily enough, they find a lot of those death crates right underneath them, and they once again restock those utils. So now Godlike is back in full force. They've got the nades to play with, they've got the smokes as well, utils being tossed even from the side of SG, and Godlike, they just want to choke the players of SG to death. A few more utils tossed in the front, Jonathan will find a beautiful opening, and this nade was quite the important one, and just like that, for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's going to be the extreme end to the fight. They're easily striking down the players of DOD, and not just them, even Sarkar Gaming. For DOD, the last 2 glimmers of hope are still left alive, and Admino is looking to make that pounce. For Hero Extreme Godlike, they know they've pretty much done the job towards this compound. There's still 2 more players in that room, but how can they capitalize? That's the question. But what a nade that was. Admino has already crossed out forward, and this man will single-handedly strike down the players in the front. Admino is doing the job, and the last bullet will catch Clutcher, and that's it. Admino will be the one to save the day for Godlike.
6 eliminations on board, and this man absolutely going bonkers. Do or Die did have their moments, but on the other side, Metal Esports, they are being hunted down by the likes of THW. Top Dog is going to bite the dust. It's all come down to Sahil OP. The nade sails in, Ninja gets taken down. Will we see a 1v4 in this location? That is going to be the question. Mafia enters this fight from the backlines, of course. Cleans things up, a spoiled spot for this team, but THW, they have new targets up front, and Ninja needs to be revived as soon as possible, Necro.
He indeed does need to be. Human Forever finally now, they spring back to life in the final few moments. They've got all the 4 players to play with, and I'm also loving this split they've got. Backlines are quite exposed though, and that's something Human Forever needs to worry about. Oasis gets knocked out, and that too by the hands of Godlike. It's not a great news at all. Human Forever, they're in a big fire under the players of Godlike, and how can they evade their tracks now? That's going to be the main question. Even for Godlike, they need to move out in the open in the safety lines. It's a big concern. What? A beautiful nade sails in, gets the confirmation. Another 2 nades sail in. Is it going to find the knockout? And the answer is going to be yes, Admino. This man's been on point. No matter what utility he uses, he's always been right with all the decisions he's making. But a return nade from Newman could have been deadly too. Luckily enough, that's not going to be the case, as the play zone's going to find a knockout as well for Newman. The confirmation follows up. The last 2 remaining players, the last 2 glimmers of hope for the side of Newman Forever, as Mafia as well as looking back to return the hurt. As Jonathan gets knocked out with that nade, but a nade sails right next to Mafia as well, as Omega was out in the open, and for Godlike, they claim that chicken dinner.
What a play coming in from this team, and especially after they had their first finish, this team looked like they're never going to stop. It was Jonathan who actually got them their first finish inside of that compound, and from that point on, nade after nade, this team looks so brilliant. And of course, credit has to be given to every single one of those players, specifically Admino, because this man is technically so good, not just with the guns, but also with the utility.
The crazy part is, no matter what move Admino makes, it pays off.
Yeah.
Be it the utils, be it the positioning as well, especially inside of the house, crossing on over, taking that blue zone damage, and then later on, the 2 remaining players of the opposing team, they just went on forward to get the confirmation towards Punk, and that's where Admino found the advantage, because they had no clue Admino's already crossed on forward to the opposite side. And the first man to get knocked out in that fight by Jonathan was Dash from Sarkar Gaming. So even over there, 2 teams were eliminated single-handedly by Godlike, and all thanks to Admino, because later on he just went on fire.
Absolutely, and even after that fight, right, Godlike never really lifted their foot off that gas pedal. In fact, they went on with their nades against Newman. Newman had such a big split playing in that final circle, right, the 2-2 split that they were playing with. I had no clue that from that long range, the nade is going to fly straight in on top of them and explode. The cook was perfect, and of course, when you serve it on a hot platter, of course, you can expect some recipients.
Admino has been the main table turner for Godlike in that previous game, securing so many eliminations all by himself. And at this point, Goblin's going to have a big competition now, because Admino getting these type of numbers on the board, one thing is for sure, for Goblin, it's a reality check. Even for his own teammates, they need to step things up if they want to steal that spot away from Admino, right?
Exactly, right. And honestly speaking, look at the way Hero Extreme Godlike has played today. The first game did not really go according to their plans, but the second game, they come back extremely well and actually get themselves a chicken dinner. Now, talk about Carnival Gaming. They also were on similar shoes when we had concluded round 1, round 2. They were also the table toppers. We were considering these two teams their equals, but now Carnival Gaming, it seems like that chicken dinner level performance has kind of died down, Necro.
I know, right? One thing is for sure for CG, they are indeed struggling in this phase. But once again, we're speaking of CG, man.
Yeah.
I don't think so it's really a big sign of concern. CG knows they've still got so many more games to go. They've still got a lot of games to go in the future. They can easily pull off that comeback. And CG, they are known to pull off these type of shenanigans, right? Sometimes they don't perform because they don't want to. And I think that's one of the main reasons why CG is not performing too. They just don't want to perform right now.
Absolutely, but look at the way Newman actually made their way inside the final circle, right? I mean, they did had to go through multiple fights. Mafia once again was absolutely brilliant, and in fact, this exchange with the throwables was also pretty fine. Initially, you smoke up the entire territory, no visibility at all, and then you just try and position your opposition through the hit markers and through the nades being lobbed in. So it was pure perfect, but it was also a work of cinema. We see the nades flying in and godlike from them. Every single one of those utilities was right on point. I believe they have been practicing a lot behind the scenes.
I know, right? For godlike, Jonathan used to be the precise man with the utilities. Now they've also found Simp and the man Admino himself. Even Simp was able to find so many precise utility utilization moments. Right?
Yeah.
And the final few moments were by Simp as well. Taking down that man from Numanix Forever who was there inside of the smoke. Simp was the one who tossed the nade and got the elimination, by the way. So that's where a big panic was set in under the banner of Newman Forever, and they could not really do a lot considering the final man was out in the open. For Godlike, I'm not going to lie, it was quite a flawless approach with the way they went with the rotations as well. I just love that.
I love that as well, but I kind of believe that THW also had a good game, Necro. Did not really get to see them on the camera a lot of the times, but the way they actually took that fight, I believe against Metal Esports, if I'm not wrong, they handled the pressure so beautifully. It was absolutely miracle. Yes, Ninja was taken down, and of course there was a lot of third party coming in from the backlines as well, but THW, this team needs to be feared because, yes, in the game of Vikendi, not a lot of position points, but when they actually get a chance on Erangel and Miramar, I believe this team can definitely hit.
Yeah, it's THW we're speaking of, right? These guys have been performing in the pro circuit for a really long time. They haven't been qualifying for the grand finals too much. We have seen them once in the past, that's it. But once again, THW, they do have the experience that's needed to qualify, and that's confirmed. And THW, once again, just relying on their gut feelings, just relying on the experience. They're slowly and steadily moving up as well in the competition. THW isn't really one of those teams that likes to pull off the flashy plays. They always like to slip under that radar. And once again, they're doing the same thing. And the point standing's not doing too bad. They're just going to do enough to qualify to the upcoming stage.
And one of the teams that actually does that is going to be Metal Esports. Now, we've talked a lot about the good side of things, what happened in this game, but let's just talk about the bad side as well. Team X-Park not really gaining any momentum today so far, I believe, will be a cause of concern. Gujarat Tigers as well, every single time they start to get momentum, it seems like even this team gets taken out.
Now listen, it's Team X-Park we're speaking of, man. We know Team X-Park, they can easily make a bounce back. Salty, how is that even a concern? Come on, man. Ask me some sensible questions, all right? Maybe GT can be a good question. Why is GT not able to perform? Now, I don't exactly know. We haven't really been seeing GT a lot on the block, so maybe we just need to see a little bit more of that GT. We have seen the aggressive GT in the week 1. That's it. After that, GT has just been performing enough to qualify for the upcoming stages. And maybe the same strategy is being utilized over here as well. They're not really too desperate, considering they've still got a decent amount of games to go.
Honestly, Necro, to be honest, I have a lot of PTSD myself from teams performing well in earlier rounds and then completely choking in the next round. So don't ask me that question, but we'll move towards point standings.
19 points from THW. Hold on.
14 eliminations on board, 5 position points.
Now that's banger, I'm not going to lie. From THW not even getting that chicken and still finishing on the 3rd spot in that previous game, by the way. They don't have 6 placement points. They've only got 5, and they're still on the 2nd in the point standings.
Absolutely, but Hero Extreme got like 22 total points. I believe this team, they definitely make a mark climb high on terms of the overall rankings. Metal Esports, for them, this game was actually handed on a silver platter. Why I say Metal Esports have a cause of concern is because they could not convert this game into a chicken or a very high fragging number. So Sarkar Gaming, as a matter of fact, being consistent on both the games. As we move pages, there is that one outlier. Number 1, of course, will be WinGod Esports. Number 2 will be Team X-Park. 4 Miracles. Kind of expect a little more from them, just 1 point acquired from this round itself. But Carnival Gaming with just 1 point. Ignite Gaming 2 points. Ignite Gaming for them, the last game was so good, Necro. What happened here?
Ignite Gaming, they know they've already done the deed, man. Remember the conversation we had at the start of the game? For Ignite Gaming, this game does not need to go their way, and that's what exactly happened. Ignite Gaming knows they've already secured enough points. It's all good in the hood. Now we can just pull off some weird shenanigans. Even if this game does not really go their way, it's completely fine, guys. They were not really taking a lot of that pressure of performing right. But moving on towards the overall standings, this is where things are going to be cleared up a little bit more. THW and God's Reed now tied up with 21 points. Godlike with 25 points in the top 4.
Absolutely, but look at that. Team Dragon, this is going to be the team that I will watch out for tomorrow. 25 points acquired and 18 finish points. I believe that is going to be a stat
there you
that
go, Salty. Your concerns have been answered. IG with 27 points in the top 3. Do they need to perform?
But again, right, you'll have to talk about what is going to be the cut-off. And I believe Team Ignite Gaming, they've already done the job. Versatile Gaming, as a matter of fact, 21 points. Goddrain with 21. THW, they themselves have been doing phenomenally well. No points of concern on the first page itself. Sarkar Gaming rising. Apart from that, it seems like it's going to be all good in the hood. But as we move on pages, I believe there are going to be certain teams we need to talk about. Medal Esports 10 points from 2 games, Team X-Park 10 points from 2 games, WSB 10 points from 2 games, and Carnival Gaming 12 points from 2 games. I believe we are set for a lot of comebacks tomorrow.
Hands down, we indeed are, right? Even for Sarkar Gaming, today's day wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
First game, consistent outing. Second game, consistent outing. It's all okay for Sarkar Gaming. Moving into that, Radar slowly and steadily let their grind showcase its results. That's what they're doing. For CG, yeah, these 2 games, not exactly the CG performance, but getting 12 points out of that, I would say that's still quite decent. Even Newman Forever getting 12 points, decent performance. I expected a lot more from Blind Esports and Team Bliss, but unfortunately, they weren't able to perform. For Team X-Park as well, the same thing's going to be there. Medal Esports, 10 points in 2 games, not that bad. The only reason why Medal Esports lost that previous game is because they were playing too much as a pack.
Yeah.
At that instance, when they had the zone control, they were supposed to spread themselves out and play for the map control.
Yeah, 100% agreed over there. But as we flip pages once again, I believe this is where the true signs of concerns are going to be risen. Because once again, you've got Orangutan, 2 matches played, just 3 total points. And with the way they got eliminated today, I really believe that tomorrow when they come back, the comeback is going to be extremely difficult because the same storyline will start repeating in their head once again. Will they qualify for the official finals? I believe that is going to be a cause of concern for them. TMG, I'm not really sure what is happening to TMG and Imprint Esports, honestly, because till the last 2 rounds, they were doing phenomenally well.
You're speaking of TMG, look at Reckoning Esports, Raw Officials, Gen XFM. These 3 guys, they've been performing at the top-notch performance for such a long time. But all these 3 names now just collapsing under. What's the main cause? I'm not sure. Raw Officials, the only reason why they've qualified over here is because of that one single man, Anush OP.
Yeah.
If you did not get that chicken dinner, Raw Officials would not have been seen over here in the first place. So Raw Officials, as an entire unit, now they need to pick things up as soon as possible. Because in the week 1 itself, with the way they performed, we all were flabbergasted. We wanted to see a little bit more of that Raw Official gameplay. But now that's missing.
That certainly is missing. And it seems like, I believe, for Anuj to OP to actually get that heroic back up on stage, he needs some sort of a partner. And I believe this is where Daljit can actually come into his savior as well. Because, see, 2 players actually taking the lead up front, I believe that team can actually perform really well. Like you said, 2 leaders inside of the playing 5. But again, for Raw Officials, I believe 2 games done, 0 points. It's going to be very difficult. And even for Orangutan, I'm not really sure. 1 good game and all these teams who are in the bottom 16, let's say, I believe they will be coming back into the competition once again.
They hands down will be. It's not even a big question over there, man. We are going to see a lot of those comebacks happen. That is pretty much the part and parcel of the game. We know day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and tomorrow that's what's going to happen. In those 2 games, they're pretty much going to give it all they've got because they know after those 2 games, there's also going to be that reshuffle happening according to the overall standings. And after the reshuffle, they are going to be facing off against new teams. And there's also a great chance that they might just be unlucky enough to face off against the formidable forces in one single banner, just like the Group 1 right now. And still inside of the Group 1, there are still a few names who can easily perform. You know, we've been speaking a lot about teams, but let's speak about the individual performance now, right? Because Admino was performing quite well. He should be over here somewhere in the iQOO contenders list, and he is there at the top. Goblin's got a big competition, my friend.
He certainly has a big competition. 50 finishes for Admino. Man completes his half century before Goblin does. 34% finish contribution from both. But then you have a look at this. iQOO, Soul, Knuckle, 44 finishes. Inside of round 3 so far, Nakul has not been that proactive, but we'll have to find out if this man can come back tomorrow. Spray God with 44 eliminations, and then you've got Trace God from FS Esports. 51% finish contribution, and this is something which always sticks me with FS Esports. It's that it's Trace God who is taking all the responsibilities on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, for Trace God, he has been a consistent performer, but once again, even recently, Trace God hasn't been able to perform, especially on today's occasion. The entirety of FS Esports, they seemed deactivated. They were not able to get a lot of those points underneath them, and that's why they were pretty much a big sign of concern, and we were having a lot of those conversations around this team. FS Esports, if they keep on struggling the same way, now they need to rely on the overall comeback story, and if that's not going to come into fruition, well, then this is going to be another big name, just like Revenue Esports, to take an exit from the lobby. And at the start of the day, we also made our predictions, right, Salty?
Yeah.
I went with Global Esports. Who did you go with?
I went with Carpe Diem. And I'm not even sure if both of us actually are even close, but one man who is certainly close is going to be Ravan with Hero Extreme Godlike. I believe that is the closest that we have had today.
Which team was at the top, by the way, in the overall standings?
TWOB.
Yeah, TWOB,
Nobody
no one picked them. Yeah, no one expected TWOB to be there. But I think so the closest are going to be you and Ravan, because Carpe Diem today had quite a decent day, I'm not going to lie. They had decent amount of points on the overall storyboard. Even speaking of Ravan, yes, Godlike did perform exceptionally well, especially in the last game of Vikendi. They pretty much picked up the pace.
Exactly, but the point of concern why I was talking about it is that majority of the teams, Necro, who are in the middle pack, right, you've got the biggest of the biggest names, right, like we said, Global Esports, Carnival Gaming, X, Spark, you name it, they are there in the middle pack. And with every single team trying to make a comeback tomorrow, are we expecting more chaotic games, or are we expecting a change in pace is going to be my question, because I believe there are going to be some teams who will come in with revenge in their eyes. Reckoning Esports, can they come in with revenge?
Yes, they can, hands down.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember, especially for teams like Global Esports, which did not really do that great in the first day, you know what they do on the second day? They go all out guns blazing. That's what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be the day of chaos, especially from a lot of these struggling names, including Reckoning Esports, Global Esports. They will go all guns blazing. Even inside of the last group, there's going to be Team X Spark going guns blazing. Even in Group 2, a few more teams will try to make that bounce back. A lot of those questions are still there in our heads.
The biggest question, of course, will be which maps are these teams going to be playing tomorrow? Because you can't really practice or you can't really prepare yourself for what is to come, right? You never really know. Today you played 2 matches of Sanhok and Vikendi. You never really know. Possibly tomorrow you will have to play the maps of Erangel and Miramar, or maybe a Sanhok once again.
Hey, you know what? But with that being said, even today's day is going to come to an end. Before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor. That's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. Move on towards Google, search for the iQOO Z9S, and you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. You move on towards our official mobility partner, and that's going to be the Hero Extreme 160R 4V and 125R. With that being said, today's day comes to an end. We saw a lot of those glimpses of brilliance from these teams, but tomorrow is going to be even better and chaotic. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself. That's going to be it from me and Salty. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में चुभ रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Bye.